Chapter 1023. Brando estimated his location and realized that he should be in the latter half of the valley. The secret door of the Perkins sanctum was at the entrance of the valley, which was at least 2 to 3 miles away from here. He did not know where the battle took place in the valley, but it should not be too far away. He used the communication crystal to contact Chen Yushan, but there was no reply. He felt a little uneasy, so he contacted Metisha. This time, the call went through. Brando heaved a sigh of relief. He listened to the static on the other side of the crystal, and then Metisha told him in a weak voice. She is fine. Andrique and her brother are also here. Hippamera is still unconscious, but something happened to Madame Maynard. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he asked what the problem was. Metisha panted slightly and said, I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like Madame Maynard is wrapped in a cocoon. Cocoon? Brando was stunned. He heard Metisha trying to suppress the pain in her voice, and he knew that she was seriously injured. He quickly comforted the silver elf princess and asked her not to move, and said that he would be there soon. Metisha was as docile and obedient as usual. She listened to him and handed the communication crystal in her hand to Andrique. Brando then asked where they were, but the vampire princess was as impatient as usual. She told him that she saw him fall in the southwest direction, and that it should not be far away. Brando heard this and looked up at the valley. He realized that the place where he fought with Bai was in the middle of the valley. This meant that the holy cellar that was used to seal the entire valley, and there was an entrance at each end. Bai and the others entered from the other end. Brando asked Andrique to take care of the wounded, and asked a few more questions about Bai. In the end, he got the answer that Bai fell with him. He was slightly stunned and realized that the woman might have really died. He could not help but worry about Metisha's current situation. He put away the communication crystal, knowing that worrying was useless. The most important thing now was to meet up with Metisha and the others. He thought for a moment and decided to move along the stream. The terrain here was gradually lower, and the valley extended downward. After passing through the lush greenery, the stream would inevitably flow to the middle of the valley, so he did not have to worry about going the wrong way. He trod on the rocks beside the stream, and Archbishop Sidney followed at a distance of 10 meters or so without saying a word. Brando looked back at the woman and suddenly felt a little awkward. After all, she was one of the real high-ranking members of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. She had always been above everyone else, and he did not dare to treat her as a follower. He thought for a moment and decided to find a topic to talk about, so he stopped and asked, Miss Sidney, take this opportunity to tell me about Orderfis. Although I have heard of the name of this sword in Erewhon, that's all. Sidney nodded and moved closer to him. She thought for a moment and said, Everyone knows that Orderfis is the sword of the Flame King. 1,000 years ago, the various races that were oppressed by the Myurnas fled from the Mardos Empire from Gonciato, and went into exile on the Great Plains. They saw a meteor fall from the sky in the wilderness. At the place where the meteor fell, a golden sacred sword was burning in the fire. That is the sacred sword Orderfis. This is the most popular legend about the flame blade. Brando nodded. He had also heard of this legend in the Amber Sword. It was basically a bedtime story that everyone in Cruz knew, and it was also widely spread in Erewhon. However, he had also heard different versions of the story from Bosley, the master craftsman of Abes, and Saint Tossol himself. The latter two versions were much more reliable than this widespread folk legend, but this time he did not really intend to discuss the story behind it with Sidney, so he was a good listener and did not take the initiative to speak. But in fact, Orderfis is a scepter. This scepter is divided into 3 parts, and the flame blade is just one of them. Divided into 3 parts? There is also a saying that it is divided into 4 parts. This saying is not completely correct because the flame orb and the flame blade are one. The flame blade is forged with the power of the flame orb. Without the power of the flame orb, the flame blade is incomplete. Brando suddenly interrupted this sentence. Wait, what did you say? I said that without the power of the flame orb, the flame blade is incomplete, just like what you see now, Your Excellency. No, I meant the previous sentence. Sidney was stunned. The flame blade is forged with the power of the flame orb. No, even more than that. The flame orb and the flame blade are one. You mean the flame orb? Yes, Sidney looked at him and nodded solemnly. The power that is nurtured in the flame orb is the sword spirit of Orderfis. Brando's expression was a little interesting. He asked, I heard that there are orbs of darkness and orbs of ice in this world. Is there any connection between them and the flame orb? Sydney's platinum eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. She probably did not expect Brando to ask this question. She thought for a moment and nodded seriously. There is indeed such a legend. I heard that Your Excellency's sword is the Halran Gaia in the Sacred Stone Hall. Is that true? There is such a thing, but I lost the sword earlier. I have to go and get it back later. Brando replied that there was a rumor about the sword. It said that the Golden Mane Lion Mane Beast men launched an attack on the human world in advance to ask for the sword in his hand back. This rumor once made him extremely uneasy, thinking that he had shaken the world in advance. Of course, now it was proven that the interests involved in the Holy War of the Earth Temple were far more complicated than the bizarre rumors in the countryside. But compared to that, Brando felt that the first ending was better. The Halran Gaia in Your Excellency's hand should be after it was damaged, right? Sydney asked. Brando nodded again. Then again, if he had the original Halran Gaia in his hand, his life would be even more difficult than now. It was a sacred object that was not inferior to the Azure Lance. It was even a level higher than the mountains and rivers. After all, it was a sacred object that symbolized the earth, just like how the flame blade Orderfist was the ultimate artifact of the fire element treasure, symbolizing the supreme order of the fire element world. Wait a minute. Brando vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped something. Sydney looked at his expression and knew that he had guessed it, so he replied, the situation of Halran Gaia is somewhat similar to that of Orderfist. It had been divided into 3 before it was lost. The Halran Gaia was taken away by a dwarf clan, and the power of the orb of the earth was sleeping in the part of the scepter. Because the scepter was taken away by Ko Hua in the Twilight Battle, this sacred object is equivalent to being useless. The situation of Orderfist is the opposite. The power of the orb of the flame is in the part of the sword, and the scepter part has long been lost. The orb of the ice was used by sabers to forge the frost Xianxia, but this sacred sword was also damaged in the War of the Holy Saints. Holy crap, Brando thought to himself. Could it be that he was really the legendary king of junk? Not to mention Orderfist and the Halran Gaia, even the frost Xianxia seemed to be in his hands. Not only that, but they were all King broken. The king of junk, Brando. Brando felt that if he was still in the Amber Sword, he would definitely be crowned with this title by the system. It was well known that the system had no integrity at all when it rewarded players with titles back then. Rogo, the Ratbane, was obtained by a player who killed a few more rats while farming plague rats to level up. The key point was that there were several upgraded versions of this title. Doom of the Rats, Destroyer of the Sewers, it was simply too painful to listen to. Brando hurriedly opened his character menu and glanced at it, fearing that a title such as King of Junk, Lord of Scavengers would suddenly appear. Fortunately, this inexplicable system did not seem to intend to play a joke on him. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he cautiously decided not to mention it. Orderfist and Halran Gaia had already been exposed, but with the addition of the Mountain's Kin and the Frost Xianxia, it was a little too big of a target. It made him feel like he was a moving treasure trove. Sydney did not notice his mental activity and continued, the Orb of Light is sleeping in the divine power of Aramisol. As for the Orb of Darkness, it appeared in Cruz hundreds of years ago, but then disappeared. No one has ever seen the Orb of Wind. And legend has it that there is a natural orb, which is said to be sleeping under the Ring of the World, but has never appeared in the world. These 7 orbs are in fact the cornerstones of the 7 elemental order, symbolizing the supreme power of the elements in a world. Most of them are tokens of the various elemental gods, such as Halran Gaia and Orderfist. I see. Brando suddenly realized that the Orb of Light was in the divine power of Aramisol. He had a hunch in his heart that among the 4 artifacts that the Flame King and the others took out from the 4 Holy Valley of the 4 Sages, the other 2 should be more or less related to the other 2 elemental orbs. Since the sacred artifacts of fire and earth were scepters, perhaps the sacred mark of Azure and the sacred mark of Wind were also part of the scepter of nature and the scepter of wind. He then asked about the details of the other 3 sacred artifacts that were taken out from the Valley of the 4 Sages. This part of the history was actually related to the history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. When talking about the history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Sydney's serious face lit up. Although her expression was still serious, her narration became much smoother. She said that the people who left the Mardos Empire were not actually resisting oppression or escaping tyranny, but were criminals who were exiled by the Myurnas. She also cited the description of the Mardos Empire by the scholastic master Rentgen Dever in the Millennium Chronicle in 1666 as an example to prove that the laws of the Mardos Empire were harsh. At that time, there were many kinds of banishment, and often the whole family was implicated and exiled to the glaciers or plains. The Flame King was the second generation born among the refugees. When he came of age, he happened to experience the incident described in the history books where he saw a meteor fall in the wilderness. Sidney said that the incident of seeing a meteor fall in the wilderness was recorded in many historical documents. She gave the most authoritative example. The astronomical record of the empire's astrologers recorded in the year of the dragon's fear. The record described that the night was as bright as day, and there were stars in a ring, falling from the west to the east through the Lyra galaxy. The Lyra galaxy was in the east of today's wilderness of the Four Territories, and it was said that this astronomical record matched the descriptions of some later records of people who had experienced it. Sidney was, after all, an archbishop. She could recite the history of the church like the back of her hand. There was no need for her to think about it. It was as if she had experienced it herself. The vast sea of scriptures was stored in her heart, and she could use them at will. As she talked to Brando about the history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the gap between the two was finally reduced. They were no longer as silent as before, but Brando always felt that he had a teacher who spoke and acted like the holy statues in the Holy Cathedral. As Sidney narrated the history of the Holy Cathedral, she would occasionally insert the reasons and doctrines for the establishment of the Holy Cathedral. The reasons were self-evident, but Brando was not interested in these at all. He was thinking about the previous conversation. If the power in the Black Pearl was actually the blood of the God of Darkness, then could the power sleeping in the other pearls also be the blood of the God of Darkness? If so, then where did this pure blood of the elemental god come from, and for what purpose was it created? Was it from the hands of the cultists, or was it the legacy of the gods? Once this thought was born, it could not be stopped and spread endlessly in Brando's mind. Of these four sacred objects, Oderfeis was obtained by the late King Gretel, the azure sky was obtained by Alanta, the sacred wind empress was obtained by Delu Saint Tassol, and the Alamizer was obtained by Alberta Fanzon. Of the four, the first two were the leaders of the refugees. The late King Gretel was a human, and Alanta had half the blood of the Silver Elves. The last two were of noble birth and was the daughter of a noble of the Mist Elves, and the other was also the son of a noble of the Aenir. When Sidney finally talked about the four sages obtaining the four sacred objects from the Four Holy Valley, Brando finally saw Metisha resting in the forest in front of him. "My lord." Metisha also noticed them at the first moment. Brando turned back and looked at Sidney apologetically. This archbishop had a good temper. Although he always had a straight face, he did not mind and nodded at him. Brando hurried to Metisha's side. The Silver Elf princess was somewhat agitated and tried to stand up, but because of her severe injuries, she gave up. Brando pressed the little girl's shoulder and took out a bottle of holy water to feed her. At this time, Andrique and Mephistopheles came out from behind the forest. The female vampire was also badly injured, but vampires were born with strong recovery abilities. At this time, other than the tattered armor, there were no visible wounds on her body, but her originally pale face was now as white as a sheet of paper. As Brando had already introduced Sidney and what happened over there through the messaging crystal, he was not completely a stranger at this time. Brando introduced his subordinates one by one to the archbishop. When he introduced the two vampire siblings, he hesitated for a moment, but still said it bluntly. Sidney had already known that this was a pair of vampire sisters, but he did not say much. He only gave them an extra glance. "Where is Miss Maynard?" Brando asked again. "In the back," Mephistopheles replied weakly. The cute boy saw Brando and smiled a little embarrassedly. Because he was injured, he had to drink his master's blood to recover. Brendel nodded at him, not minding his actions at all. In fact, he was quite touched when he rushed over to the holy cellar without a care for his own safety. "I want one too," Andrique also asked. "Why, you are not injured?" Brando asked in a bad mood. Did she really think that he was dessert after a meal? In the end, Andrique took out a dagger from nowhere and cut a cut about 0.5 millimeter wide on her finger. Then she looked up at him with blood-red eyes. Chapter 10:24. Brando finally managed to trick Andrique into letting him go for the time being. Then, under the guidance of Metisha, he saw the cocoon that imprisoned Amelia. The giant cocoon of light was suspended between two ancient white oak trees. It was about 11 to 12 feet tall, and it was so wide that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It was about half a person's height from the ground, and it was shaped like a spindle. Inside the cocoon, there was a vague outline of a woman. It was the female knight, Maynard. Brando looked up at the cocoon of light. He walked over and touched its surface with his hand. The soft light penetrated his palm, and the temperature from the surface was similar to that of a human body. Although the cocoon of light was very soft, it was also very tough. It was obviously not that easy to destroy. Metisha, who was slightly weak, explained everything that had happened. Andrique and Mephistopheles had walked through the same secret passage as Allium Japonicum, but they were a little late. When they came to the surface, they only saw the cocoon of light and the unconscious Hippamera. Andrique found this thing nearby. Metisha said as she took out a slate. It was the war slate that Brando had seen under the tomb. However, the slate had lost its metallic luster and had become gray. Many of the patterns on its surface had also disappeared. This was obviously the appearance of the inheritance in the war slate after it was activated. Brando understood what had happened when he saw the slate. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the cocoon of light, he replied, "It seems that Lady Maynard accidentally activated this slate and obtained the inheritance on it. This cocoon of light should be the war slate's self-protection mechanism. Then there should be no problem." No problem? Metisha asked uncertainly. Compared to Brando, she had never understood these things. No problem, Brando said with certainty. But she should be in this state for a while. Metisha, you stay behind to take care of Madame Maynard. I'll arrange for Andrique and the rest to stay with you. There shouldn't be any strong enemies around here. You guys should be able to protect each other. Metisha was slightly startled. She was keenly aware of the hidden meaning in this sentence. She raised her head and asked, "My lord, are you leaving?" Only then did Brando remember that he had called Metisha over midway. She didn't know about Yura's situation yet, so he explained it to her in detail. Metisha frowned as she listened. Obviously, the sudden appearance of the undead was beyond her expectations. She thought carefully before replying, "Although Miss Delphian and I thought that Her Majesty had another trump card, we didn't expect it to be the undead. Fortunately, Yura and my lord discovered their arrangement in advance. Otherwise, we might have been caught off guard. We have to react quickly. So you stay and inform the county to be on guard at the port," Brando said, "but you don't have to worry too much. Things haven't reached the stage you think they will. According to your sister, the White Legion should want to use the rule fragments to change the order of the area around Fattan and turn it into a state of eternal night. In a state without sunlight and with the double blessing of the land of the dead, the undead will be unprecedentedly strong. On the other hand, the humans will fall into a state of chaos due to the sudden solar eclipse. Their plan is good, but the key to this plan is that the rule fragments of Fattan Port are currently in our hands. How can I let them do as they wish?" Metisha suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, "My lord, I have an idea." In fact, before this, Miss Delphian and I planned to strike first to gain the upper hand. Instead of waiting for the Silver Queen to arrange her troops, it's better to disrupt their plan first. From a strategic point of view, attacking is more active than defending. Now that the initiative is in our hands, why don't we take this opportunity to do more things? Brando was interested. He was not good at war. He could command a battle, but when it came to the strategic level, he was a little stretched. Fortunately, he had Metisha by his side. The little silver elf princess had personally participated in and commanded the War of the Holy Saints. It was more than enough to deal with the current situation. It was simply a waste of talent. After all, she was the most famous general 1,000 years ago. At that time, the continent was filled with the flames of war. Metisha smiled mysteriously. "My lord, you plan to seize part of the authority of the undead artifact, right?" Brando nodded. According to Yura's description, the commander of the undead army should have a part of the authority of the undead artifact. That was why he could control thousands of skeletons to march in the wilderness. These thousands of skeletons were not worth mentioning in his eyes, but he was very interested in the undead artifact. Even if it was only a part of the authority, he might be able to get something out of it. That was why he agreed to Yura's plan as soon as he heard about it. "We can make the White Legions act real and then beat them at their own game. If we're lucky, we might be able to solve the current predicament at Fathom Harbor," Medisha replied. Brando understood the little silver elf princess's plan. He raised his eyebrows slightly and thought about the feasibility of this plan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the chances were higher. He could not help but feel a little excited. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "If that's the case, we have to be careful of the leak of information first. Cruz's people are unlikely to let your sister and the others act alone. They might have a small garrison nearby. I have to go and deal with these people." Medisha nodded and asked, "My lord, will you be fine by yourself? Do you need me to go too? Or do you want to call Mr. the Shire?" Brando shook his head. "The Shire will leave him at the harbor. You and Hipamra have both come out. I have to leave someone at the harbor in case of an emergency. As for you, stay here and recuperate. This is the Lord's order. But I've already used the holy water. My wounds have already healed. I'm just a little weak at most. Although I can't fight, I can still use my planeswalker's authority," Medisha argued weakly. Speaking of injuries, Brando could not help but look at her chest. The originally shocking wound had indeed gradually healed under the powerful effects of the holy water. Now, under the tattered armor, there were large patches of snow-white skin and seductive curves that had just begun to develop. Brando coughed and was immediately embarrassed. Medisha finally noticed that her lord's expression was a little strange. She looked down and immediately blushed. She bit her lips and hurriedly covered her exposed body with her hands. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would inevitably be angry. However, Medisha, with her usual temperament, could not say anything. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. After a while, Brando muttered, "Don't worry, my little princess. I've already made arrangements. I won't joke about Yura's safety. You should understand." Medisha grunted in response. But after a while, she was still worried and whispered, "Why don't we bring Andrique along? She can still fight." Brando still shook his head. "No need. You and Mephistopheles can't fight. Hipamra is also unconscious. Only Andrique can fight. I'll only be at ease if she stays here." After that, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the other entrance of the valley. Madara's skeletons should have come from that direction. Cruz's people shouldn't be too far away. Medisha also looked at the other entrance of the valley. The verdant valley reflected the intoxicating green under the sunlight. She suddenly said, "Maybe there's someone who can help you, my lord." "Who?" Brando turned his head. "That skeleton. Don't tell me you've forgotten about it, my lord." "Crot. It's still alive?" Brando finally remembered the poor creature and asked in surprise. "Yes, and Sir John Lorison also wants to see you." Brando was stunned and then nodded. The two fell into silence for a while. It seemed that they both knew that there was a problem that they had not yet asked, but they were both worried about each other's feelings and did not want to take the initiative to speak. After a while, Brando said faintly, "Medisha, your sister. I already know." Medisha shook her head hard. "Say no more, my lord." Brando looked at the silver elf girl. Medisha lowered her head and did not say a word. It made him feel a little uneasy. "Is it really nothing?" Medisha was silent for a while. Then she said, "After the silver elves die, they go to a place called Alfheim. It is a sacred and peaceful valley, the Holy Silver Valley. It is the spiritual home of the silver elves. One day, I will see my sister, father, and mother there. They just reached that beautiful paradise before me. Although it sounds beautiful, I hope that Medisha can stay by my side forever and live in this world. My lord, you really don't know how to comfort people." Medisha almost laughed. "Besides, my lord will also grow old. One day, I will leave my lord." "That's fine. When the time comes, I will accompany you to that Alfheim." "That won't do. That is the holy land of the silver elves. My lord, you are a human. You can't enter." "That's not necessarily true. I am a planeswalker. Can't I travel through planes?" "You are too stubborn, my lord." This was the second time that Brando saw the undead of the Templar Knight. It lowered its head and sat under a towering white rock. It seemed to be in deep thought. The end of its long cloak dragged to the ground. It was a poignant red, as if it was the end of a hero. A rusty sword was inserted in front of it. A beam of golden sunlight shone down from the treetops and shone on the hilt. The gems on the hilt shone brightly, as if they were telling a story from before time had passed. Sir John Lorryson sat behind the sword. Its injuries seemed to have almost recovered, at least on the surface. However, the golden flames in its eye sockets were much dimmer. "You are here, young knight." Sensing Brando's arrival, Lorryson raised its head. On its deeply sunken skull, the golden crown shone brightly. "I am not a knight." Brando showed the Halran Gaia that he had found with great difficulty. "I am a warrior, a swordsman, but not a knight. It's all the same. With the passing of life, time has a different meaning in my eyes. The knowledge of the past no longer binds some eternal meaning." The undead replied, "In my eyes, a knight is not an identity, but a symbol of nobility. It symbolizes a person who has a certain pursuit. I can see your persistence. Why deny it? I don't think it will embarrass you." Brando was silent. "Where is your wife, respected knight?" He looked around but did not see the soul of Lorrison's lover, nor did he see the shadow of the defeated knight Crot. "She left. The mortal world is only a restraint to her. Even my love is the same. But she finally found peace and relief. This is all thanks to you." The voice of the undead was as calm as a dream. Brando smiled. "You don't have to thank me. I didn't do it without purpose. Besides, the result is not bad. Your protection finally has meaning." "I am also leaving," the undead replied. "I can feel a voice calling me. My soul is about to return to eternity. This world presents a variety of meanings in front of my eyes at this moment, and I can't help but recall my own era. In that era, Cruz Valley was evergreen, and the green fields were like a dream. We could pursue our beliefs and dreams to our heart's content." Brando quietly listened to Lorryson talk about his past, like an old man who was about to die, slowly telling the story behind the dust of time. The young knight, the shining faith, the setbacks and resistance, and even the lifelong protection. What supported such a faith in silence was a shining will. The undead quietly finished the story, then raised its head and looked at Brando with its eyes that pulsed with golden soul flames. "I am about to leave, but before I leave, I will give you a gift," the undead said slowly. "Please come to my side, young knight." Brando was slightly stunned and looked at Lorryson in surprise. The undead met his gaze calmly and did not reveal any malice. Brando hesitated for a moment, but still walked in front of Lorryson. The undead suddenly stood up and stretched out its bony hand to pull out the sword from the ground, but it did not make any move to attack. Brando was stunned for a moment and then relaxed. The undead raised the sword high and then gently put the tip of the sword on Brando's shoulder. "Do you know the meaning and weight of glory, young knight?" "It will be by your side for life," the undead replied in a loud voice. "I don't have anything else, only some of the insights I had when I was alive. These memories of the past have long lost their meaning to me, but I hope they can be of help to you." With these words, Brando suddenly felt that the scenery around him dissipated like sand in the wind, and a solemn holy sound came from all directions. He looked up and found that Lorrison's undead was nowhere to be seen. He was alone in the center of a temple, kneeling on one knee. There were huge floor-to-ceiling rose-colored windows on all sides, and a pure white beam of light shone down through the gaps in the empty vault above his head and fell on the ground beside him, forming a huge spot of light in the darkness. It was impossible to see clearly in the darkness. It was as if there were rows of long benches in a church, and it was unknown if there were people sitting on them. Waves of whispers came from all directions and gathered together, buzzing as if they were discussing, or as if they were watching from the sidelines. Brendel suddenly understood that this was a scene that the knight's soul had experienced before, and it was probably one of the few scenes that left the deepest impression in his life. But as time passed, the originally clear memories became blurry. The audience in the Holy Cathedral was like a photo that had been washed away by water. It had faded to the point that there was almost no trace left behind. But everything that happened in the center of the Holy Cathedral was forever engraved in his memory. This was the inheritance, the knight's beliefs and ideals. Lorryson intended to give his most important things to him. He had received all of this on the same occasion, and today he was returning the power that belonged to the knight in the same way. In the Amber Sword, this was also a rare opportunity that could not be forced. The skills that these heroes had mastered were far from those that could be found anywhere. The key was that after incorporating personal understanding and perception, most of these skills were unique. Brando never dreamed that he would accidentally trigger a hidden quest. He did not know if he was becoming less and less sensitive to things in the game, or if he had been too assimilated by the world. If this questline had been in the past, he would have noticed it long ago. The moment Lorison's undead appeared, he probably should have noticed it, but he did not. Until now, everything was as if it had happened naturally. He saw a ball of bright white light appear in front of him. He could not see the face of the figure in the white light. It was as if there were many faces overlapping. Some of them were familiar to him, some of them he had even seen before. However, there were also some that he was unfamiliar with and had never seen before. These familiar and unfamiliar faces overlapped with each other. They opened their mouths together and recited something in a common voice. When Brando heard this voice, he seemed to have heard it clearly, but it also seemed to be a buzzing noise in his ears until pieces of memory flowed into his mind. The glorious night stood on the hill. Banners like a forest, cheers like a tide. The sword held high shone with a cold light. Brando seemed to see himself in it, and also saw Lorison's life. Then he naturally understood the origin of this skill. The layers of illusions in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the emerald forest returned to his vision. He was still standing under the huge white rock, and the forest was still green like a dream. Lorison's sword was still quietly inserted in front of him, but the undead of the night was long gone. Only the afternoon sun shone warmly in the forest, embellishing the meadow with spots of light. A long cloak lay on the meadow, carrying the breath of its owner when he was alive. It was as dazzling as blood. And only a monotonous voice echoed in Brando's mind. Received the secret skill of the Templar Knight, divine baptism. He pondered for a long time before silently picking up the cloak on the ground, and then gently covering Lorison's sword with it. Then he pulled out Halran Gaia and carved a line of flying words on the rock with the tip of the sword. This is the tomb of a knight. His life protected love and faith. His loyalty and ideals may not be known to the world, but the valley is evergreen, and his faith is everlasting. Chapter 1025. There was a small human encampment at the northern side of the valley. The encampment was in an open space surrounded by ancient trees. It was made up of a few gray tents that were fixed between the rocks with ropes and wooden stakes. Not far away, there was a flagpole with the red and white flag of the White Legion hanging down from it. There were about 10 imperial knights in the encampment, but most of them were lying on the ground. Only 4 of them were still standing. One of them was wearing a fur coat and looked like a noble. He seemed to be the leader of the imperial soldiers. The other 3 were a lady dressed as a nun, a young noble, and a cowering skeleton. A skeleton. These 3 were Sydney, Brando, and the rotten knight Crot. Brando frowned and threw the crimson blessing on the ground. He also had a few pieces of equipment on him. Most of them were damaged after the battle with Haku. Fortunately, he did not have much left after the explosion in the deadly frost forest. Most of them were from Bosley and alchemy. He took some of the lesser magic items from Tamar to make up the numbers. The only valuable items were the Chronia Rift and some rings and necklaces. Rings and necklaces were not easily damaged. The Chronia Rift was an ancient piece of equipment passed down from the Twilight War. It was not damaged at all under Haku's attack. It was also thanks to the breastplate. Otherwise, he would not have been able to wait for Sydney to come. It saved his life. Back then, Haku's power was close to that of the Sage Realm. He could easily suppress the bloodline talent of an incomplete body. However, after being weakened by the Chronia Rift, he was only at the peak of the ultimate realm. He could not surpass the laws of the mortal world. Although he was still heavily injured, he was saved by the unyielding talent. 1 life. However, even though the Chronia's crevice was intact, the Bahamut's gift wasn't so lucky. As the first part of the armor to be struck by White's power, half of this precious gauntlet was destroyed in the battle. Brando put away the broken piece of the gauntlet into the dimensional cave with some regret, preparing to look at it in the future. Is there a chance to repair it? After all, it's a piece of fantasy equipment, something that can only be found by chance in the Amber Sword. At the thought of this, Brando was full of dissatisfaction with Bai. Although it was a little disrespectful to Medisha's sister, the woman was so stingy that she didn't drop a single piece of equipment after her death. It was as if her soul had burned away everything, including the fake Book of Mavakart. Brando thought of the Book of Mavakart. If he could obtain the experience from that book, he might be able to reach the peak of the Lower Realm. He might even have a chance to reach the extreme planes. But now, all of that was gone. More than half of his equipment was lost in the process. He even suspected that ever since he came to this world, his luck points seemed to have dropped a lot compared to when he was in the Amber Sword. There were some artifacts that he had never seen before, including the Power Crystal, Halrangaya, the Rift of Lornia, the Realm of Fire, the Will of the Mountains, and the Lionheart Sword. Once he got his hands on them, and in fact, most of them were obtained without a plan. If this kind of luck happened in the game in the past, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. But this time, after fighting with Haku, it made him feel a little like before. Brando found that he was not surprised at all, as if this was how it should be. Instead, the previous situation made him feel a little uneasy, as if he had done something wrong. But Brando thought about it carefully. Before this happened, there seemed to be only one change around him, and that was, Senpai came to his side again. Okay. Brando couldn't help but smacked his lips and hurriedly threw this ridiculous idea out of his mind. Sydney had just returned from outside the camp, and when he saw Brendel's actions, he finally understood where he got the holy water from. Although the dimension hole was rare, it was nothing compared to the other things around Brendel, such as the Buga fleet and the Valkyrie. Not to mention the rumors that were out there. This young count from Aween was an outstanding summoner, and most summoners had their own dimension hole. That was why Sydney was not too surprised when he realized this, and he did not even think of Amon as a summoner. But when she heard Brando muttering to himself, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" Brando woke up, glanced at the mess on the ground, and shook his head quickly. "Nothing," he replied. "Just tidying up." Sydney didn't even look at the mess on the ground. She only glanced at the noble not far away who was bound by the Binding of Wind spell and asked, "So, are you done asking?" Brando nodded. The imperial noble in front of him was called Charles, and he was from Bankel. He came from a knight family and was now a knight captain in the White Legion. Their mission this time was to escort Bai and the others to the Perkin Sanctuary. Of course, in name, it was an escort, but in fact, it was also surveillance. After Brando asked, he realized that this was not the first time these people came out on a mission. The hidden purpose of their mission should be to find the fragment of the laws around Fathom Harbor. But Bai obviously did not tell these people the truth. The woman obviously had the ability to find the fragment of the laws in Fathom Harbor, but she brought these people around. It was unknown if it was to hide her true purpose, or if she wanted to gain more power for herself. Maybe it was because she wanted more autonomy. After all, if she had found the fragment of the laws in the beginning, she might not have had the time to go around looking for what she wanted. However, Brando naturally did not have the obligation to explain to this person who was kept in the dark. He confirmed with the Rotten Knight Krot that what these people said was true. After getting a positive answer, he went on to get more information from this person, mainly including the distribution and garrison of the White Legion near Ove Chin. Of course, in the district. A mere knight captain might not know much about these military secrets, but Brando himself only needed a rough idea. Besides, this person had seen the undead before and was not afraid of these skeletons, which meant that he must have come into contact with these things long ago. After Brando asked, sure enough, there was an army of the undead stationed near Ove Chin, and it was no longer a secret. It was just that the White Legion forbade everyone except for the army to cross the Golden Needle Forest to go to Fathom Harbor, so this news was sealed so tightly. Where did those undead come from? He asked. In the mountain dash. Sir Charles felt that he was very unlucky. Who would want to accompany a group of skeletons to carry out a mission at this time of the year, and be fed the cold wind in the mountain pass? That was not enough. The pile of skeletons really could not do anything. They messed things up and even implicated him. Sir Charles was already thinking of a way out if he could say anything. Therefore, he was not willing to say another word. However, the young man in front of him had a sword on his neck, and the coldness that seeped out from the blade made him tremble in fear. He could not help but speak the truth. But in fact, he could not say anything. Most people knew that these skeletons came from the mountains. It was said that they were controlled by a few necromancers, and these necromancers had surrendered to the commander of the White Legion and were now serving them. This was the most widely spread rumor in Ove Chin, and it was also similar to the official explanation. When Brando asked, he didn't even need to think before replying. Brando patted this guy's neck with the blade of his sword. Looking at his pale face, he could not help but sigh. It seemed that the nobles of the Empire and Erewhon's nobles were similar. Other than the hot-blooded young people, The slightly older ones were already in cahoots with such vermin. This was the worst era, but it was also full of opportunities and challenges. Because the Dark Empire in the East and Cruz had begun their reforms in this era. If Erwin could stand firm at this time, he might be able to find his own way. As long as there was time, there was still hope. However, Charles's words also confirmed his expectations. This guy was indeed not a high-ranking person. His knowledge of the undead army was limited. Most of it was probably hearsay, and he did not know as much about the inside story as Brendel. So he asked another question. That was, were there any recent movements of troops in the direction of the Latch of Wa? He did not expect to have an unexpected gain this time. He keenly noticed that Charles trembled, and almost subconsciously understood that this guy definitely knew something. After some questioning, of course it was still the sword. After a good intimate contact with Halran Gaya's neck with Sir Charles, the imperial noble finally opened his mouth. He did not know if he did not ask, but after asking, he found out that this guy actually had a younger brother who happened to be in the army that was transferred. There was no doubt that this knight's younger brother was also a guy who did not keep his mouth shut. Although he was only the outermost guard in this operation, he had a rough understanding of the situation of this transfer. 1. A total of 64 knights, 3 knight captains, escorted a necromancer to Boom. As for the route and some details, they did not know anything, which was also in line with the other party's identity and status. However, Brando did not need these things, because Yuta had already discovered this undead army. As for what the necromancer was, Brando knew very well in his heart. There was no need to use the mouth of an outsider to repeat it, and these things that Charles said were completely enough. What he was most worried about before was the strength of the escorting knight. The highest combat power that he could mobilize now was his teacher Mephisto. The strength of the ultimate realm sounded very terrifying, but there were only 3 to 5 in the Empire. In addition to Vala, there was also the head of the Holy Knight Regiment, David, and the chief of the Empire's Royal Guard. The last one was the commander of the Red Army, the strongest of the Empire's 4 sword saints, the Red Sword Saint, Duke. These people's political leanings were all loyal to the Imperial Party, and it could be said that they were loyal to Constance to the death. Not to mention that the woman had now subdued the witches, and the supreme realm powerhouses, including the Queen of Witches, had already surpassed the Scarlet. Including Asgiali, the number of witches had almost doubled. These witches came and went like ghosts. Before he could confirm their location, he would not dare to let the Ash Sword Saint leave Fatten Port. Moreover, there were also the Mountain people, the Senia people, and the remnants of the Myrna people. He was not surprised that 1 or 2 supreme realm powerhouses would appear in seclusion from these ancient races. Because of this, he had to be careful. Excluding Mephisto, the highest combat power that he could mobilize was actually the Valkyrie and Brunhilde sisters. However, although they were of the ancient troop class, their current strength was actually limited. In terms of combat power, they were probably slightly weaker than him. If they worked together, it would not be easy to deal with a real supreme realm powerhouse. In that case, they would only have a slight chance of winning if they only had a prearranged sneak attack. However, if they were to face it head-on, they would most likely lose. However, since the other party only had 64 official knights and 3 knight captains, things would be simple. According to the standard of the White Army, the official knights were only at the middle to lower gold rank. The knight captains were probably similar to this guy in front of him, at most at the peak of gold rank. Even if there were a few outstanding ones who had reached the elemental awakening stage, they would not be able to do much. Even if they were elementalists, he would not take them seriously. Even if they were elementalists, so what if they were elementalists? He was sitting on the time and space elements, and had experienced several realizations between life and death. He had also come into contact with the sage domain, and even things like the power of existence. In the realm of elementalism of truth, unless there was someone who had mastered the same level of elementalism as him and had the same experience as him, he would not be able to defeat them. What was there to be afraid of? He might be able to kill those half-assed elementalists or even elementalists with elementalism of truth. Having figured this out, Brando turned the hilt of his sword and directly knocked the guy out, so that Sir Charles, who had been scared to the point of collapse, was finally blissfully unconscious. Then he turned to Sydney and said, "Miss Sydney, since we are already allies, I am about to go to war with Her Majesty the Queen. As an ally, I will not hold back. There are some things I may need to entrust to you right away." Sydney nodded, acquiescing to this relationship, and asked, "Please go ahead." Brando explained in detail, and the holy maiden of the Leo Palace listened silently, but occasionally nodded. Time passed quickly, and suddenly there was a clear chirp of a bird in the valley. Brando raised his head and looked in that direction. He recognized that it was the voice of a cuckoo. There were many such birds in the Metz area, and in the Lach of Wa, there were even many white cuckoo birds. The tailed cuckoo, the mountain people called it a divine bird, but there was no such beautiful little creature here. He silently took out 2 communication crystals, and after activating them separately, he whispered to them, "The Shire, Yuta. P.S. I'm a little jammed today." Chapter 10:26. All right, I understand, my lord. You can rest assured that there will be no problem at all if you leave it to me. What screw up? How could that be? I have followed you for such a long time. You can't still not trust me, right? Is that why? No, no, no. I will never quarrel with Miss Delphian. I am a true gentleman. How can I quarrel with a beautiful lady? Last time? Last time was just an accident. All right, my lord. I understand. He's just as heartless as Darius. The young wizard muttered to himself as he took the communication crystal away and raised it high. The light from the sun above the sea shone on the crystal through the arched window of the tower, reflecting a dazzling light that was intoxicating. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was just an unusually ordinary thing, it had its moments of beauty and dazzling brilliance. Just like this tranquil bay, under the ordinary day after day, it contained the most valuable thing in the world. When people lost it one day, it would be too late for regrets. Those ordinary but real days would be people's most precious memories. The Shire silently looked at the sparkling golden bay, as if to firmly remember this moment in his heart. He turned around. Behind him was the narrow space of the tower. There was a desk covered with magic scrolls and star maps. On the corner of the desk was a crystal ball and a small toy, a metal disc that was bound by a breeze, blowing a few feathers up and down. Behind the desk was a wooden bed and 2 rows of bookshelves. The bookshelves were stuffed with parchment scrolls and books in a disorderly manner. From afar, it looked like a garbage dump. And an unmanned brush swept back and forth on the bookshelves, constantly driving spiders and other insects out of the corners. They fell to the ground and then quickly crawled away. Mordenkainen and a few others were still standing in the room. These were the apprentices who had followed him since the beginning. They were now official wizards, and the best among them had even touched the threshold of the Gold Realm. Stepping into the Gold Realm was the most critical juncture for wizards. After entering the Gold Realm, the world of wizards would be wide open. As long as there were no accidents, there was a great chance to set foot in the world of elements. Unlike the swordsmen who were stuck outside the solid wall of elemental energy, many wizards spent their whole lives wandering outside the door of gold, and in the end, they achieved nothing. However, in his batch of students, there were many talented people who stood out and began to touch this mysterious field one by one. The Shire could almost smell the breath of magic in the air. He didn't know what was happening in the outer sea, but the tide of magic was rising as if there was no end. The magic factor in the air of Wonde had exceeded the richest concentration in 1,000 years. In this week, many babies born in Fat Tan Port had shown the bloodline of magic talent. It was said that it was the same in Tonajul. The common people lived a normal life and were unaware of the changes around them. The nobles were busy fighting for power and profit, and ignored the most unusual changes in Wonde this year. Only wizards were the most sensitive to these changes. For 1,000 years, the stars in Wonde's summer night had never been as bright as this year. The gods in the sky seemed to be telling something to the mortals, but the astrologer's divination of the future was in a huge fog because of the changes in the stars caused by the turmoil in the Witch Kingdom. The future was hidden under a huge shadow, making everyone who was paying attention feel deeply uneasy. What are you looking at? The Shire narrowed his eyes and looked at his students. No. Nothing, my lord. Mordenkainen and the others tried to look serious, but the look on their faces that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to really betrayed their thoughts. Mr. Seal was the chief wizard mentor of the Ferber territory, and also the right-hand man of the Lord of Ferber. He was friendly and never put on airs. In front of the nobles, he was also well-mannered. Compared to the Lord of Ferber, he was more like a member of a noble family. This was what most people knew about this wizard on the surface. However, only a few people knew about this secret, just like the conversation between him and the Lord of Ferber. The Shire was really controlled by the Lord. As expected of the Lord, even such an excellent and powerful guy like the Great Wizard was not the Lord's opponent. This was probably the real thought in these people's hearts. You should have smelled it. The Shire was very dissatisfied with his students' dullness. Smelled what, my lord? The smell of war. The Shire lectured slowly. He pointed to the heads of these idiots one by one and reprimanded them. You idiots! Didn't I tell you that wizards need a sharp heart to be able to perceive the dangers and changes around them? A wizard's game is a chase between a hunter and his prey in a dangerous forest. Your wisdom determines how far you can go. The rest of the people can only become the stepping stones of others. Those fellows who are complacent after mastering 2 spells can only be called liars and charlatans. Several students replied awkwardly, My lord, we have long been accustomed to the smell of war. Along the way, we have not slept with one eye open. If you have to ask us if we have smelled the smell of war, we should have been aware of it since the moment the Lord split open the door of the cruise people with his sword. The Shire looked at his students and listened to their words. It was rare for him to be silent. Mordenkainen and others originally thought that they would be waiting for another storm. After spending so many days with the wizard, they had long been accustomed to his character. However, when the Shire suddenly stopped talking, they felt uneasy instead. What's going on? Is the mentor really angry? A few of them looked at the Shire cautiously, only to find that the latter had a lonely look on his face. They couldn't help but be slightly startled. The Shire shook his head. Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. You can just live like this foolishly. Isn't that a kind of happiness? But remember this day well. I'm afraid that from now on, there will be no more sparkling waves in the open sea. There will only be endless storms and showers left. Mordenkainen and others were a little confused. They asked uneasily, My lord, are you feeling unwell? If the Lord scolded you, please don't take it to heart. The Shire was almost angered to death by these idiots. He waved his hand impatiently. Shut up and get out of here. Go and inform Miss Delphian that I want to see her. My lord. If you want to find someone to quarrel with, the Lord just said, Shut up and get out. Dong, dong, dong. An urgent bell suddenly rang through the entire Fathom port. Haruz was practicing magic skills with Lady Medusa in the room. They carefully maintained the magic ripples between the two's magic triangle area. This was the most common method used by witches to train their magic skills and was also the foundation for practicing black magic. As one of the few people around the little prince, Lasmika was one of the few who knew that he had a talent for black magic. The rest were Brando, Princess Graphine, Amandina, and the Roman lady. Princess Graphine had always been worried about her brother's talent for black magic. After all, this talent was at most a little troublesome for ordinary people, but for the royal family, it meant that it would be a lifelong secret. However, Brando advised her that the power itself depended on the kind of person who held it. Instead of blindly suppressing it, it was better to properly guide it, especially to let the little prince understand the meaning of the power he held so that he could properly treat his power. Amandina was one of the few people around Brando who had a complete and systematic learning experience of magic, from the personal teaching of Cypher's chief court wizard, Garlock after the Battle of Ampere Seal. She was also his aide, so this secret was not hidden from her from the beginning. In fact, Amandina often acted as the little prince's teacher when they were in Tonajal. As for the Shire, it was for the same reason. However, as a gold-ranked wizard who was close to elemental manifestation, the Shire was obviously not suitable to teach a beginner like the little prince. Besides, he had many students around him, and this kind of secret was not suitable to be kept in his mage tower. Among the few of them, only Lysimika was an exception. However, this scheming woman served the little prince day and night, and it was too easy for her to extract any secrets from the innocent little prince. So after threatening the woman, Brando simply threw the job of teaching the little prince to her. At least this woman had an outstanding mind and was cautious. This job, which required keeping secrets, was just right for her. Besides, at least so far, Brando had not found anything unusual about her. When they reached the 3rd stage of this magic practice, a small fluctuation suddenly appeared, and then the magic ripples between the two instantly disappeared without a trace. Haruz blushed a little and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was distracted. Lysimika listened to the rapid sound of the bell coming from outside and smiled. It's okay, Don't worry about it. If you want to go out and take a look, you can continue practicing later. Haruz nodded vigorously. He had been disturbed by the sound of the bell for a long time. Although he was well-behaved and obedient, he was still a child after all. He was very curious and wanted to go out and see what was going on. Medusa narrowed her eyes as she watched the little guy rush out of the door. Then she raised her head and glanced outside with her prismatic pupils. The changes in the outer sea have already affected the surface world. I don't know how much longer it will take. She muttered to herself as she looked out the window at the panicked scene of the whole city and the panicked crowd on the streets. She lowered her head, and a bright gemstone appeared in her hand at some point. The gemstone was shining brightly, and it seemed to be nurturing a deep blue brilliance inside. In just a moment, Lysimika closed her palm and put the gemstone into her palm. The dazzling brilliance seemed to only exist in the room for a moment before it returned to darkness. She sighed faintly. Ash-tip, eaten my god Tiamat. Haruz ran out of a long corridor, and before he walked out of the door, he first saw a young lady running out of the door in another direction. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and hurriedly shouted, "Miss Roman!" The merchant lady seemed to be startled and hurriedly looked around with a guilty conscience. When she turned back and saw the little guy, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said, "Haruz, why did you run out?" Haruz was suddenly at a loss for words. He even forgot to mention that the other party didn't respectfully address him as His Royal Highness. Lady Lysimika agreed to let me out for safety reasons. Brando did not arrange for the little prince to stay in the Baron's castle. Instead, he found a place for him and Lysimika to stay in Fathom Harbor with the witches. This way, if anything happened, Babasha, Sugarpot, and White Mist could protect His Royal Highness, and there would be no need to worry about the worst happening. But before he could finish speaking, the Roman grabbed his arm and pulled him over. The merchant lady made a threatening gesture at him, and at the same time put her finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, don't make any noise. White Mist is working, you know. Don't disturb other people's work." Brando said that this is basic courtesy, understand? Haruz instinctively felt that something was wrong, but with his temperament, he couldn't say what was wrong. He stammered and didn't know how to answer. Miss Roman, did something happen outside?" he asked hesitantly. "I don't know. The daughter of the Prime Minister seems to be summoning the bishops in the city. I don't know what she wants to do," the Roman said as she dragged the little prince out of the door. "Anyway, let's not stay here for now. Do you want to know what happened?" The little prince nodded passively, although he deeply suspected that even if he didn't nod, his teacher's fiancé would pretend not to see it. "Well, I'll take you to see it. You must remember to say more good things about me in front of Brando," the Roman quickly added, thinking that she was clever. Haruz had no idea how to deal with this kind of conversation outside of the situation, but after he was dragged out of the door, he immediately saw some strange movements in the direction of the harbor. He quickly called out, "Miss Roman, look over there." "Ha!" The Roman was slightly stunned. The merchant lady naturally didn't care about what happened outside at all. Anyway, even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. For a short person like her, there was no need to worry at all. It was just that she was forced to deal with the relationship between the witches in this place by White Mist. She was already on the verge of collapse. She felt that her head seemed to be bigger than usual. It was not easy to seize the opportunity to escape, so naturally, she wanted to seize the time to breathe in the free air. However, when she heard Haruz's exclamation, she raised her head and saw that in the spaceport of Fathom Harbor, Valhalla's fleet had actually started moving. Silver warships were sailing out to sea, leaving their berths and heading towards the airspace outside the port to start forming up in formation. "Huh," she said softly. "Is the war about to start?" Chapter 1028. Under a tall and slender silver tree, Yuta put away the communication crystal under everyone's expectant eyes. The young men immediately asked, "How was it, Captain? What did the Lord say?" The beautiful female mercenary captain flipped her fiery red hair and smiled casually. "What else could it be? Of course, the Lord agreed with my plan. These cruise people are sneakily controlling the undead. They must be up to no good. They have been hiding in Ovchin for a long time. Maybe it has something to do with this secret. How could the Lord let go of such a good opportunity?" She looked at her subordinates with her emerald green eyes. "How was it? How could my judgment be wrong? You guys still have a lot to learn.
Yes, yes, yes. Captain, you know the Lord best. But Captain, the Lord is much younger than you.
What did you say?
Yuta narrowed her eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone.
Nothing. Nothing. Does the Lord have any instructions? The young men hurriedly denied.
Yuta snorted from her nose and replied with a serious face. The Lord gave us the task to delay these cruise people. It is best not to let them pass through the Golden Needle Valley before evening.
Wow, this mission is not easy. This is an army. How can we hold them back with just the few of us? One of the young magi exclaimed exaggeratedly. But this is not an ordinary army. In fact, this army is controlled by only a few people. The lowest-level skeleton soldiers have no intelligence. They can only follow orders instinctively.
The young knight called Mare thought carefully and said, So we only need to delay the people who control these skeletons.
That is not simple.
The young wizard shook his head and pointed out the problem. There are dozens of knights.
Each of them is strong in martial arts. Except for the captain, who dares to say that he can challenge any one of them one-on-one? Not to mention that they have more people than us. Taking a step back, the other commanders aren't fools either. When have you ever seen an army that needs to stop and wait for the scouts to finish fighting?
As long as they send a portion of their men to drive us away, the army can still continue to advance. These words were quite reasonable, and the other young knights all nodded their heads in agreement.
Jana also frowned. The beautiful female mercenary leader originally wanted to show her identity and lure the other party to drive them away to delay time. But now she realized that there seemed to be a loophole in this plan. She had thought of the problem too simply. The number of Kurlut's knights on the other side was not many, but they were several times more than them. It was completely possible to divide a group of people to drive them away. How about this?
Mare's eyes suddenly lit up.
He waved his hand to let the others focus on him. We can scare them.
The young magus snorted and shook his head. Scared?
Mir, I can forgive your ignorance since you haven't systematically studied wizardry. But you should know that these low-ranked undead without intelligence are immune to fear.
Shut up!
Yuta could not stand this subordinate of hers anymore.
She reached out and hit the back of his head. Mare was born in Viro.
He knows more about the undead than you do. Listen to him.
Mare looked at the young wizard who was holding his head and looking at him innocently.
He smiled kindly and continued, Crew is right. If this army is the undead of Madara, it will be difficult for us to scare them. But the ones controlling them are the Crew's people.
I understand, the young wizard interrupted. You want to scare those who control the skeletons.
If that's the case, it will work.
But you should have explained it earlier. He wanted to continue, but Yuta glared at him fiercely.
He could only reluctantly swallow the second half of the sentence back into his stomach.
Yuta turned her head. Mare, tell me, what is your plan?
Mare nodded and took a step back. He picked up a few stones and placed a simple map on the ground. He was a top student of the Royal Knight Academy. Making a temporary battle map was not difficult for him. In just a few moments, a simple map of the Golden Needle Valley appeared in front of everyone. The young wizards were stunned. Even Yuta could not help but touch the tip of her chin. She was a little envious. Sigh, I want to go to the Royal Knight Academy to further my studies. But I don't know if the princess will accept me. Mir chuckled. I remember when I was in a war history class, the famous general of Kurlutz, Marshal Raphael, once said that there are two types of hunters with the sharpest senses on the battlefield. The first type is a veteran general who has been through hundreds of battles and has an incomparable wealth of experience. This type of person can accurately sniff out an opportunity through the abnormalities of the ever-changing battlefield. The so-called drill book is nothing more than the essence of the veteran general's lifetime of experience. It can be said that it's a kind of shortcut method, but for someone like the commander who has real experience, it's useless. Wow, the young wizard exaggeratedly gave Mare a thumbs up. Mare, you are really good at flattery. But you probably don't know that our commander's best skill is to escape. Oh no, to turn around. Seeing Yuta's increasingly unfriendly expression, Crew quickly changed his words and tried to change the topic. By the way, what is the second kind of person that Marshal Raphael mentioned? Yuta was about to make a move, but when she heard this question, she could not help but feel a little curious. She knew that she was not a military genius. The only reason she walked the path of a mercenary was to make a living. That was why she decided to settle down after meeting Brando. In fact, sometimes she could not help but wish that she did not have so much trouble in ABs.
If it were not for Brando's kindness and the fact that he was the descendant of Darius, she might have chosen to leave long ago.
Being an ordinary person was not a bad thing. It would be even better if her sister was still around.
But the moment she put on the knight's armor, Yuta realized that she actually had a little ambition in her heart. Among the people around Brando, apart from the oldest group of war veterans, she was one of the oldest. Compared to the young people of the White Lion Guards, she was even more so. Perhaps it was because she felt the vitality of her youth from these young people that her heart settled down again. She was willing to accept the position that Brando had promised her. But she also understood that she came to this step not because of her ability, but because of the choice she made in AB's castle. Although Brando was a kind and soft-hearted person, she could not shamelessly take advantage of her seniority. But whenever there was an opportunity to learn, she could humbly ask for advice. This was also why she valued the opinion of a young man like Mare. Yuta was clear that Brando valued this batch of graduates from the Royal Knight Academy. Needless to say, Freya, Brando would try his best to give the graduates who were willing to enter the Valhalla fleet and the White Lion Guards a chance to show off their talents. Although it was not mentioned on the surface, it was also secretly arranged by Brando for Mare to become her personal knight. One had to know that she was now a high-ranking officer by Brando's side, and the personal night guards by her side must be trustworthy and reliable.
Moreover, Brando would often sigh to these seniors in private, saying that Tonagel's reputation was still not high enough. Most of the graduates from the Royal Knight Academy in this batch chose to go to the old White Lion Legion in the north instead of going south to join the White Lion Guards. The meaning behind his words was that it was a pity. In fact, after spending some time together, Yuta could not help but sigh at her lord's foresight.
The few youths who came from the Royal Knight Academy by her side were all good people. Although there were not many as outstanding as Mare, the rest were far better than the so-called outstanding nobles she had seen before.
Sometimes, she was even a little confused. Why was her lord always one step ahead of the others?
She had followed Brando for a long time, and she was very clear that Brando had almost no time to understand this batch of graduates from the Royal Knight Academy.
How did he know that there were so many talents in this batch? Could it be that all the graduates of the Knight Academy in the past were heroes and extraordinary? But Yuta herself felt that this idea was a little unreliable. After all, if that was true, Erwin would not be the way he was today. Of course, this was also a misconception of this beautiful mercenary.
In fact, even though Brando knew that the average standard of this batch of graduates was much higher than their peers, it was still not to the extent that all of them were heroes.
However, those who chose to join the White Lion Guards or even the Tonagel fleet were mostly courageous and adventurous young men. These people were more confident in themselves, which was why they trusted their own foresight and did not follow the crowd. Therefore, it was reasonable for their average standard to be higher. After listening to Kru's words, Mare's eyes revealed a look of yearning. He replied, "The second type of people are the so-called geniuses. As long as these people stand on the battlefield, it is as if they were born for this stage. The so-called experience and rules do not apply to them at all. Their every action is like the actions of a lunatic in the military. It is just like how Flame King Gretel attacked the famous heavy cavalry of the Myrnas head-on in the Canuck Hills. If it were anyone else, it would be suicidal. But Gretel was able to successfully create a miracle in one fell swoop. This is not because he is blessed by the goddess of luck, but because of his courage and genius sense of smell. This sense of smell and inspiration is innate, and it is impossible to learn and imitate. To put it simply, it is impossible for ordinary people to learn."
The young magus rolled his eyes in annoyance.
"Something like that."
Mare was very serious.
"Such a famous general is hard to come by in 100 years. A genius like the Flame King has not appeared since the War of the Holy Saints."
He paused for a moment before he mustered up his courage and continued, "But I may have seen this potential in someone."
He can always turn the impossible into the possible. This is one of the reasons why I came to this place." "You mean his lordship?" The young magus almost jumped up.
He shook his head and said, "That is impossible.
His lordship is very powerful, but that is in other aspects. In terms of war, I think Lady Metasha is much better than him." Yuta also felt that it was a little ridiculous. Compared to these young magi, she was more familiar with Brando.
Of course, she knew that her lordship was very good at commanding small-scale battles.
Of course, that was only in her opinion.
But in terms of large-scale battles, perhaps his lordship's foresight was always very good, but compared to the Flame King, he was still a far cry. He was the most talented person born 1,000 years ago. Among the 4 sages, Gretel's background was the most ordinary, but his achievements were the highest. The strength of the other 3 sages was about the same. Alanta was slightly stronger, but compared to the Flame King Gretel, she was still a far cry. Saint Tassol, the Wind Empress, was the most confident in her swordsmanship, but she had to admit that Gretel's talent in swordsmanship was unsurpassed by anyone in the past 1,000 years. In terms of military command, he left the other 3 sages in the dust. Alanta did not know how to command at all, and Fanzan was not far behind. Although Saint Tassol had the ability to command, it was limited to that. In the fierce war 1,000 years ago, there were only 2 main characters who participated in the battle. One was the Flame King Gretel, and the other was the Silver Elf. These 2 protagonists perfectly interpreted Raphael's words. Mare saw that the others clearly did not believe him, but he only smiled faintly and did not refute. These days, he got along well with his companions and his immediate superior, Yuta. He did not want to argue with his colleagues over such trivial matters, not to mention that they had important matters to attend to. Seeing Mare's expression, Yuta seemed to have reacted. She shook her head and said, "I didn't expect you to think so highly of his lordship." "Well, Mare, do well. I will recommend you to his lordship when I have time." "Really?" "Of course." Yuta was very dissatisfied that her words were questioned. "But for now, let's talk about your plan." The young knight did not seem to notice that the female mercenary's pride had been hurt. He was a little excited and pointed at the stone on the ground. Chapter 10:29. The dim candlelight spread in the direction of the curtain. At the end of the light was a beauty that seemed to be carved out of ice. The face that emerged from the darkness was like the snow fairy described in the myths, but the straight nose and chin seemed to be carved with a chisel. Every line was delicate and clear. She was looking at a young man in front of her, and there was an occasional flash of blue light in the depths of her eyes. The young man was sitting on a dusty wooden crate. His brows were furrowed, and one of his hands was propped up on his cheek. His elbow was on his thigh, and he was unconsciously using his polished riding boots to grind the glass shards scattered in the dust. The sharp shards shone in the candlelight like pearls in the gravel. "Greta, you seem to be impatient." The woman's voice seemed to come from the abyss of nightmares. It was like a bone-piercing icy wind that froze everything in its path. It made a crisp rustling sound that would make a mortal's hair stand on end. But the young man called Greta was not a mortal. To be exact, he was a dead man. The dead did not feel cold because they did not have any body temperature. Upon hearing the question, Greta looked up and stared at the Queen of Banshees with a dark red soul fire that was like surging blood. He then showed an elegant smile. This smile was better than the smile on the face of the most cultured and elegant human gentleman. It was just that it appeared incongruously on a bloodless, cold, and stiff face. But it did not feel strange at all. Instead, it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. "It's not like you don't know, Madame Yalvit. I didn't want to come to this god-forsaken place from the beginning. People often say that the undead have the least style because they always stay in those lifeless places. And this place is 100 times more tasteless than the most tasteless undead. May I ask, don't you feel bored staying in this place?" The future imperial sword of Madara, known as the strongest sword saint after Darius, spread out his hands and asked. "I don't feel bored, nor do I feel bored. That kind of thing has no meaning to me, but I know you're not worried about that, but about the person you're about to meet." Yalvit coldly replied. "That's right. That's because he's the master of this place. An existence that's even more terrifying than a place that's 100 times more tasteless than the most tasteless undead is the master of this place. I hope that he doesn't become complacent about his masterpiece. That would be even more terrifying. Actually, what do you have to worry about? I've seen that person before. Before he died, we met once. At that time, he was also a mortal, but his bloodline was more noble. He was a Myurna, that's all. How many years have you lived, lady? I thought you should ask, how many years have you been dead? All right, just pretend I didn't say anything." The young man had no choice but to ask, "Have you really seen that person?" Yalvit nodded. "About 1,200 years ago, I met him once in the Yas Bay. But at that time,
We were both in a hurry. I know who he is, but he doesn't know who I am. How was he at that time? Was he as scary as the rumors say?
Are you afraid of him?
The Queen of Banshees asked. Don't tell me that I'm not afraid of him? Greta was slightly startled. She couldn't help but lower her head to check her appearance, trying to figure out what she was doing wrong.
You look scared, but the undead can't feel real fear. What a failure. The young man sighed.
He's a prophet. He witnessed the fall of the empire with his own eyes. For 1,000 years, he watched as his people declined, were exiled, and were forgotten by Martha. He watched as everything that was once glorious disappeared into nothingness. The wind and sand buried the relics of an era behind history. But he was indifferent. Does he not have power?
No, the legends say that he has the power to destroy the world.
In Mardos, his position is second only to the Dark Dragon. No, maybe even higher. It's just that no one knows about it. As long as he makes a move, the 4 sages have no chance of winning. But he was indifferent. What is he thinking? What are you thinking?
Yalvit looked at Greta in surprise.
These things have nothing to do with you. I'm thinking that such a person must be keeping a secret. This secret can answer all the questions. That person asked us to come here. Doesn't that prove it? Greta said excitedly. I thought you wouldn't be so curious.
How boring, madam.
But I admire you for keeping your mouth shut.
The Queen of Banshees stared at the dead man with her blue eyes until the latter flinched.
Well, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Anyway, I think a person like you who has lived for thousands or even hundreds of years definitely knows something, Greta said helplessly. But I've been thinking about a question for a long time. During the war 60 years ago, all the countries should have seen something corresponding to it. How could they remain indifferent until now? Did something happen during this period that even we don't know about?
What? What I mean is, Greta suddenly stood up and gestured.
Don't you think it's ridiculous?
Yalvit looked at her in confusion. Greta scratched his hair, which was as messy as hay, and explained, why didn't they settle the matter once and for all?
Why did they leave all the conflicts until today?
I mean, Her Majesty the Queen of the Kurlutzians.
If I remember correctly, during the Second Holy War, the dragons and the Bugas should have been present. They could have handled the matter perfectly, but they chose to remain indifferent and even encourage the development of the situation.
If it weren't for them, where would Her Majesty the Queen of today be?
Yalvit frowned slightly, as if she had no interest in this. Maybe they were happy to see it happen, or maybe they were confused. You have to understand that since 1,000 years ago, the 4 holy cathedrals have been on the side of justice. This justice is not the justice that they preach, nor is it hypocritical. If they can't stand on this point, they will lose their morals. Just like the Holy Cathedral of Fire today, whether it's the priests and bishops of the new church or the old church, they can still perform magic and gain power from the golden flame. This shows that the morals in their hearts are not skewed. It's just that their standpoints are different. You seem to know their doctrines very well? Greta's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. But Yalvit shook her head impatiently and denied it. If you were to witness the history of the 4 holy cathedrals from the birth of the 4 holy cathedrals to today, you would also understand more. Greta showed an expression that was uglier than crying. My lady, although I understand that you are very qualified to say this, can you not always talk about this? It's hurting my self-confidence. Experience can make a person incomparably wise, and time has not left the slightest trace on you. Instead, it has increased your glory and charm. I know that this is very enviable, but if you keep showing off like this, I won't be able to stand it. Yalvit did not say a word in response to Greta's words. Apparently, she was already used to the way this young person spoke. The latter did not get a response from her, but he was not discouraged at all. He continued, but I agree with you. Perhaps they are also very confused, but if Her Majesty is the destined hero, then what is there for them to be confused about? Some things have not happened yet, and no one can say whether it is right or wrong. In other words, there is another possibility?
The Queen of Banshees suddenly turned her head and asked coldly, what are you trying to say?
Nothing.
Greta smiled.
It's just a theory. Speaking of which, you should have seen the real heroes, right? For example, the 4 wise ones, Lady Yalvit?
More or less. In that era, I have heard some of their legends, but I have never seen them in person.
What about the Flame King?
He is a little special. That young man is filled with infinite possibilities.
Those bards used miracles to describe his life. It is quite appropriate. In that case, the Flame King is indeed a legend.
Greta asked again.
Lady Yalvit, do you think there is anyone in this world who can truly foresee the future?
There is one where you are.
No.
Greta shook her head and said, that person's foresight of the future is at most a kind of revelation.
Prophets can see strange scenes from the revelation. These scenes are chaotic, but they are only a corner of the future. They can see these fragments, but they are powerless to change them.
What I am saying is, if someone can see the future and change it, unless the person you are talking about is a god. It is said that in the ancient era, only the gods had such an ability.
Yalvit replied coldly.
After hearing this, Greta did not say anything else and lowered her head to think.
After a short while, a huge dusty door in front of the two suddenly made a creaking sound, and then slowly opened to both sides. There was no one behind the huge door, as if it had its own consciousness and automatically welcomed guests from afar.
Yalvit and Greta both raised their heads at the same time and saw a hunchbacked old man slowly walking out from the darkness behind the door. This old man was wearing a long robe and holding an ordinary wooden staff.
He trembled as he walked, like a candle in the wind. At any time, he would run out of oil. But when Tarek saw him, he could not help but stand in awe. Some people were sung in legends, but some people were legends themselves. Just like this old man in front of him. As early as an era ago, his stories were as numerous as the stars in Woned. His name, whether it was 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, was enough to shock anyone. Although it was just the name of an ordinary Myrna person, it did not even need to be described in words. It had already reverberated in the darkness. Even Greta could not help bowing her head deeply under the gaze of that pair of onyx eyes. However, only Yvette was still standing tall and proud. The light of the sun streaked across the sky to the west of Metz. It did not stop for a moment because of anyone's attention. It was like a burning meteor, falling at an unstoppable speed to the end of the western sea and sky of the continent. When a certain period of time passed, the silver woodland was no longer sunny. Instead, it was dyed with a layer of light red glow.
Dusk was faintly discernible in the western horizon, and the stars were like diamond powder embellished on the light purple background of the sunset. The White Legion Knights were escorting the undead army through the last part of the Golden Needle Valley. The Knight Captain Ruoli looked up at the sky. The time was just right. Although the valley had long been empty, the mountain people had continued to migrate north. The south of the Latch of Wa had attracted the attention of the incompetent nobles of Fathom Port, but no one was willing to spend the night in this forest full of strange legends, especially with such a large number of skeletons. Although they were the bravest knight, most of the legends in this forest came from the creepy stories of the mountain people. Those legends from the previous era were full of awe-inspiring mysteries. He raised his hand and made a gesture to the knight beside him. The last part of the valley was in front of them. The slowly rising and falling ridge formed a narrow pass. It was the most complicated area in the area, and it was also very suitable for an ambush. Although this place had long been deserted, out of a cautious nature, he felt that it would be safer to send out scouts to investigate according to Cruz's military instructions. Maruoli deeply understood this point. The reason why the Duke had chosen him to carry out this important mission was because of his cautious nature. This kind of character was a little too indecisive for a commander, but it was suitable for the current situation. After all, he had never thought that he would be promoted to a higher rank. The Knight Captain was already a position that he was satisfied with in the Empire. The Knight Captain was his personal guard. He quickly understood what he meant and set off on his horse. Maruoli noticed that when the dragon passed through the forest, it did not startle any birds. This was not a good sign, and it made him frown deeply. Sure enough, after a short while, he heard his personal guard roaring, followed by the sound of men and horses. With his many years of experience, he could even distinguish the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Ambush! The knight's voice and the voice in his mind sounded at the same time. Chapter 10:30. At dusk, the forest was filled with people screaming and horses neighing. The roars of the land dragons resounded through the forest as if a huge monster was fighting in the forest. It was unsettling. The land dragon knight of the White Legion felt as if arrows were flying towards them from all directions.
They did not know how many people were hiding in the dark, so they had no choice but to retreat. The setting sun shone over the long ridge and into the valley. The sky and earth were orange-red. Yuta's flame-like hair was dazzling under the setting sun. After shooting a few arrows consecutively, she saw that the crew's night vanguard had begun to retreat. She immediately ordered the young wizard beside her. "Quick, follow the plan." "Commander, you have to let me take a break." Crew was so tired that sweat was flowing down his forehead like a waterfall. He could not help but complain loudly. "Do you think this kind of large-scale illusion is easy to use? Not to mention there are 2 of them. Cut the crap. This is an order. If you can't do it, I'll cut your head off." Crew could not help but curse in his heart. He did not care that the person who came up with this plan was Mare, whom he had praised before. However, he still used his fastest speed to recite the spell. He waved the staff in his hand and a hazy army suddenly appeared under his command. It was like the mountain fog had gathered out of thin air. In the fog, people were screaming and horses were neighing, outlining the outline of a cavalry that was ready to go. Crew trembled as he maintained the staff in his hand. The army also ran parallel to the retreating crew's knight through the forest and attacked the flanks of the large army. The distance was at least 200 or 300 meters, through the thick forest, and the light was dim. The panicked Kurlut's knights did not have much time to confirm the authenticity of the cavalry. When they saw the cavalry coming towards their side, they were scared out of their wits. There was obviously a large army in front of them, and if they let the cavalry outflank them and cut off their retreat, then they would all die here. Although they were escorting a few thousand skeletons, this thing actually had no combat power, unless the number was really tens of thousands. Madara's skeleton soldiers on the battlefield were counted in units of tens of thousands. In order to avoid detection, they were only escorting a batch of this skeleton army. If the tens of thousands of skeletons were here, then it would be more like it. The leading knight did not hesitate and immediately shouted a warning to the other side of the forest. At the same time, he took out a signal flare from the bag under the saddle. He raised his hand and activated the magic runes in it. Bang! A dazzling signal flare was shot into the air. The red and dazzling light slowly rose into the sky above the valley, like a bunch of fireworks, blooming in the air. Knight Marjolie's head was raised, and the eye-catching light was reflected in his eyes. Dozens of his personal knights did the same thing. Everyone was looking up at the sky, but Marjolie reacted in a moment. He immediately turned his head, waved his hand and roared, "There's an ambush! Back to back, get into formation. Argian, Pierre, get the skeletons to move and guard against the cavalry." As the frontline legion of the crew's empire, the performance of the Knight of the White Legion could be said to be perfect. They did not panic at all. It was as if they moved in an instant and formed a circular formation. The huge ground dragons were tamed by these excellent riders. One by one, they lowered their bodies so that they could lay their spears flat. With a light whoosh, a row of spears was erected in the forest. The knights who were called out stepped out of the crowd and began to organize the skeletons. In fact, they did not need to do anything. The undead had no morale in the first place, and they would not panic because of a surprise attack. Under the command of the commander, the skeletons quickly tightened their formation and gathered in rows to guard against the possible attack of the cavalry. The knights who were in charge of organizing the skeletons realized that their only role was to be the flag bearers and mark the position of each column of skeletons on the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, an orderly and strict formation had appeared in the forest. Seeing this scene from afar, the young men from Erewhon were obviously surprised. Even the person who came up with the plan, Mare himself, was no exception. It was important to know that in a war, making a battle plan was only one aspect. Whether the script went according to the plan or not was another aspect. This was related to many factors, and it was not something that could be solved by relying on geniuses. For example, some commanders were cautious, and some were reckless. In a situation where the enemy was unknown, many situations on the battlefield could only be decided by Lady Martha. At this time, the young knight on Erewhon's side could not help but shout in their hearts, "Martha bless us. Don't relax, this won't last long." Yuta was, after all, a mercenary commander. At this time, she did not forget to pour cold water on the young men who were getting carried away. Later on, there will be a bloody battle. How long you can delay this crew's army depends on your ability. However, the young men were obviously a little excited. They thought that Cruz was just Uzzo,
and did not listen to her words. Yuta knew what they were thinking and could not help but sigh. In fact, she was not optimistic about the upcoming battle. Cruz's army's performance was better than she expected. These foreign knights' performance was not comparable to that of an ordinary army. Even the white lion guards that she had seen in Tanajil might not be as strong as this. Cruz was Cruz. The spirit of the empire was not something a small country like Erewhon could compare to. However, she also knew that this was not the time to persuade them. She would not do anything that would hurt their morale. She just did not know how many of these young men would survive. She looked at Mare's side. The young man from the Wangli Knight Academy was also frowning slightly, but overall, he was much less worried than she was. At least Cruz's army had begun to move. It was not easy to change the formation on the battlefield. Even if they realized that something was wrong, it would take them at least 10 minutes to make a new decision. Plus the time to rearrange the formation, it was more than enough to delay them here for an hour. However, that was not enough. They had to use the terrain to delay these knights as long as possible. Yuta glanced at the setting sun. She only hoped that the sun would set soon. After sunset, it would not be easy for Cruz's army to figure out how many people were in the forest. In fact, when the vanguard knight of the White Legion rushed out of the forest, Mary and the knights around him had already noticed that something was wrong. Unlike the knights who ran back in a hurry, they could calmly judge the current situation. Mary was worried about how many people were in front of them and which side they were from. Was it the army of the nobles in Ludwig? Or the Black Legion? Or the army in Fat Tan Port? He was thinking about this question until the rumbling of hooves sounded in the forest. Hooves. Knight Mary was slightly startled. He thought that it was light cavalry. This was not surprising. In this kind of terrain, it was easier for light cavalry to spread out than light cavalry. For example, his land dragon knight could only passively defend. However, the problem was that the sound of hooves was too dense. For a veteran knight like him, it was like an instinct. He could judge the direction of the enemy, the approximate size of the enemy, and even the speed and other factors from the sound of the hooves and footsteps. Although it was not very accurate, it was not a problem to guess the general situation. The familiarity of war had long seeped into the blood of these professional knights, and Maruli quickly realized where the problem was. Such a dense sound of horse hooves meant that there was at least one light cavalry unit in a dense formation in the forest that was rapidly advancing. This was too illogical. At this time, the cleric beside him reminded him, "Mr. Knight, look at the cavalry in the forest." A cleric who looked to be at most in his 20s pointed in the direction of the forest and said to him, "That cavalry does not look real. It is very likely that it is an illusion created by magic." Mary was not familiar with magic, but this sentence was enough for him. He immediately realized that he had been fooled. That cavalry is fake. Be careful of the enemy's tricks. He shouted angrily. Before he could finish his words, the army that had broken through the fog dissipated with a loud bang. Just like the fog that had dispersed, they disappeared into nothingness in the forest. At this time, everyone understood that it was a false alarm. Oh! Beside Yuta and the others, Crew could not help but scream. He shouted in shame and anger, "The spell has failed. Someone has dispelled my spell." He looked like he had just been fished out of the water. His whole body was wet, but it was dripping with sweat. After casting these two spells, he was completely unable to move. He leaned on the silver tree beside him and gasped for breath. "It's okay. It's not your fault. Crew, you did a good job." They should have realized that it was the cleric who dispelled the spell. Yuta comforted him and said, "Next, you should hide in a corner and recover your magic. Don't get close to the battlefield. We will attract their attention." Although Crew was very weak, he could not help but jump up when he heard this sentence. Although he had been cursing before, he was very clear that the next battle would be the most dangerous. If they wanted to delay the cavalry of Cruz, they not only had to make the other side not know how many people they had, but they also had to make the other side feel the pain. This would definitely be a tough battle. Maybe they would pay the price of blood and life. Anyone here could die here, and of course, he was no exception. "I want to be with you. Don't you think you can leave me behind?" he retorted loudly. The first priority of a wizard on the battlefield is to protect yourself. The beautiful female mercenary captain swung her head, her red hair spreading out like flames. She smiled at the young magus and said, "This." Cruz suddenly found that almost all of his companions were on the captain's side. He could not help but stare and said, "You." But before he could finish his words, he felt someone hit him from behind. His vision turned black, and he suddenly fell down. Mare reached out and caught him, then raised his head and gave Yuta a look. "We need someone to send a message to the Lord. This task will be given to him. Go and put a magic mark on the tree." Mir nodded, turned around, and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, Yuta pulled out her sword and said to the young knight in front of her indifferently, "Don't look at me with such a tragic expression. We are not going to die."
What are you afraid of? What are you looking forward to?
Before today, have you ever thought that you would gallop on the land of the Cruz Empire and fight with the White Legion, the #1 opponent in the world? Some of you may die here, but no one dares to laugh at you because your opponent is so strong and respectable. But if you succeed, then after today, your name will be known throughout the land of Wonde. The young men's eyes shone brightly. The burning flame was the determination of a gambler, and the endless desire and pursuit of victory. Remember your titles. We are the White Lion Guards. It was the Lord who gave you this name. He has never failed, and you will be the same. The female mercenary commander's sword drew a shining arc under the setting sun and pointed forward. It was like a straight line of faith, indestructible and shining brightly. "Follow me. Let this lion bare its claws." The young knight roared and shouted in unison, "Fight for Erewhon! Glory in our bodies, glory in our swords." Under the setting sun, the mountains seemed to be in eternal sleep. Sir Mary made his own judgment at the first moment. There couldn't be too many enemies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be deliberately mystifying. The other party's purpose was obviously to try to keep him here. This was not an ambush, but an interception. But the problem was how many people were involved in the interception. If there weren't too many, then he could choose to force his way through. But if there were too many, then he might break his head and bleed. He suddenly fell into hesitation. The empty valley in front of the Kurlutzians was like an open bloody mouth, full of the unknown and uneasiness. "Sir Knight, it's time for you to make a decision." After the crowd separated, a middle-aged man in a long robe came out from behind and said to Sir Mary, "The people in front are obviously stalling for time. They may be waiting for reinforcements. We can't stay here for too long." Sir Mary looked back at the man. The man's face was as pale as a vampire's, and he was so thin that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow him away. Sir Mary looked back at the man and glanced at the dark crystal ring on his finger. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Archmage Unsairai. We will definitely send you safely to the Latch of Wa." The man smiled contemptuously and said, "You don't have to call me Archmage. I know my own identity very well. I'm not trying to urge you to do anything, but I just want to remind you that we still don't know which side the people in front of us are from. In such a situation, it's best to make a decision quickly to avoid any more trouble." Sir Mary nodded slowly and looked at his knight. "Let's test the waters." "Wait. What now?" Sir Mary's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. "It's better to let my skeletons do it. It's not worth it to waste the noble knights of the Empire on probing. My subordinates were originally used for this purpose, so it can be considered a worthy death." The man rubbed his ring and answered slowly. Sir Mary was very angry that the man compared human life with the word worth. But he knew that the man meant well, so he relaxed a little and nodded. Chapter 1031. Some things were easier said than done. That was why there were so many empty talkers in the world. On the battlefield, people would tell themselves that as long as they could overcome their fear of death, they would be able to face their fear easily. However, when the blade was about to touch their heads, they would often be able to understand the lightness of the Grim Reaper's footsteps from the indifferent eyes of the enemy. Your head would fall to the ground, and the world would spin in front of your eyes. Finally you would fall into dust. The battlefield would be filled with darkness and decay. The symbol that represented your existence, your name, your status, your beliefs, and your family, would be reduced to nothingness under this sword. After that, there would be no beginning or end. No one would know what the world after death would be, because it might not exist. The mountains, rivers, forests, and plains would still be the same color. The sun, the moon, and the stars would still move side by side.
The place where you left the world would be filled with white flowers and green grass, but you would not be able to feel all of this again. Before a catastrophe, fear would seep into your bones, and then your heart would be bitterly cold. Although Yuta was not a fledgling who had just stepped onto the battlefield, even though in the south of Erewhon, the war between the nobles was full of small skirmishes, but as a mercenary, she had also experienced life and death several times. When a person experienced death and bathed in blood on the battlefield, there would be a complete transformation. Some veterans who walked out of the battlefield believed that it was because the person who had experienced all of this had released the beast in their heart. Yuta did not know what the beast in her heart was. At this moment, she only felt an unprecedented seriousness. This kind of seriousness was the same as many years ago when she was alone and holding a long sword to face the bandits that appeared in the wilderness of Shabnuo Mountain. The cold wind blew away the sweat on her forehead, and her fiery red hair stuck to both sides of her forehead. However, she did not feel it at all. Her 5 fingers were tightly clenched on the sword. This sword was once given to her by the young lord. The red crystal on the hammer emitted a deep light under the night sky. The tension in her heart came from the heavy responsibility. This responsibility came from the control of the fate of others. She was afraid that her decision would send these outstanding young people to their deaths. Although they had already disregarded life and death, who could guarantee that what they did was really meaningful? Would she be able to live up to the trust in their eyes? Although Yuta had already become the leader, she was unable to answer these 2 questions. She did not know that she was already standing at a crossroad. Countless people had stood at this crossroad. At this crossroad, human nature had to overcome cowardice. Some people chose to retreat, but even more people hit their heads and bled. They became cold, heartless, ignorant, and arrogant. Only a few people could truly see their own hearts and take that crucial step to become the best commanders. This was a choice on the battlefield. On this square chessboard, the chess pieces had the courage of the chess pieces, and the chess players had to have the courage of the chess players. The mountain wind blew through the treetops, making a soft rustling sound, as if it was mocking the meaningless killing in the mortal world. The gods had left long ago, but only their children were left to hurt each other. The battlefield was littered with broken bones. The eerie white bones were buried between the rocks. A few black steel longswords were stabbed into the soft soil. If it were not for the black rose flag fluttering in the night wind, Yuta would almost think that this was the battlefield of Grimoires. There was no doubt that there had just been a battle here. The invaders were skeletons controlled by crews. She ordered Mare to mercilessly crush these enemies. Compared with the Madara army in the Silverman Valley, these undead were not worth mentioning at all. The battle ended quickly, and the necromancers did not have the ability to use the skeletons' vision to investigate. Besides, the skeletons had no vision to speak of. Therefore, they were likely not exposed yet. But this was nothing to be happy about, because the real challenge was yet to come. Everyone knew this in their hearts. This is a probing attack. The White Legion's knight is likely to follow behind. Yuta agreed with this view and nodded gently. Sure enough, 3 ghost-like white dragons and the White Legion's knight riding on them emerged from the forest. These people were obviously the vanguard of the knight regiment. The crew's side did not know how many enemies were lying in ambush behind the Silver Forest, so they were also carefully deploying their actions. Seeing that the crew's people were more cautious than expected, Yuta's eyes lit up. She immediately raised her sword and shouted in a low voice, "Charge!" She knew that she could not give the enemy too much time, lest they figured out the situation on her side. At this moment, there was no room for regret. Even if it was a mistake, she had to make it to the end. The short command contained a special kind of power. The young knight from Erewhon launched a strong attack like a flash of lightning. The wind in the mountain pass was always abnormally cold. The grass swayed between the rocks, and the gravel was blown by the wind. In the face of all this, the crew's people were shocked. Heavy cavalry always had an overwhelming advantage when facing light cavalry head-on. In the eyes of the crew's people, these people who were rushing towards them were crazy. But after all, they were professional soldiers. After a short moment of shock, they reacted quickly. They raised their spears and prepared to fight. This series of actions on the dragons was almost instinctive. Originally, these knights were the vanguard who came to investigate the enemy's ambush in any direction. If they found the enemy's ambush in any direction, they should immediately withdraw and inform the main force behind. But when they found that there were not many enemies, they thought that it was likely that they were the enemy's scouts. So, their first reaction was to meet the enemy. This series of judgments made them miss the best opportunity to distinguish between the truth and the truth. Although they did not think that they would lose, Yuta maintained her position in the charge.
She could already feel the oppressive feeling of the huge body of the dragon in front of her, especially when the distance between the two was getting closer and closer.
She could even see the huge, cold gray-brown eyes of the enemy, with vertical pupils that were characteristic of cold-blooded animals. A knight was sitting on the high and smooth back of the dragon.
She could not see the face of the cruise's person, but he was holding a 3-meter-long dragon spear and thrusting it towards her.
The depths of Yuta's jade-like eyes shrunk to a deep point. In the glittering light, the tip of the spear was reflected.
The tip of the spear pierced the neck of the warhorse, making a series of crisp sounds of bones breaking.
But before that, Yuta had instinctively jumped from the saddle. The warhorse fell under her feet, whining and rolling down the mountain stream. She passed by the dragon and grabbed the metal buckle on the opponent's saddle in mid-air. The cruise knight was a little surprised, but not too surprised. He pulled out his sword, the standard cavalry sword of the White Legion. It was longer than an elbow and a half, with a short blade and a thick blade.
There was a weight added to the blade, so when he swung the sword, it was like a curved black moon towards Yuta.
Most people could not change their direction in the air, but this was obviously an exception. Suddenly, a red sword appeared in Yuta's hand.
"Flame!" she shouted angrily, and a dazzling flame appeared on the tip of the sword.
The knight did not have time to react before he was engulfed in flames.
Ah! The knight let out a shrill scream, and the sword in his hand flew out towards Yuta.
Yuta dodged sideways, and the sword flew past her cheek.
Her weapon!
The knight's companions finally noticed the change in the battle. They tightened the reins, trying to turn their behemoths around to support their companions. But Yuta would not give them the chance.
"Mare, hold them back!" she shouted, and at the same time, she kicked the chest of the knight who was burned beyond recognition.
Because the dragon knight was fastened to the saddle with a belt, this kick only caused the knight to sway a little. That was enough. She had already landed firmly on the drake's back. She reached out and grabbed the knight's helmet, forcing him to tilt his head back to reveal the weakest part of his neck. Then, she slit his throat with her sword. Steaming hot blood spurted out, covering her gloves and wrists. Janna's expression did not change. She sheathed her sword and swung it hard, cutting off the leather straps on the knight's thighs and calves. Then, she tossed him off the drake's back as if he was trash. The remaining night crews could not help but be angry when he saw this scene.
He roared, "Damn it!"
They immediately left Mare and the others and turned to attack in this direction. Of course, this decision was not only driven by anger, because Yuta, who had seized the dragon, was now the biggest threat to them. The scout cavalry alone was not a threat to heavy knight like them, but the rider on the dragon's back was different. Not to mention that this woman had shown first-class strength. Moreover, she had a fantasy weapon in her hand.
In a battle of this level, this weapon was the power that could change the outcome of the battle. Samarari was quietly waiting for the results of the battle.
He did not know how many enemies there should be behind the forest. Judging from the previous performance, it should not be too many, but no one dared to guarantee that. War was not a gamble. Perhaps this was just a means to confuse them? Therefore, he carefully sent out a few vanguard teams and let the main force follow closely behind. The free time was just enough for the skeletons to regroup. The false alarm just now had wasted a lot of time. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He could not help but subconsciously look in the direction of the Latch Mountains. In that direction, a huge fireball was gradually sliding below the horizon. On one side of the dark blue sky, Wei Uetimus outlined a silvery white silhouette. It was not early anymore. He turned his head back a little anxiously. In front of him was a pitch-black sea of shining silver trees. In fact, it was not that thick. Fog had already started to form in the forest. Shadows flickered, and it was silent.
Only the rustling of footsteps echoed in his ears, as well as the heavy footsteps of the earth dragon.
The silent darkness was more like a terrifying monster, quietly waiting for its prey. Why hasn't anyone come back yet? He finally could not help but ask. This kind of silent and uneasy waiting was suffocating.
"The skeletons sent out are all gone," the middle-aged man dressed as a wizard said in a lower voice. "But they were not destroyed fast enough. The enemy may be really short of manpower.
But my people haven't come back yet.
Sir Mary frowned and replied. They probably won't come back, the middle-aged man replied with a frown. But we can't be held back here by them. He looked back and said, My servants are ready. It's time to give the order, Commander.
Sir Mary looked at the flickering forest again and hesitated for a moment. He knew that the middle-aged man was probably right.
The enemy dared to hold them back even though they were short of manpower, which meant that they were probably an elite force.
If that was the case, then the vanguard he sent out might really not come back. But if he guessed wrong, then a wrong order would bury the entire army here. Perhaps his own death would not be regretted, but if that secret fell into the enemy's hands, he could not help but shudder at the thought of it. But he could not stay still.
The feeling of uneasiness was still lingering in his heart.
On the other side of the forest, the last drake fell heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Beside the huge body of the drake, Yuta was bathed in blood. The two young men were also seriously injured. Only Mare was in a slightly better condition, but he was also injured. The battle did not last long, but for Yuta and the rest, it was a long battle. The White Legion Knight's strength was outstanding. Except for Yuta, even the most outstanding among the young men, Mare, was far behind.
If Yuta had not taken out one of the vanguard at the beginning and used the advantage of the weapon in her hand and the deterrence of the explosive crystal, they would have paid a heavy price even if they had taken down the vanguard cavalry in the end. Casualties were inevitable, and they might not have been able to stop the vanguard from reporting to the main force.
Fortunately, everything went well. Cruz's army was still moving very slowly, which at least meant that everything they had done so far was worth it. But after all, the delay was not endless.
It seemed that the commander of the Cruz army had finally made up his mind.
Mare squinted his eyes. He could already see the dense banners of the Cruz Knight Regiment behind the Silver Flash Forest slowly moving forward. Although the undead army behind them did not have any banners, they should be following closely behind. Perhaps they were even in front.
They're coming,
Mare replied a little dryly.
Although he had the determination to face death from the moment he became a knight, when he really waited until this moment, he realized that he might not be fully prepared.
It was not because of fear or cowardice, but because he was unwilling to accept the fact that he was not fully prepared. How could he die in such a place? Jana didn't say anything. She just nodded quietly. Chapter 1032. Time was like a ghost in the forest, quietly passing by minute by minute. Sister, what is this place?
Yuta widened her eyes in fear.
She realized that she was not holding a sword, but a soft hand.
The owner of the hand was looking at her with a tilted head.
The owner of the hand was looking at her with a pair of green eyes. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a white robe. Her bare feet stepped on the thick green moss like a fairy in the forest.
Sister.
Otis.
This is...
The nightmarish memories from 10 years ago came back to her. No, Otis, don't stop.
Run.
Yuta suddenly felt that her hand was empty. Her sister disappeared like a reflection in the water. What replaced her sister was a ray of light in the darkness. It was the tip of a sword.
The illusion in front of her made her shiver.
She raised the white lion's sword in her hand.
Clang!
The two swords clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. Yuta was caught off guard and took a step back. The Knight of Cruz in full armor was also startled. Under the metal mask, a muffled voice came out. White lion's sword. Erwin's people? She was distracted. Yuta broke out in cold sweat. She never thought that she would make such a fatal mistake in battle. Although the continuous battles had already made her physically and mentally exhausted, and the legend said that people would see their past before they died. Was this the sign of death? She gasped for breath. 7 or 8 swords came stabbing at her. When she was in her best condition, she had to use all her strength to fight against one of them. In the darkness, the forest was burning. The knight in white robes with a sun emblem on his chest came out of the darkness. The slave traders fell under the shining swords in their hands. However, there were also slaves who panicked and fell under the hooves of their horses. The knight showed no mercy and trampled on the mountain people and the Xianxia people. The sound of the fire burning with the wind, the sound of buildings collapsing, angry roars, and cries mixed together. She and her sister, who was also naked, hid under a shabby tent. The tent was filled with the stench of urine and feces. However, she really hoped that she could hide in this small space forever. The dancing shadows in the darkness were retreating. Through the tent, she could see the shadows of swords and blood. A long sword finally found an opportunity to break through her defenses and pierced her shoulder. Crimson blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain made Jana feel as if the scene in front of her had overlapped with the scene from decades ago. 7 or 8 knights surrounded her, their swords gleaming coldly. Their eyes were vigilant, and they did not give her any chance to perish together with them. Then, she felt a sword in her lower abdomen. Her strength seemed to be draining away. She half knelt on the ground. The knight of crews who surrounded her were like wolves in the forest waiting for an opportunity to strike. They were the wolves. In Bragg's, in that summer night in the stag forest. The wolves howled softly. Their red eyes were hidden under the night sky. She used one hand to protect her sister, Otis. Her entire body was covered in wounds. The pain seemed to have numbed her nerves. One of her eyes was covered in blood, but she still stared fiercely at those beasts. She was even more ferocious than any of them. She had been on the run for a long time. It felt like she was going to die at any moment. But every time she miraculously survived. Because she could not give up. For her sister. You are called Wuxia. Little girl, you are a villager, right? This is my grandson. His name is Brando. No, there are some things about you that he will never have. People who live a good life will never understand these things. You want to learn swordsmanship from me? The old man smiled. I'm afraid not. But I can recommend you to a place. That person might protect you for my sake. But her sister was still dead. Because she was too weak. Even after so many years, she still could not protect her. Yuta could not help but cry. The tears washed away the blood and flowed down her cheeks like a stream mixed with blood. She hated the people who brought injustice to this world. She hated the nobles who did nothing but push the evil from behind. She hated everyone's indifference. She hated everything that was old. But she could not do anything. Otis's death seemed to be inevitable. She could not change it, nor could she fight back. Even though she often cursed with her teeth clenched, she did not know whether she was cursing her own weakness or the people who caused all this. A cruise knight walked in front of her. The metal armor made creaking sounds as he raised his sword. She had become a knight. She was already a member of the nobles. But what was she fighting for? The lord and the princess were changing everything. Was it really the world that her sister wanted? Facing the sharp sword that flashed with cold light, Yuta was at a loss for a moment. Erwin's people? When he heard the name, Sir Mariri also felt a chill down his spine. Why are they here? Aren't they at Fat Tan Port? That place is more than 100 miles away from here. Could it be that their spies are already here? Do they know something? He asked a series of questions in a row. It was obvious that the knight who sent the message could not answer these questions. He could not even answer any of the questions. They were also inexplicably surprised. They originally thought that it was the army of the nobles in the north, or the army of the Flower Territory. This answer was beyond their expectations. Moreover, why were these Erwin's people so strong? The combat power of this cavalry scout was beyond their most optimistic estimation of the weak country. Even their knights on the plateau could not resist the White Legion, let alone delay the more elite knights of the White Legion. They only had less than 10 people. Where did this Erwin's army come from? Who were they? Countless questions emerged in Sir Mariri's heart. Did you see their emblem clearly? Are they really Erwin's people? Yes, sir. That is the White Lion emblem. The White Lion Legion. Sir Mariri shook his head in disbelief. No, although the intelligence said that there are indeed soldiers of the White Lion Legion among the Erwin's people who stayed at Fat Ten Port, and the White Lion Legion is indeed the strongest legion of the Erwin's people, but it is far from this level. This must be a trap set by the Northerners, or simply a disguise by the Bugas, unless... An idea suddenly emerged in his mind uncontrollably. Unless what, sir? Unless it is another army. Sir Mariri asked with some seriousness. Are you sure that is the White Lion emblem, the White Lion emblem of the Erwin's people? I was just about to say this, sir. That emblem is a little different from the White Lion emblem we have learned. There is a broken sword on it. Broken sword? Why would there be a broken sword on the White Lion emblem? Sir Marary was very confused. Where did these damn Erewhon's people come from? He suddenly felt that something was wrong. No matter who the other party was, they must have some ulterior motive for trying so hard to keep him in this place. When he thought of the fighting power of the Erewhon's cavalry scouts, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The knight captain of the most elite knight regiment in the crew's frontline legion, the White Legion, was actually scared in the face of an Erewhon's army. It was a little ridiculous. But as soon as he thought of more, no, as long as the same number of Erewhon's knights under his command came, he dared not say that he had the confidence to win. When did the Erewhon's people become so strong? Or had the empire fallen to such a state? Sir Marary suddenly felt a little sad. As a knight, he was not afraid of dying on the battlefield, but he knew what kind of secret he was holding at the moment. This secret must not fall into the hands of the enemy, whether the other party was the Northerners pretending to be mysterious, or the real Erewhon's people. He looked back and saw that the gloomy wizard also had the same expression. They both nodded. Prepare to attack. Don't pay attention to the harassment of the cavalry scouts. As long as anyone dares to block the path of the army, crush them. Before nightfall, we must pass through this valley. He fiercely pulled out his long sword. Crews, destroy all enemies you see. But this time, there was no roaring sound of agreement. The scene was a little strange. Even Ma Ruoli himself was at a loss for words. A man with a sword slowly walked out of the forest. His black windbreaker reflected the silver moonlight. The sword in his hand seemed to be singing softly under the night sky. It trembled slightly, and a trace of hazy silver light was twined around it. The wind rose in the forest, and black wolves ran on the ridge and howled. Herding wolves. For some reason, this sentence appeared in Sir Marary's mind at this moment. Once upon a time, the ancient legends of the witches were regarded as bedtime stories by the world, and no one took them seriously. But one day, the legends would become reality. Sir Marary did not think that this would be his last thought. A dazzling silver light lit up. It was so fast that he had seen the Grand Captain of the Knight Regiment use his sword. But at the place where the sword light exploded, silver lines spread out. This was the power of elemental powers. He himself also controlled the power of elemental powers, but just as the elemental powers in his body began to resonate with the laws, a majestic force had already suppressed it into nothingness. Under the same realm, a superior elemental powers had absolute suppression over inferior elemental powers. Sir Marary's expression changed dramatically. Before he had time to regret, a silver light had already pierced through his chest. A great knight of the elemental powers had died so inexplicably. It was not that he did not want to avoid this fatal strike, but at that moment, he clearly felt that the space around him was fragmented. His every movement seemed to have been rewound by time, forever frozen in the previous moment, locking him in the eternal position of the sword. Time and space were like a huge shackle, firmly clamping down on all possibilities of evasion. This is time and space. Endless darkness poured into his consciousness, as if falling into a cold abyss. Sir Marary felt his body fall from the drake. The last thing he saw was the figure of the man rampaging among his subordinates. The sword light in his hand was like a line that cut through everything, cutting the Imperial Knight into pieces. Before he closed his eyes, he already knew the identity of the other party. Count Tonagel. The wizard in the black robe said gloomily, trembling slightly. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of knights had been killed or injured. Only a few of them died in the mouths of the black wolves, and most of them died at the hands of the young man in front of him. The elemental awakened gold-ranked knight had no room to resist, as if he was slaughtering a chicken. This person was even more terrifying than the rumors said. The other party's strength should have already surpassed the elemental enlightenment, but he was so young. Brando's gaze fell on the battlefield full of corpses. The knight besieging Yuta and the others in the forest, as well as Ma Ruoli's guards, a total of 71 people, including the 6 who died at the hands of Yuta and the others. There should not be any fish that escaped the net, and the guy in front of him should be the last one alive. Of course, it was not entirely correct to say that he was alive, because there were some dead things in this world that could exist openly under the sun. A pack of black wolves was gathering at the edge of the forest. On the back of the tallest male wolf, a black-haired girl was sitting. She was watching everything that was happening in front of her with great interest. The massacre was reflected in her black gem-like pupils, just like an exquisite game.
Brando glanced in that direction, frowned, and then he turned back. Necromancer? The black-robed wizard did not dare to be rash and nodded silently.
I only have one question. How many undead armies are moving in this area?
Do they only go to the Latch of Wa? These were two questions, the black-robed wizard thought to himself, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He could only answer honestly. Many.
Some undead were awakened from the tombs of the cultists. There are many such tombs in this area, and some came from Al-Kash. Only a portion of these undead went to the Latch of Wa, and the rest stayed in Wayne. The ancient battlefield in the Al-Kash Mountains is a natural kingdom of the undead, and His Majesty is very interested in it. His Majesty? Which His Majesty? Our Majesty, of course.
You're from Madara.
The black-robed wizard felt the murderous aura from Brando and took a step back in fear. Count, I know what you want to do. I can help you sneak into Wayne. You can't kill me. Brando pointed into the distance and said, Do you see that woman? She's Ko Hua, Ekis' daughter. Even if I don't kill you, you can't leave here alive.
Besides, although White Lion is not afraid of death, his blood will not flow in vain. No!
The soul fire under the black-robed wizard's hood suddenly burned fiercely. He raised his bone staff and was about to cast a spell to perish together with Link, but before he could do that, a sharp sword had already pierced through his chest, passing through the grayish-white flames between his ribs. The black-robed wizard's shriveled body seemed to have lost its weight and collapsed.
The soul fire under his hood flickered twice, as if he could not believe that the young man in front of him was not at all interested in the secrets of controlling the undead.
P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 1033.
After the death of the necromancer, his shriveled body had lost the nourishment of the flame of the soul.
Suddenly, it spontaneously combusted and turned into a pile of ashes that fluttered to the ground. Brando retrieved his sword and searched through the necromancer's belongings. He did not find anything of value. Perhaps it was because the necromancer was a twisted existence. Won's mana retroaction was vividly displayed on the necromancer's body. In his previous life, many players were unwilling to fight the necromancers for this reason. He furrowed his brows slightly and pondered over the details of the treasure that Bai had described. Then, he recalled something and turned his gaze to the necromancer's bone staff that was lying quietly by the side. The so-called necromancers in Madara were not necromancers who were proficient in dark witchcraft or necromancy. Instead, they were liches. The necromancer from before was naturally the same. Those who were not familiar with Madara would not be able to tell the difference, but it was not difficult for him. Liches were relatively low-level existences in Madara's undead army. Their strength was weak, and necromancers were rare even in the kingdom of the Dead Moon. Most of them were of noble birth. They were either the direct subordinates of the undead king who held the Mercury Staff, or the proud disciples of some master. The necromancer's craftsmanship was passed down from generation to generation, and they had long formed a strict organization to protect their own interests. This organization was the famous necromancer sequence. Necromancers who were born in the necromancer sequence would not easily appear in the kingdom of mortals. Even if they did appear, they would usually be surrounded by the undead army and the Black Knight. It was because of their rarity that they had a high status. They would never be killed like a bug. He remembered seeing a necromancer in Butchie and Abi's castle. That was a real necromancer, and one of the best of the younger generation of the necromancer sequence. The former was surrounded by many strong people, whether it was a lich, a Black Knight, or even a famous existence like Kabia's in Madara. Of course, there were also some lich lords in the kingdom of the Dead Moon, but most of these necromancers could not hide the disgusting smell of corpses on their bodies, just like the sneaky guy who died under his sword. Brando raised his hand, and the bone staff lying on the ground seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It flew into his hand out of thin air, and a cold force immediately spread from the bone staff, as if it wanted to penetrate his hand and penetrate his heart. This was the power of the dark soul, which could also be said to be a type of negative energy. He could immediately tell that if he was just an ordinary person, or if he only had the strength of an iron rank, this power would immediately erode his mind and turn him into a walking corpse. When his flame of life was completely extinguished, he would transform into a new lich. This was the power of a lich's bone staff. Therefore, the body of a lich was actually this bone staff, and all its magic came from it. As for its body, it was actually just an ordinary skeleton under its control. The only difference was that the bone staff of an ordinary lich was symbiotic with its body. When the flame of life in the body was extinguished, the bone staff would also be annihilated. Scholars who were dedicated to the study of the necromancers believed that this was also a type of mana retroaction. However, the bone staff in Brando's hand was obviously different. Brando found that not only did it not lose its magic, but it also seemed to have some kind of independent will. This could be seen from the cold aura and hostility it emitted towards him. This was definitely not a simple bone staff. He had seen many tricks of these skeletons when he fought with Madara in his previous life. One of them was to use a dark treasure to create an enhanced version of the bone staff. This bone staff could allow an ordinary lich to command more undead armies. When the lich was killed, as long as the bone staff was not damaged, it could be quickly handed over to other lich to continue using. It was even a kind of pseudo-undead artifact that could continuously create lich. This bone staff had only one flaw, which was that it required the consumption of a real dark treasure. Since ancient times, the dark treasures of the necromancers were always limited. Once one was consumed, there would be one less. Once this bone staff was damaged, it would be an immeasurable loss to the necromancers. Therefore, after humans learned of their secret, this bone staff quickly disappeared. He knew this secret long ago, so when Haku described the dark treasure to him, he paid attention to it. Now, he really found this bone staff. At some point in the future, the necromancers used this bone staff to make the wind elves and crews suffer a great loss. But this time, this bone staff fell into his hands, and it was their turn to suffer a loss. Brando held this bone staff with a slightly cold ivory luster. He quickly made a plan in his mind. This bone staff would erode the flame of life, so any existence with the power of life would not be able to use it. Only the necromancers could use it. That was why the necromancer who died under his sword was so shocked. It probably guessed Brando's intention, but it did not know the result. Brando turned around. At this time, another figure walked out of the dark shadows behind the forest, trembling. This figure was a little stooped and fearful, but it was not because of the strength that Brando had shown. It had already seen the strength of this young man. Even the Black Knight Haku, who had mastered the fake book of Mavakart, was completely defeated by him. It was not surprising that he could defeat dozens of Crew's knights. Although these White Legion knights were the frontline fighting force of the human empire, they were far from elites. At least, they were far from the level of the Flame Family Knight and the Temple Knight. At best, they were the backbone of ordinary battles, but when it came to battles where their elemental power surpassed that of mortals, they were still far from being elite. But what really frightened it was the words that Brando said before. Her name is Ko Hua, the daughter of Ekis. Even if I don't kill you, you won't be able to leave here alive. Few people in the world knew the name Ko Hua, but the title of the daughter of Ekis would never fade with the passage of time. Needless to say, as the people of the Dead Moon, the people of Madara knew the history buried in the darkness better. The dim Ko Hua, one of the strongest existences in the twilight. She had become his subordinate? This guess made the rotten knight Krot feel like it was treading on thin ice. It did not know if Brando had deliberately let it hear the sentence, because there was no need to reveal this secret to a dead person. Even if the eternal sleepers would keep their mouths shut forever, who could guarantee that the walls of the forest would not have ears? Besides, as an undead, Krot knew that the saying that the dead would keep secrets was untenable. There were many ways to make the dead speak, and some of them were not complicated. To be honest, the simplest way was to put the sword to its own neck, because it was an undead. It thought self-deprecatingly. In its view, Brando was not a reckless and frivolous person, so the meaning of these words was somewhat worth pondering. Especially when it saw the bone staff in Brando's hand, it instantly understood what he meant. Krot walked over with a trembling heart, trying to maintain a humble attitude. It had not learned how to be humble in front of the living, so it could only try to remind itself of the scene when it met His Majesty, although it was only once from afar. My lord, thanks to the poison. I mean the water of life, your subordinates' injuries have stabilized quickly, but their commander's injuries are more serious. According to you humans, I'm afraid that it will be easy for them to wake up in an hour and a half. But there are still a few who have completely lost their breath of life. Should we turn them into undead? My lord, your subordinates are of high quality. Although their strength may be a little weak, but turning them into undead depends on potential and not strength. I can guarantee that they will become Black Knights, and the best kind. It answered carefully.
Even so, it almost said the wrong thing because to the undead, holy water that contained strong positive energy was highly toxic. Before the Knight of the Holy Cathedral cleaned up the undead, they would often splash holy water on their swords. Any undead that was hit by the holy water would be like butter cut by a hot knife. Even if they did not die, it was inevitable that their soul fire would be damaged. Brando looked at it and answered seriously, "No, Crot, there's no need. According to human customs, the dead should be buried, not to mention that they are brave warriors, warriors of Erewhon. Their souls will belong to Martha, and their bodies will not be desecrated. The undead will also belong to Martha." Crot complained in its heart, but it definitely did not dare to say it out loud. It actually knew about this human custom, but it did not quite understand it, and it was just a subconscious suggestion. In Madara, if such excellent corpses were not turned into undead, it would be seen as a disrespect to the undead moon. So these humans were a little strange to it, of course, including Brando. Brando seemed to know what it was thinking and said, "Mr. Crot, I know that you are an undead, and your faith belongs to the undead moon. The world of the living is incompatible with you. You are not my subordinate, and you do not belong to Erewhon." Crot was slightly startled, and the soul fire in its eyes flashed. It did not understand what this young man meant by saying this to it. Brando did not care whether it understood or not, and continued, "The dark prophecy mentioned that the holder of the Mercury staff will represent the will of the undead moon. It will descend to this world, and it will unify the kingdom of darkness. It is the king of the undead, and you must submit to it. So I don't want you to betray your king, but I want you to do me a little favor. This favor is related to your life, and I believe that you will not object." Crot nodded cautiously. Of course, it knew that its life was in the hands of this young man, or else the lich from before was the best description. Even without the lich, it did not think that its life was more precious than the Black Knight. If this young man could even kill the Black Knight at all costs, then it was naturally not worth mentioning. However, it did not understand Brando's words. In its opinion, what it was doing now, or rather what it was preparing to do, was in fact betraying His Majesty. Although it now hoped that Brando would not mind this little betrayal, after all, even the holder of the Mercury staff could not be omniscient and omnipotent. As far as it knew, that was the power of the Dark Dragon. "You may have some doubts," Brando could see the thoughts of the undead from its flickering soul fire. "You only need to know that your Majesty and the Queen of Crows are not really of the same mind. If you create some trouble for the latter, it will not affect the existence you are loyal to, and there may even be some benefits. After all, there is no place for others to sleep on the side of the bed." For Madara, a strong Cruz empire is not a good thing. Your Majesty may be participating in this matter with the intention of benefiting from it. Of course, Brando did not know what the holder of the Mercury staff was thinking. Whether it was in his previous life or now, that mysterious existence was like a mystery to him. For this undead monarch, few players had seen its existence, even the players of Madara. However, the latter's authority was absolutely unquestionable, and it was definitely beyond the existence of all mortal monarchs in this era. However, this kind of power and mystery did not prevent him from tricking Crot into believing in him. Or rather, he knew that the rotten knight in front of him would certainly rather believe in him. Perhaps it had already convinced itself in its heart because the latter was a timid guy. The reason why he said so much was because he hoped that this fellow would not have too many worries. This was because he would need its help in the upcoming operation. In comparison, he did not trust the liches that did not have much wisdom and were blindly loyal to the Mercury staff. Instead, the high-level undead, like Crot, who had a certain level of wisdom and knew how to judge the pros and cons, were much easier to deceive. As long as he could convince them that they were grasshoppers tied to a rope, it would be fine. He glanced at the flickering soul fire in Crot's eyes and knew that his words had worked. He handed the bone staff over to Crot. "We will be heading to the Silver Valley coast. You will be in charge of controlling the undead army. I believe you will know what to do, Mr. Crot." Crot trembled slightly and bowed respectfully. "It is my pleasure to serve you, my respected lord."
Chapter 1034. The bell in Fat Tan Port rang continuously. The Roman looked at the priests and believers in golden or red robes walking on the streets, rushing in one direction. That direction was the Forza Square, where the largest temple in Fat Tan Port was located. She stood in the middle of the crowd and did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was Haruz who stood behind her, looking a little uneasy. Suddenly, the Roman saw a familiar figure in the crowd.
She waved her small white hand in the air excitedly. Mr. Alamov. The middle-aged man in a robe and dressed as a priest was slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at her with surprise.
Miss Roman? At this moment, the bell in Fat Tan Port rang, but it was not a simple bell. The bell came from the direction of the Forza Square. Obviously, it was the call of the temple to the believers. As the most senior believer in the city, and also the priest of the neighborhood, Alamov Shadauer put on his holy robe and walked out of the house as soon as the bell rang. However, the teaching position was actually just a part-time job for him. His other identity was the vice president of the Silver Shark Chamber of Commerce in Fat Tan Port. The empire's commerce was prosperous. Most of the empire's merchants, Chamber of Commerce organizations, and business families were closely connected through marriage or other means.
Therefore, he had long known and even met the representative of the emerging commercial forces in the south of Erewhon. This beautiful lady was said to be the fiancée of the young lord. In the past year, the rising forces in the south of Erewhon were far more famous in the eyes of the empire's merchants and Chamber of Commerce organizations than they were in the eyes of the empire's traditional nobles. The revival and construction of Tonajul had brought a huge amount of trade to the empire. The empire's handmade products, weapons, and even labor and slaves were transported to the inconspicuous territory in the south of Erewhon. They were then exchanged for precious minerals and raw materials from the Black Forest. After passing through the empire's merchants, they could be exchanged for amazing profits. In the face of the people who created all this, the owner of the territory and its future mistress, who would not be willing to be polite to them? After all, for most people in this world, ideals and beliefs were too far away. Only benefits were the most real and intimate things. Alamov Shadauer was a Roman whom Roland had met at a banquet a few days ago. The banquet was hosted by the eldest son of the emperor, and many nobles and celebrities from the nearby regions were invited. However, most of them were local families and merchants who were inextricably linked to the military aristocracy. Their intentions were self-evident. Hearing Roman's greeting, he stopped and politely asked her, "What's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with, Miss Roman?" "It's nothing." The Roman chuckled. "I just wanted to ask what happened. Why are there so many people? Mr. Alamov, where are you going? Was it because of this?" Alamov was slightly taken aback. He pointed to the steeple of the Holy Cathedral in the direction of Focia Square and replied, "Did you hear the bell, Miss Roman?
This is the bell that summons believers. Something must have happened in the Holy Cathedral. These people are all believers or priests from the nearby area, and they are in a hurry to the Holy Cathedral to see what is going on." "Is it really the bell of the Holy Cathedral? Mr. Alamov, are you sure?" The Roman's dark eyes turned slightly. The Prime Minister's daughter had such a great influence on the Holy Cathedral, but Brando had never mentioned this matter. Didn't they say that the relationship between the Holy Cathedral and the Prime Minister was not very good? "Of course, I'm not joking with you, Miss Roman. This bell is not something that ordinary people can use. It should be the arrival of a senior member of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. If someone else uses this bell to summon believers, I'm afraid he can't bear the responsibility." At this point, Alamov frowned. Fathom Harbor had been closed for a few days. Why would a senior member of the Holy Cathedral arrive at this time? Moreover, this harbor was now under the control of the eldest prince of the Holy Cathedral. What was the meaning of a senior member of the Holy Cathedral arriving at this time? A senior member of the Holy Cathedral? The senior member here should only be someone sent by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Miss Roman. Alamov had some doubts in his heart, but he still answered subconsciously. "I see. Thank you for telling me this, Mr. Alamov." The Roman replied with a smile. Alamov nodded. He was not sure why the future mistress of Tonajul was asking him these questions. Perhaps it was to satisfy her curiosity. After all, there was no contradiction between this and her performance at the banquet. In the eyes of everyone at the banquet, this lady was a lovely, curious, and wonderful person with a very sensitive business sense. The Roman did not ask any more questions. After simply saying goodbye to the head priest, she watched him hurriedly disappear into the crowd. "What about the senior members of the Holy Cathedral, Your Royal Highness?"
"Miss Roman?
Don't you have any opinion, Your Royal Highness? After all, Such complicated matters are not my expertise.
She turned around and asked.
It's a little strange. Logically speaking, why would a senior member of the Holy Cathedral come to Fathom Harbor at this time? I heard that the headquarters of the Holy Cathedral of Fire is under the control of the Silver Queen. Why would the eldest prince let Her Majesty the Queen's people into the city? Although Haruz was a little timid, he was not stupid. He connected these simple reasons with a little thought. So you also think it's strange?
Wait, Miss Roman, what are you going to do?
I think it's strange. Of course I'm going to see what's wrong. Brando entrusted me to take care of the rear, so I have to do my best. The Roman answered seriously. Wait, but...
Haruz was dragged forward by the merchant lady and hurriedly shouted in panic. But don't we need to inform Lady Yuta and Lady Maynard?
Do you think they still need us to inform them?
This seems like it, but... No buts, why are you so long-winded as a man?
You should learn more from your teacher.
Brando is not like you at all. How can I be compared to my teacher?
Haruz was so anxious that his face turned red.
In the sky that was turning from red to purple, silver ships were leaving the sky above Fathom Harbor, sailing in the direction of the sublime inland sea. One by one, they gradually disappeared into the sea fog that filled the harbor. Standing on the bridge of the harbor, Delphine's long purple hair danced in the wind. Judging from her back and her elegant long hair, she could be regarded as a peerless beauty. However, under the fluttering hair was a hideous and terrifying face. Scars from burns crisscrossed her face. One of her eyes was sunken in the depths of her eye socket, as if there was no light at all. Only the spirit contained in the other eye vaguely showed that this face once had a moving charm. She was still sitting in the wheelchair, but the silver dragon lady was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Marjorie was pushing the wheelchair. As for Eugenie, he stood further away. The latter did not seem to be interested in the Prime Minister's daughter at all. He was even very angry about the fact that she let Marjorie push the wheelchair. However, Delphine did not care at all. She stared at the huge fleet in front of her and frowned. Previously, Brando suddenly asked her to send an order for the fleet to sail. The other party must have found an opportunity. This fleet was obviously targeting the White Legion. The young lord from Erewhon seemed to be ready to show his fangs to the Silver Queen. 6 o'clock. What? Eugenie, who was not far away, was confused by her words. What did you say? The time is not right, Delphine replied while staring at the sky. The last fleet left the harbor at 7 o'clock in the morning, but it doesn't look like it's 8 o'clock now. Isn't that the dawn? The dawn is in this direction. That's the sunset. Delphine replied with certainty. That's impossible. It's only been an hour since dawn. The Duke's daughter was shocked. But she suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "Is it another solar eclipse?" Delphine did not speak. At this time, the sound of the bell in the city finally came from afar. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "What bell is that?" Eugenie did not seem to care too much about the bell. She was still staring at the golden line on the sea and answered casually, "It sounds like the bell of the Holy Sanctum." "No," Delphine frowned and shook her head. This bell. Someone from the Holy Sanctum has arrived at the headquarters. The headquarters of the Holy Sanctum? Eugenie was stunned. What do you mean? How can someone from the Holy Sanctum come here? Marjorie had heard from the Shire that the adoratress of the Leo Palace looked like Sydney. He was about to say something, but the Prime Minister's daughter interrupted him. Marjorie, go and inform the Shire that there's a problem. It's not Lady Sydney. Tell him to be careful and prepare for battle. Marjorie was also stunned. He wondered how she knew that it was not Lady Sydney. But as a professional soldier, he chose to obey the order immediately. I understand, Miss Delphine. Yuta woke up from her coma when she felt the carriage shaking. The light around her was a little dim, as if it was 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. The narrow space looked like the cabin of a large carriage. The dim orange-red sunlight shone in from the outside. It was dusk or early morning. She frowned for a moment, and the pain in her body immediately came back to her. Only then did she remember the previous battle. She thought she was going to die, but Brando arrived as promised. You're awake, sister? Cru's voice came from the side. She turned her head and saw the latter sitting cross-legged with a thick magic book on his knees. Not far from him, Near the entrance of the carriage sat Mare and a few other young people.
She subconsciously counted and found that at least half of them were missing. When Mare heard Kru's voice, he turned around and saw the situation here.
He saw Yuta's gloomy face and understood what the latter was thinking.
It's not bad. Fortunately, the Lord came in time. Otherwise, the loss would have been more. Even my lord would have died there. Yuta frowned. Such a heavy loss reminded her of the battle in Abes. My lord, you don't have to blame yourself. I learned in the Royal Knight Academy that there must be blood in war, whether it's us or the enemy. Mare seemed to know what his superior was thinking and advised, the only thing we can do is to make the enemy bleed more than us.
But you are so young. My lord, there are adventurers and mercenaries dying in Erewhon at every moment.
Some of them are much younger than us. My lord, you used to be a mercenary leader, so I'm sure you're used to it. After hearing Mare's words, not only Yuta, but even Kru became silent. Indeed, they had been in the south for a long time and were used to death.
Whether it was in Erewhon, Kru's, or even the 10 cities further away, the adventurers and mercenaries' living conditions were far worse than theirs.
As members of the White Lion Guards, they could at least eat their fill. But in the south of Erewhon, many adventurers and mercenaries lived like outlaws, struggling on the verge of starvation and death. At that time, they didn't seem to care much about it. It was just like how Grodon's companions were hanged in Abes Castle. At most it made them angry. They didn't know when these people who lived on the edge of the blade became so sentimental. Mare, what made you sacrifice everything? She suddenly asked in a low voice.
Ambition, the young man replied faintly. Sir, you don't understand.
A bastard like me is not qualified to inherit the title of nobility. The best way out is to become a knight under a certain important person. From then on, we will be bound together for good or ill. The structure of the kingdom hasn't changed for many years. No matter who I follow, the end result will only be a small piece of land when I'm old or injured. I'll get married and have children. One of my children may encounter some opportunity in the future and become outstanding, but that's not the life I want. My lord is the only one who can overturn the entire Aween structure. Only by following behind him and participating in all of this will I be able to create a miraculous achievement and change my own fate. I want to prove to everyone that I am the best. Kru was surprised and smacked his lips a few times. He probably didn't expect his inconspicuous companion to have such a long-term dream. In comparison, his biggest dream was to become a real magus, or even more exaggeratedly, if he could reach the level of Master Charles, then he would probably wake up laughing in his sleep. Chapter 1035. The liquid metal, which looked like pure gold, flowed on Brando's palm and changed its shape. It contained a substance similar to light. Milky white light flowed along with the flow of the liquid, like a magnificent diamond of light. Brando stared at this beautiful object. This was the complete form of the law fragment when it was activated. It was the combination of the Law of Wound, a part or fragment of the Tiamat Code. It was the closest thing to the origin of the world. A product, a supreme creation of the gods. He had never come across such a thing in his previous life. At this moment, his heart was filled with admiration. Putting aside the essence of this thing, just the degree of perfection of the law fragment was enough to make it the supreme of the wound. A beautiful object. At the moment when the law fragment was activated, Brando understood how to use it. The main function of the law fragment was to construct the law, which was also its original form, the Tiamat Code itself. Power. As everyone knew, the world of Wound was chaotic. There was no change of day and night, and there was no cycle of seasons. Perhaps there was still rain, snow, thunder, and lightning, but they did not follow any rules. They were just a manifestation of chaos and disorder. The law fragment created by Martha gave this world the most basic rules: the rising sun in the east, the setting stars in the west, the wind, rain, and dew, and even the thunder and lightning. Therefore, the intelligent beings were able to flourish and grow in the land blessed by the goddess. When he received the law fragment, Brando naturally understood a fact, and that was the blessing of the goddess Martha. The law fragment of Tiamat no longer existed in this world. The meteor shower that mortals saw before the eternal night. This was the scene of this huge law fragment falling to the ground. But even though it was broken, the law fragment of Tiamat was still protecting this world. It was as if they were automatically activated by a mysterious force, guarding the different places where they fell. Regions. Could this be the so-called Martha's deepest love for the people of this world? Brando felt the warmth from the law fragment in his hand, and his heart was slightly touched. It felt like a mother's concern for her children. She had no choice but to leave, but she did not let go of her children in this world. Martha had written a final rule in Tiamat's law, which was to give the creatures of the Wond a final chance even if everything was irreversible. However, the fact that the world had been split apart was an unchangeable fact. Brando opened his palm, and the ball of light began to rise slowly. He gave a command to the rule fragment to take back its authority, and spread it all over the surroundings of Fathom Port, from the Golden Needle Forest to the Levia Valley, from the Silver Cove Bay to Ove Chin. The laws of the entire southern part of East Metz melted like snow. At Fathom Harbor, the first rays of the morning sun had just risen from the surface of the sea before they were engulfed by darkness in the blink of an eye. The residents in the harbor experienced a spectacle that lasted from dawn to dusk. A layer of gold fragments floated on the surface of the sea as if they were on fire. Delphi, Eugenie, and Marjorie saw with their own eyes that the clouds in the depths of the supreme inland sea were collapsing layer by layer. The sky seemed to have turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. On the dark curtain, there were faint glimmers of starlight, but that was not the light of the stars. It was the reflection of the sea of power. 12 moons appeared on the surface of the sea. In the Levia Valley, a group of mountain people had lived on the land that led to the Latch Mountains for generations. The mountain people had erected countless strange wooden sculptures in the forest. It was said that the dark wooden sculptures that were carved with ghosts and monsters were guarding the group of mountain people. In the mountains were the heroic spirits of their ancestors. At this moment, the villagers knelt on the ground in fear. Blurry figures were passing through the forest. Those grayish-white figures seemed to have come from countless eras ago. He was the one who had been there for the past few years. They passed by the pitch-black wood carvings and walked silently into the depths of the forest. In Ove Chin, a biting cold wind from the Alkash Mountains passed from the northwest to the southeast. Wherever it passed, everything withered, as if winter had arrived in advance. In just an instant, the earth was covered in frost. In the city of Ove Chin, the town guard stationed at the head of the city witnessed this strange scene with his own eyes. A gust of icy wind whistled from the northwest of the port. It blew over the port, and there was a loud creaking sound that sounded like thousands of pieces of glass cracking at the same time from the direction of the port. The entire sea began to freeze. The ice spread rapidly in the direction of the port and pressed down on the sailboats anchored in the harbor. The wooden hulls of the boats could not bear the weight and shattered. The sailors panicked and jumped off the boats to escape. In the castle not far from the port, a series of icicles quickly hung on the stone window. Behind the stone window, Duke Ambunal watched this scene indifferently. There was no trace of emotion in his grayish-blue eyes. He stretched his deerskin-gloved right hand out of the window. Outside, he wiped away the icicles and watched the broken ice pieces fall with a crisp sound. Outside the window, the sunny sky of the entire southern region of East Metz was dimming layer by layer. It turned from light blue to dark blue, then to a suffocating reddish-purple, and finally to a dark, lusterless darkness. It was as if the sky had been covered by a layer, a thick shroud. As the light changed, the candlelight in the room became brighter and brighter. The Duke's thin face revealed a deep outline under the interweaving light and shadows. The shoulders of his military uniform had been piled up with subordinates at some point. Snowflakes drifted in through the window. He turned around and held a bone staff in his left hand. This bone staff was very strange. It didn't look like it was made of human bone or any familiar animal bone. The bone staff was dark red, and its surface was covered with a layer of the bone staff was covered in scaly patterns, and at the top was a huge claw. It clasped a skull tightly. This skull was not human either. It was a size smaller than a human skull. The bone was pitch black and had 3 eyes. In fact, this was a scorched hell demon. The skull of a demon. Duke Ambunal held the bone staff in his hand and shook off the snow on his body. He said to the mayor of Ove Chin, Count Breyer, who was in the room, "It seems that Her Majesty did not lie to us. This world is no longer the one we know. This is a world. Under the calm surface, there is a deep disaster brewing. Before this, who would have thought that the Wraith Banshee was telling the truth? It seems that she has succeeded." Next,
Let our army of the undead set out.
Count Briar was a humorous middle-aged man. He had a deep personal relationship with Duke Ambunal.
When he heard this sentence, even under the terrible scene in front of him, he could not help but joke. You call this situation calm?
My old friend, I'm afraid there is no one in the entire empire who is calmer than you. However, he still shook his head.
He looked at the bone staff in Duke Ambunal's hand and said, But I still don't believe in the undead of Madara.
They are not on the same side as us. Old friend, do you really believe that they will be so kind? And, the point is, if we go with the undead of Madara, it will leave a bad reputation. The other holy shrines may unite against us. This is the decree of Her Majesty. Duke Ambunal replied quietly. He took off his gloves and put his right index finger on the top of the bone staff. 2 balls of red light shone from the pitch-black skulls. Silver Bay Coast. The place had long been shrouded in the howling icy wind. The sunny scene of the southern coast of East Metz had disappeared. Even the vast sea was covered with a thick layer of ice. The waves were frozen at the last moment, forming layers upon layers. Glaciers that looked like mountain peaks, looking south along the frozen coast, formed a grayish-blue frost plain at the end of the horizon. The biting cold icy wind mixed with the snowflakes that filled the sky. Palm-sized snowflakes fell from the sky in layers, quickly forming a foot-deep pile of snow on the ground. The world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it had covered all life. But under the snow, some existences that did not belong to this world were awakening. With a muffled sound, an undead shrouded in a tattered black cloak suddenly crawled out from under the snow. The red light of the 2 soul fires under its black cloak was particularly eye-catching. As soon as it came to the ground, the undead immediately raised its bone staff. Raising the bone staff in his hand, a forest of withered bones rose from the snow in an instant. It was a group of skeleton soldiers. The undead shook off the snow on their bodies and crawled out of the snow one by one. It was as if in an instant, there was a me. In an instant, an army of death appeared in this world out of thin air. In Wayne, Ove Chin, on the main road leading to Fat Han, countless similar scenes were playing out over and over again. Ground dragons of the White Legion rampaged in the snowy night. On their saddles sat black-robed undead wizards, or necromancers, accompanied by more than 10 White Legion knights or soldiers, holding Ambunal in their hands. The fake bone staff in Duke Lear's hand led an army of undead under the night sky. And every undead army had only one destination. That was Fat Han Harbor. But in the Golden Needle Forest, it was a different scene. The bone staff in the hands of the decaying Night Crot was also emitting a red light, but at this moment, she did not have the mind to pay attention to the changes of the bone staff in her hand, because in the sky above the forest, there was a more spectacular scene. A scene. The radiance of the entire world seemed to have been sucked into the ball of light in the air. Hundreds of millions of golden threads of law flew over from all directions and gathered here. The ball of light hanging above the forest looked very much like a ball of light at this moment. The eternal small sun was rising slowly above the forest canopy. The valley and the forest were bathed in the dazzling light, even turning the forest into a silver-white color. Everyone who witnessed this scene, not only Crot, but even the young men under Yuta, was stunned. They looked at Brando, who was holding the light ball with one hand, in awe. They were inexplicably shocked, especially Kilo. At this moment, the decaying knight was looking at Brando with uncertainty. As an undead who was more sensitive to the power of life, he could clearly feel the strong life emitted by the light ball more clearly than anyone else. Power, that kind of power was almost endless. Just 1/10,000th of it was enough to turn him. No, not only him, but even the undead army under his control into ashes. He did not know how Brando mastered such terrifying power, but there was no doubt that this young lord from Erewhon had already been listed as one of the people he could not afford to offend. If he had some other thoughts in his heart before, at this moment, he was only willing to serve Brando. Thinking of this, the dark noble from Madara could not help but bow more respectfully. On the other hand, Janna, who was under the roof of the carriage, finally discovered the abnormality outside the carriage. She fell into silence after hearing Mir's words. Then, she recalled the reason why she joined the mercenary group in the first place. This small group was definitely not as ambitious as the youth in front of him. Perhaps it was just to protect themselves, and then there was a bit of admiration for Brendel, as well as respect and gratitude towards his grandfather. As for the future, She did not think too much. In fact, ever since her sister died, she rarely thought about such unrealistic things.
But after this battle, she found that everything seemed to be slightly different. She could not tell where this difference came from, but when she saw the sword firmly inserted in her scabbard, the emblem of the white lion on the hilt, and the coat of arms on her breastplate, everything seemed to have an answer.
At this time, a strong light suddenly rose outside the carriage.
Yuta was slightly stunned and could not help but look in that direction.
Where is this place? What's going on outside? This is still the Golden Needle Forest. We are moving in the direction of the Silver Bay coast, Crew replied.
As for what's going on outside, I'm afraid you'll have to ask the Lord.
Yuta frowned, but did not immediately go out.
Instead, she asked, How long have I been unconscious?
Not long.
My lord, your injuries are quite serious, but under the effect of the holy water, you recovered quickly.
It has only been 7 or 8 hours since yesterday.
Mare replied.
7 or 8 hours. Then it should be early in the morning now?
Yuta was slightly stunned.
But why did I feel like it was dusk just now? I thought I was unconscious for the whole day?
You can say that.
Crew continued.
According to the Lord, from now on, the time of a normal person is meaningless to us.
He's right.
From now on, in the Eastern Metz region, day and night, and even time itself, are meaningless.
You might see some strange things later, but don't worry about it.
I suggest that you get used to this situation before you prepare for battle.
Brendel's voice sounded from outside the carriage.
He's right.
From now on, in the Eastern Metz region, day and night, and even time itself, are meaningless. You might see some strange things later, but don't mind it.
My lord?
Yuta asked in confusion.
What does that mean?
Nothing, Brando replied.
You only need to know that a long, long time ago, we called this world the world of Evernight. Here, Martha's laws are no longer applicable.
Chapter 1036.
Many believers had already gathered in the Forza Square. As the sky suddenly darkened, the scene was shrouded in a layer of uneasiness. Butter torches were lit in the square, and the light of the flames intertwined, illuminating the whole square. The crowd gathered around and whispered to each other. Most people thought that there was another solar eclipse, but the frequent solar eclipses were still not a good sign, so many people had a worried look on their faces. The gate of the temple was closed, and the huge arch was dyed with a dense dark color, like an overly serious religious painting. There were a few low-level monks in gray robes on the stairs, but no one came out to announce what had happened and why the bell was rung.
Roman walked through the crowd with Haruz.
The Forza Sanctum was a famous historical site in Fathan Port. Before this, she had visited it with Chiara and the elf once and happened to know that there was a secret back door in the sanctum. The two quickly bypassed the crowd and sneaked into the sanctum through the back door without anyone noticing. The back door was locked, but it was not a problem for a witch. Roman used metal melting to open the door, but accidentally caught fire, which scared the two. In the end, they hurriedly put out the fire, only to find that more than half of the door had been burned. In order to destroy the evidence, she had to ask Haruz to take down the door and hide it, which wasted a lot of time. There was a long corridor behind the back door, but there was no one at the moment. This discovery made Roman feel relieved. She tiptoed through the corridor with the little prince, and just as she turned a corner, she saw a bright light in front of her. In the dark sanctum, there was a bright hall in front of her. This discovery made her very excited, but then she found that there were monk soldiers guarding outside the hall, and her pair of small eyebrows suddenly wrinkled.
Seeing this, Haruz subconsciously felt a little nervous. His first reaction was to retreat, but immediately, Brando's daily teaching finally had some effect.
He calmed himself down and gestured to Roman with his hand. Miss Roman, do you want me to lead them away? The young prince compared his strength with that of the other party. Although his swordsmanship was not up to standard, his magic was already at the basic level. The two soldier monks guarding the door were only at the level of black iron. He was confident that he could win, so he cautiously made this suggestion. No need. The Roman waved his hand generously.
You're Brando's student. I can't let you take the risk.
Watch me.
She thought for a moment and chose a dream spell from the witchcraft she had mastered.
This spell was very similar to the dust of sleep of the law magic, or the hypnotism of the elemental magic. However,
The witches' spells had their own strengths. They were mysterious and difficult to detect. Their spells affected the real world through the kingdom of dreams, causing people to unknowingly fall into an illusion. The Roman muttered something and pointed at the soldier monks guarding the entrance of the hall. The two soldier monks froze at the same time, then lowered their heads and fell into a peaceful sleep. Seeing that her spell was a success, she clenched her fist excitedly. There was no problem. According to White Mist, as the inheritor, Miss Merchant had high attainments in witchcraft, but she was always absent-minded and forgetful when learning witchcraft. When she cast spells, there would often be some unexpected accidents. For example, misreading the incantation, misremembering the trigger bite, these were all common occurrences. There was even one time when she remembered the incantation of a spell as another spell, which was unprecedented. Dream Spell was a level 5 spell. The Roman could only cast similar spells 3 times a day. After casting it once, the merchant girl's face immediately paled. However, she did not mind. She immediately turned around and waved at Cruz excitedly, motioning for him to hurry up and follow her. The two came to the door of the hall. The soldier monks on both sides were under the spell and were sleeping soundly. They did not seem to notice the arrival of the uninvited guests. The Roman seemed to be very confident in her spell, and did not even look at the two soldier monks. Haruz, on the other hand, was more careful. He carefully observed for a while before letting out a sigh of relief and looked away. The two looked into the hall again. This hall was the main hall of the Fossa Basilica. The Flame King Gretel's holy statue was erected in the hall. Under the statue was the altar, surrounded by layers of prayer seats. At this moment, the hall was brightly lit, and a fiery red portal appeared on the altar. The Roman vaguely felt that this portal was similar to the door of flame she saw in Ampere Seal, but it was much smaller. The host of the Fossa Basilica, Father Jorf, was standing respectfully beside the portal. Next to him stood a priest who seemed to be of higher status, lecturing him. In addition, there were many low-level monks standing around, and Roman even saw Alamov among them. The merchant girl was a little excited to see an old acquaintance she had met not long ago. She wanted to wave and say hello, but fortunately, Haruz was quick enough to grab her sleeve and not let her go. Sister Roman, I think it's best if we don't show ourselves before we understand the situation, the young prince whispered as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He also quickly changed the way he addressed her. Besides, we snuck in secretly. That's true. The Roman slapped her forehead and realized. At this moment, the voice of admonishment came from the hall without missing a single word. Father Jorf, Lady Sydney has betrayed the basilica. According to the information we received, she is likely to arrive at Fathom Port soon and collude with the eldest prince. What? Father Jorf was shocked. He naturally knew who the adoratress of the Leo Palace was. She was known as the most powerful person under the Holy See. How could she betray the basilica? His first reaction was disbelief. His second reaction was to realize that the rumors about the basilica's split were true. However, he still did not know what exactly happened. Although the empire was in a civil war, in reality, the internal strife of the basilica had not surfaced yet. After all, the Silver Queen's purge of the basilica was limited to the upper echelons of the basilica. She had not even issued any orders to the other parishes. These things were too far away for Jorf. Not to mention Sydney, he had only heard of the person in front of him before today. My lord, this is? You don't have to worry. This is the will of Her Majesty and the Holy See. Jorf heaved a sigh of relief. Then what should we do, my lord? The White Legion will launch an attack on Fathom Port in a few days. Those who conspire against the basilica will be doomed. However, Sydney is likely to secretly use means to let the basilica participate in this war. She may even stand on the opposite side of Her Majesty and the Holy See. Your task is to stabilize the believers and low-level monks. Don't let them be deceived by that woman. I understand, my lord. I have gathered the believers according to your instructions. Shall I go and inform them now? Of course. The man nodded in satisfaction. Eowyn's undead army should already be on their way. As these undead that had been summoned were relatively low-level undead, they should be most afraid of the priests and ascetics of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the city when they launched a sneak attack on Fathom Port. However,
As long as the forces of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the city were not organized immediately, they would be able to play the greatest role in this battle. With these unexpected undead, coupled with the Hill Dwellers and the White Legion, the balance of this war was firmly in Her Majesty's favor. Father Yalford did not suspect anything. He turned around and was about to order the low-level monk beside him to open the door. Although he was the highest-ranking priest in Fathom Port, he was still a low-level monk in the huge Holy Cathedral of Fire. He was not aware of the power struggle behind the scenes. As a member of the hierarchical organization of the Holy Cathedral, his first priority was of course to obey the orders from the headquarters of the Holy Cathedral. He was already familiar with this important person in front of him. Moreover, this person had arrived from the Door of Flame on the altar. The latter was one of the top secrets of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. As a member of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it went without saying what a person who could open the Door of Flame represented. However, when she saw the low-level monk leave Yalford's side and walk towards the main door of the Holy Cathedral, Roman did not realize that there was a problem. Haruz, who was beside her, said anxiously to her, "Miss Roman, you can't let them open the main door. If they control the believers and low-level priests in Fathom Port, the teachers will be in a disadvantageous position."
Is that so?
Roman's small eyebrows suddenly raised.
These guys dare to trick Brando. How despicable. After saying that, she pointed her finger at the main door of the Holy Cathedral. The low-level monk who was walking towards the door was ordering the monk soldiers to remove the bolt on the door and was ready to open the two heavy wooden doors. However, before they could reach out, a huge human face suddenly appeared on the door. The human face opened its eyes and glanced at everyone in the hall. Then, it suddenly said, "Hey guys, your luck is pretty good. You actually found this door that leads to the treasure. Do you want to get the treasure through me? No problem, as long as you can answer my riddle." The loud voice echoed throughout the hall. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, including Roman and the young Prince Haruz.
Haruz stared at the spell cast by the merchant lady, while Roman's mouth formed an O shape.
Oh my, isn't this the door sealing spell? I say, what's wrong with you guys? Don't you have any interest in the legendary treasure?
The human face on the door was still chattering, but at this time, Yalfo and the big shot beside him had reacted.
Activate the object. Catch the witch. The big shot beside Yalfo saw Roman and Haruz hiding behind the side door at a glance.
He roared, "Don't let her escape."
Everyone turned their eyes in this direction. Among the crowd, Alamov saw Roman and Haruz and could not help but be stunned. Yalfo naturally did not remember the little girl who came to the Holy Cathedral a few days ago. He reacted immediately, pointed his finger, and a holy cage enveloped Roman and Haruz. However, before the spell could get close to the two, a transparent shield suddenly opened up on Haruz's body. In an instant, Yalfo's holy spell was cancelled out. Seeing this scene, Yalfo could not help but be stunned, but the big shot beside him reacted. Immune to spell control? This is the new moon ring, the Erewhon royal family? Catch the little boy. I want him alive. At this time, the low-level monks and soldier monks in the hall had already swarmed up. Haruz's face turned pale when he saw this scene. He could not help but tremble. Miss Roman, what should we do?
Run, of course.
Roman was confused but not stupid. She grabbed Haruz's collar and ran back quickly. The two ran through the dark corridor in a panic and were about to reach the corner. Roman certainly knew that behind the corner was the back door of the Holy Cathedral. As long as they reached the back and went around to the square, there would be a sea of people there, and the enemy would definitely not be able to do anything to them. However, it was not that simple. There were even silver-ranked guards in the Holy Cathedral. Although her strength was not inferior to a silver-ranked warrior, she was only a witch after all. In terms of physical fitness, she was far inferior to a silver-ranked warrior. The soldier monks and monks behind her were getting closer and closer. Roman felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She was nervous and excited. In front of her was the previous corner. Roman grabbed Haruz's collar and turned around the corner. Before she could react, she felt that she had bumped into something. She groaned and felt that her head was buried in something soft. She hurriedly took a step back with her eyes wide open, but she felt that her wrist had been grabbed. Ah! This gave Roman a big fright, and he hurriedly raised his head, only to discover that the person who had grabbed him was a beautiful female priestess. The other party was extremely tall, with a head of short platinum hair. Her brows were tightly knitted, and a pair of golden eyes were staring at him. Her face was full of majesty and heroic spirit. Although Roman did not recognize the rank of the robe of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, she realized that the lady in front of her was of high status. She had seen the priest who presided over the Holy Cathedral of Fossa before, and his robe was far less gorgeous than the one in front of her. Other than being clean and tidy, even the big shot of the Holy Cathedral of Fire could not compare to the one in front of her. However, she was a little nervous under the other party's stare. She subconsciously pulled her hand back, but the hand that grabbed her wrist seemed to be cast in steel and did not move at all.
"You're hurting me," Roman whispered guiltily.
"Roman is not a thief. Can you let us go first?"
But at this time, another slightly hollow voice sounded. "Miss Roman, why are you here?"
Roman and Haruz were stunned when they heard this voice. They looked up in surprise and found that there was another person behind the priest. It was a female knight shrouded in pale flames. Lady Brunhilde.
The young prince cried out in surprise. "Why are you here?"
Chapter 1037. The earth was covered in ice and snow, and all living things were lifeless.
The darkness seemed to be desolate, and only the occasional flash of lightning in the distant horizon could bring a trace of light to this pitch-black world.
At the moment when the lightning lit up the world, a skeleton could be seen. The skeletons moved forward in this gray snowy land, approaching from far to near, covering the entire snowfield.
The electric light was quickly extinguished, leaving only the light of the soul fire in the darkness, as if it was an illusion left in the field of vision.
In the carriage, Jana was watching this scene silently. The undead army was crossing paths with them. This was the fifth wave of undead she had seen in such a short time, but this wave was much larger than any of the previous ones. There seemed to be an endless number of them on the snowy plains. There were tens of thousands of them. There was also a strange sound in the sky. This sound could be hidden from others, but not from her. It was the sound of skeletal vultures flapping their wings. There were so many of them that she could even imagine the scene of them covering the sky and covering the sun as they flew overhead. The undead army was like a torrent, enough to swallow all living things in their path. But this small undead army they were in did not attract any attention in this torrent. The necromancers in the undead army did not even look at them. In the moment when the lightning lit up the earth, Yuta had seen a necromancer. The necromancer looked no different from the low-level necromancers they had seen in the War of the Black Rose, but the bone staff in his hand was particularly different. These bone staffs looked like they were made of demon bones, and each of them looked exactly the same. They were also exactly the same as the one in the hands of the rotten knight caught beside Brando. Yuta silently assessed and found that the number of necromancers among the undead army was far less than expected. How did these necromancers control this army? She had already keenly linked it to these strange bone staffs. Of course, Yuta did not know that she had almost guessed the truth. At the same time, Brando was also looking at the bone staff in Krot's hand. It should be a replica of the Treasure of Darkness. If he guessed correctly, the original in Duke Ambuner's hand should be exactly the same as this one. According to Haku, the Treasure of Darkness was actually created using the power of the Orb of Darkness. He could faintly feel that the bone staff in Krot's hand was emitting a gloomy and cold energy. This kind of energy was incompatible with the aura of the living. When he held the bone staff in his hand earlier, he had a very strong feeling, but he didn't expect that he could still feel that kind of energy even after the bone staff was far away from him. The power was resonating with him. Brando slightly knitted his brows. Of course, he wasn't an undead, but he knew that a very high concentration of Dark God's blood flowed in his body. Now he already knew that this Dark God's blood was the power of the so-called Dark Pearl, and the power of the Dark Treasure was also born from this. Could it be that in the hands of these liches? The replica was actually not as simple as a replica, but a fragment of the Treasure of Darkness. Was that why it could resonate with the Dark God's blood in his body? He was very suspicious of this in his heart, but he didn't have the chance to confirm this suspicion for the time being. At this moment, the bone staff was in the hands of the rotten knight. Krot used the special power of the bone staff to conceal the aura of all the living around it. If it wasn't for this, the surrounding undead army would have already discovered their existence. Brando himself had touched the elemental realm, so he could conceal his aura at any time. However, Yuta and her young subordinates were completely exposed.
They're heading towards Fathom Harbor, my lord, Yuta said weakly after observing the undead army for a while.
Brando nodded, indicating that he understood. Don't we have to do anything? We can't do anything even if we want to. There are at least 30 to 40,000 ribs here, and there should be more behind, Brando replied. That's true. The fleet at Fathom Harbor is enough to annihilate them. Where are we going, my lord? Brando thought that she might not know that there were no more fleets at Fathom Harbor. Tonagel's fleet had already left the harbor before they entered the Evernight continent. However, he didn't plan to tell them the truth, lest they think too much. Anyway, there was no point in telling them the truth, and it would only increase their psychological burden. It was just a burden.
He only replied faintly, "You'll know in a while."
After a short conversation, the carriage returned to silence. This carriage was actually an undead, and the carriage was made of bones. The animals pulling the carriage were also 4 undead warhorses. This was originally the Lich's carriage, so naturally, it was now theirs. The undead carriage moved forward slowly in the snow. Time seemed to be meaningless in this dark world. Mare held a silver-plated pocket watch in his hand, and the hands of the watch were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and sometimes it would even turn backwards.
They saw a withered pine tree in the snow, and it experienced the whole process of growing from a sapling to a towering tree, and then withered to death.
This scene repeated itself in this dark world, and after a while, they became used to it.
At this time, Yuta and the others finally understood what Brando meant when he said that time was meaningless in this world.
Half an hour later, they encountered the 4th wave of undead, and this wave was about the same size as the 3rd wave. 15 minutes later, they encountered the 5th wave of undead, and this wave was slightly smaller than the previous 2 waves, but there were still more than 10,000 of them. After that, they didn't encounter any more undead, but when they approached the coast of the Silver Valley, Krot's undead army met a cruise army head-on. Brando saw it from afar.
He saw the flag on the opposite side. It was Cruz's White Legion, and it seemed that they were the vanguard of the White Legion. This cruise army had about 3,000 to 4,000 people, which was not as large as any of the previous undead armies, but it was much stronger. In front of Cruz's army was the Earth Dragon Knight, and behind them was the heavily armed garrison infantry. The spears in the hands of the infantry were 3 to 4 meters long, and the black steel spearheads shone under the light of the torches. They were fully armored, and even their faces were covered. The garrison infantry was the main force of the White Legion's infantry. Their average strength was between the lower and middle silver level. Once they formed a spear formation, even a gold-level knight regiment would find it difficult to defeat them head-on. Behind them were the projectile troops, and most of them were crossbowmen and longbowmen recruited from the East Metz region. Although they didn't have any special abilities, their average strength was at least lower silver level. This is the strength of the Kurlutz Empire's frontline legions. Even though Valhalla seems to be flourishing, I don't think I can defeat any of the frontline legions with my current strength. Even the irregular legions would find it difficult to win against them. Perhaps. Yuta and the others didn't have any idea, but Brando, who had experienced the strength of the Empire in his previous life, knew all too well. He could kill a team of Earth Dragon Knight effortlessly, and Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles could do the same, or even better. But what was the result? In fact, his famous teacher in history was also hunted down by the Empire and had nowhere to hide. After reaching the pinnacle of the law, or even stepping into the extreme planes, an individual's strength could reach a terrifying level. They could even change the course of a war and become a strategic force of a country. But that didn't mean that after reaching that level, an individual could rival a country, let alone the Cruz Empire. After all, although there weren't many people who had stepped into the extreme realm, there were still a few in the Empire. Silently watching the Cruz Empire's army approach, Yuta and the others in the carriage also fell silent. The gap between the White Lion Guards and this terrifying army was obvious. For the current White Lion Guards, the average strength of the NCOs and elites could barely reach silver level, but most of the soldiers were still in the iron rank. Compared to the White Legion, whose average strength was in the middle to lower silver level, and whose NCOs and knights were above gold level, there was a difference of a whole level. And this was only the White Lion Guards. If the White Lion Legion in the north and the other legions of the kingdom were compared to the White Legion, there was no comparison. If the current White Lion Guards and the White Legion were like the difference between the reserves and the regular army, then the other legions were like the inferior bandits and bandits. They were not even soldiers or guards. Facing such an army, even with the addition of the Buga fleet, the chances of winning were at most 50%. After all, the ones controlling the fleet were the Erewhon people, whose average strength was weaker, and the high-level wizards in the fleet were far from enough. According to Yuta and the others' knowledge, each of the 4 major legions of the Empire, each of them had their own exclusive air force. Brando glanced at the silent female mercenary leader and her young men and guessed what they were thinking, but he did not intend to comfort them. Sometimes it was good to let them recognize the gap between them. The demonic wave was affecting the world, and from this moment on, everyone would have the same opportunity. Only by recognizing the gap between them would they have the motivation to catch up. The vanguard of the White Legion quickly approached. The Drake Knight in front of them was the first to discover the undead army. They immediately left the group and rushed in this direction. It was not until they were a short distance away that the Drake Knight stopped and questioned Krot loudly. "Don't reply," Brendel whispered, "and don't expose our existence."
Brendel stopped him immediately.
"Don't answer," Brendel whispered, "and don't expose our presence."
No problem." Krot was a little scared. Although she was an undead, she was not brainless.
Of course, she could see the difference between the quality of the 2 armies. Although she had thousands of skeletons under her command, if they really fought, the small team of Drake Knight would probably be able to effortlessly slaughter them all. The power of the Roman Black Rose was not based on the millions of skeletal warriors. In the War of the Undead, the real masters were the powerful undead, such as the Black Knight, the humorous Wyrm, and the Lich.
Brando nodded slowly.
He had already observed that the previous undead army should be directly controlled by the Treasure of Darkness. If Krot showed too much autonomy, it might arouse the suspicion of the other party. Now, the best thing for them to do was to move forward.
These Cruise Knight must be rushing to the front line. They were now just doing routine questioning. As long as Krot did not do anything threatening, the other party would not have too much of a reaction.
After all, who would have thought that there was an undead army that was not under Ambunal's control going in the opposite direction to Ovchin at this time?
In this plan, the Erewhon people in Fadan Port should not even know about the existence of the undead. Yuta, Mare, and the others retreated into the carriage. The undead carriage was shrouded in a thick death aura. Moreover, it was quite far away, so they did not have to worry about being discovered by the other party. There was another world in the carriage. Krot listened to Brando's instructions without saying a word.
She controlled the undead army to pass by the vanguard of the White Legion.
After that, the Drake Knight followed behind the undead army from afar, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. As expected, they did not ask any more questions. They only turned back when the 2 armies passed by each other.
It was only then that everyone in the carriage breathed a sigh of relief.
Yuta could not help but look at Brando with some admiration. She did not know the secret of the bone staff. She only thought that Brando was very calm in the face of danger, just like his grandfather. Not long after that, they encountered the main forces of the White Legion one after another. However, the 2 situations were not too different. After all, no one would have thought that there would be a rebel army in the undead army.
Most of the people in Cruz thought that this undead army was one of the many undead armies that were wandering around Ovchin. However, humans were not used to dealing with the undead. In fact, most of the officers of the White Legion did not know the details of the deal between Her Majesty and Madara. Therefore, they did not know what role these undead played in the whole plan. Especially for most of the higher-ups of the White Legion, they still subconsciously thought that the deal with Madara was something that should not be exposed to the public. Therefore, the plan itself was very secretive. In the end, most of the officers of the White Legion did not know where the undead were deployed. They only knew that the undead would cooperate with them to attack Fatten Harbor. This greatly facilitated Brando and the others. In less than 2 hours, Krot and her undead subordinates had passed through several lines of defense and arrived near Ovchin. At this moment, the whole world was dark, but Ovchin City was still brightly lit. Looking from afar at the coast of the Silver Valley, the harbor was like a bright star embedded in the dark horizon. P.S. In yesterday's chapter, there were a few places where Haruz was written as Cruz. I didn't notice. OTL. Chapter 1038. Sydney, you've come to walk right into the trap.
A slightly serious voice echoed in the hall of the Forza Basilica.
2 more people had appeared in the hall, and the one who spoke was one of them.
The priest who had reprimanded Yulfo earlier was now standing respectfully behind the man with another unfamiliar face. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a holy robe that was almost the same style as Sydney's. He was slightly bald and fat. In fact, this man was Roderick, the sixth of the 11 sanctums. Roderick Barbarossa was born in a scholastic family in Cloak Bay. When he was young, he was favored by the previous generation's great priest, Bishop Mekayuri of Cloak Bay. Later, he was promoted to the upper echelons of the sanctum and was known for his hymns. He once attacked the cultists in Ambroli and was mercilessly awarded the title of Iron Bishop. After returning to the center of the sanctum, he entered the core of the power of the 11 sanctums. He looked very young, but in fact, he was not much younger than Vala. But Sydney did not even lift his eyelids to look at him, as if he was too lazy to speak. She looked in the direction of the altar, where the door of flame had disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that this was a trap, waiting for her to come here. She was not surprised at all that the Silver Queen knew that she would come here. When she escaped from the Leo Palace, she took the fragment of holy sword Oderfeis with her. It would be strange if the Silver Queen could not even guess that. Roman and Haruz stood nervously behind the statue of the Leo Palace's adoratress, while Brunhilde was guarding them. She looked a little indifferent. Brando had ordered her to send Sydney to Fathom Harbor with the Windrider foal. As for the fight between these mortals, she did not care much, and Sydney did not ask her for help. Probably angered by the indifference of Sydney and Brunhilde, the great priest Roderick raised his eyebrows, and a faint anger rose in his heart. Although he was the sixth of the 11 sanctums, his real strength was not too far from Sydney's. In fact, among the 11 sanctums, except for Vala's extraordinary strength, the others were actually on par with each other. And now, he had the help of 2 high-ranking priests from the scholastic faction, so he really did not know where Sydney's confidence came from. Was it because of that woman? Roderick glanced at Brunhilde and saw that this Valkyrie was at most at the level of elemental enlightenment. As for Roman and Haruz, he simply ignored them. Thinking of this, Roderick felt a little more confident. He didn't want to complicate matters, so he immediately ordered the 2 beside him and Yulfo. Stop her together. Don't let her escape. My lord, that little boy should be the crown prince of Erewhon. At this moment, the high priest beside Yulford suddenly spoke. Roderick looked at Haruz with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He nodded silently and replied, "Don't worry about him. They can't run away. Just keep an eye on Sydney." Although the voices of the 2 were not loud, it was impossible for Sydney not to hear them with her strength. However, she acted as if she did not hear them and stood there motionlessly, as if she was going to watch Roderick make his move. Her attitude angered the holy eulogist from the center of the holy cathedral. Roderick let out a cold snort from his nose and chanted in a low voice, "Supreme Flame, my Lord King, please forgive the folly of the mortal world. Send down your holy judgment. Sweep away all evil and darkness." A sacred light hung down from the dome of the holy cathedral and enveloped him in it. He spread out his hands and the light spread in all directions like a cage, enveloping Sydney in it. If Brando were here at this moment, he would be surprised to recognize this spell. This was one of the 74 sacred hymns of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Hymns were one of the most powerful holy spells of the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and each of the 74 hymns was a powerful holy spell. They were both judgment and truth, containing unimaginable power. The spells of the gods that mortals spoke of were, in fact, the spells of hymns. Furthermore, hymns were Roderick's forte. Among the 74 hymns, there were long ones and short ones. Among them, the Admonition hymn, which was known as the strongest holy spell of imprisonment, seal, and boundary, had 144 lines. An ascetic with profound teachings would be able to perform this holy spell in a short 7 lines. However, Roderick's first move was a shocking 4-line hymn. In this field alone, he could be said to be standing at the peak of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Perhaps no one, including Vala, could be compared to him. At the same time as Roderick cast the spell, the 2 scholastic masters beside him flanked Sydney at the same time. They each took out a scepter with a cross head. This was the cross scepter of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, a very powerful holy weapon, and also a symbol of their status. Bishops of their level were usually called Bishops of the Cross. In the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the strength of the Bishops of the Cross was usually between elemental activation and elemental enlightenment, depending on the individual's strength.
In most areas, the level of the Bishops of the Cross was actually not at this level, so most of the Bishops of the Cross were actually scholars who were very knowledgeable in holy spells and religious knowledge. Being attacked by Praise the Saint Roderick and two scholarly scholars at the same time, there was probably no one in the Holy Temple other than the Supreme Vala who could escape unscathed.
But at this moment, Sidney didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of danger.
He just stood there quietly, staring at the two scholarly masters and Roderick's holy spell with a cold and disdainful gaze.
Is he crazy? Roderick looked at the scene in disbelief.
Of course, he did not think that he could casually use a spell to injure the chief priest of the Leo Palace.
Not to mention him, perhaps even Vala, the Great Holy See, could not do so. After all, Sidney's combat strength was second only to Vala among the 11 Holy Sees.
There was a legend in the Empire, it was said that the Saintess of the Leo Palace was very talented in battle.
When she was young, she could have joined the Flame Knight Regiment, but she chose to walk the path of a monk. As one of the 11 Holy Seigneurs, Roderick knew that this legend wasn't groundless, but rather, it was true. Back then, Sidney had actually caught the eye of the previous generation's Grand Commander of the Knights, who wanted to personally appoint her as his successor. However, Sidney herself had opposed it, and with the protection of Vala and the previous generation's Great Holy Seigneurs, this matter was left unsettled. This woman was born to be a knight. Even if she later embarked on the path of a bishop, her fighting style was the most powerful among the 11 Holy Sees. But no matter how powerful she was, it was impossible for Sidney to stand still and take his spell head-on. What did she think he was? One of those low-level high-ranking priests. However, in the next moment, Roderick felt that he was really crazy. He saw that his spell had not yet touched Sidney's body, and it broke into pieces like glass, turning into countless dust and dissipating with the wind. At that moment, Roderick almost thought that he was hallucinating. This was a hymn, one of the most powerful among the 74 hymns. How could she break his spell without moving?
Could it be that the woman in front of him was actually Vala in disguise?
Roderick immediately threw this crazy idea out of his mind.
Not to mention that the Great Holy See Vala was now under house arrest by Her Majesty the Queen. Even if it was Vala himself, it was impossible for him to stand still and break his spell. Roderick suddenly thought of a terrible possibility in his mind.
But before he could react, Sidney in front of him finally made a move. The Lion Palace Saintess raised her right hand and pointed at him. It was the simplest third circle holy spell, Ray of Radiance. A white light shot out from Sidney's fingertips and went straight to the Praise the Saint, Roderick. This holy spell was quite popular among the low-level priests because it was the most effective attack method below the fourth circle. However, in a battle at the level of the Holy See, this spell was tantamount to a joke. Not to mention that Roderick had countless means to counter this spell. In fact, even if he did not react and let this spell hit him, this mere third circle spell may not be able to break through his will barrier. At this moment, Roderick felt an extremely dangerous aura from this spell. In an instant, he set up 3 or 4 protective spells around himself. As if he was afraid that he could not block this third circle spell, he desperately retreated. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, a terrible scene happened. This simple ray of light was like the legendary Holy Spear. It actually pierced through all the protective spells in front of Roderick. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the white ray of light did not trigger the Praise the Saint Roderick's will barrier at all. It easily pierced his fat body and pierced his heart. One of the 11 Holy Sees of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Praise the Saint Roderick, widened his eyes as if he could not believe that he would die so easily. Then, endless darkness shrouded his consciousness. When Roderick's body fell to the ground, it suddenly burst into flames in an instant as if it was swallowed by the holy fire. The whole hall was silent, and no one reacted for a moment. Including the countless monks present, including Jorf, and the 2 scholastic masters, the 2 scholastic masters had stopped in their tracks. They looked at Sidney, the Saintess of the Leo Palace, as if they had seen a ghost. For a moment, they could not advance or retreat. Should they continue to attack? This was obviously not a wise choice, but if they wanted to escape, where could they escape to? How strong was Roderick? Even he had been reduced to ashes by a mere third circle spell, let alone them. But after all, the 2 of them were monks with profound attainments in doctrine. Soon, they thought of the possibility that Roderick thought of before he died. Their faces changed at the same time, and at the same time, They looked at the indifferent Sydney. But this time, Sydney did not look at them at all.
She directly said to all the low-level monks of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the hall, "Immediately open the door and gather everyone. I want to speak." Yalfo seemed to have just reacted. He looked at Roderick's ashes on the ground in disbelief, and then looked at Sydney. He could not help but stutter, "Miss Sydney, you—" After saying this, the host of the Forces Sanctuary regretted. Even Roderick was dead. What right did he have to ask such a question? There was no doubt that this she-devil was going to do something to him soon. But thinking of this, Jorf suddenly found courage, probably because of the mood of a broken pot. He suddenly raised his head and said loudly, "Lady Sydney, since you have betrayed the Holy Cathedral, then you are no longer a Holy See of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Therefore, we did not listen to your orders. The Forces Sanctuary will never bow to any infidels." With these words, the entire Forza temple actually fell deathly silent, so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Everyone in the surroundings looked at him like he was a madman, including the two masters of the academy. Their gazes were filled with both mixed feelings and admiration. "Your courage is commendable." But Sydney did not seem to be angry. She only said calmly, "But I am not the one who gave you the order. There is not much time left for Fathom Port. I hope you will not waste it." After saying this, she spread out her hands, and a shadow slowly rose from behind the statue of the Lion Palace Saintess. When they saw the shadow, everyone in the Forces Sanctuary was shocked. This is the Holy Sword Oderfice. The late king." Sydney's face was stern as she said coldly, "In the name of the Flame King Gretel, I declare that the Silver Queen is conspiring to divide the Holy Cathedral. All believers in the Forces Sanctuary and the parish of Fathom Port immediately submit to the spirit of the Holy Sword. Listen to my orders and start the Holy War." The two masters' faces were pale. Chapter 1039. The flaming blade, Oderfice, was hanging high above the main hall of the Fossa Holy Temple. The believers and Yalfo could even see a shadow behind the sword. The shadow was holding the sword in its hand and had a long dragon flame cloak draped over its body. Its back was facing the crowd. A strong emotion suddenly surged into Yalford's heart. It was as if he had seen the magnificent era of the past, but the sages and heroes were leaving them and drifting further and further away. The beliefs and pursuits of his youth, the worship of heroes, and his unwavering faith in the Holy Cathedral of Fire were all recalled. It was as if a voice flowed in his heart, and after decades of fermenting and treasuring, it was bitter and regrettable. Yalf's legs went soft, and he directly knelt down. As soon as he knelt, the low-level monks behind him also knelt down one by one. The two masters also knelt down in front of one of the four sages, King Gretel of the Cruise people. They were drenched in cold sweat, and they couldn't say a word. "We once made a sacred covenant." "What is our covenant?" "Thousands of years ago, we defeated the Dark Dragon and liberated Wone from tyranny. We are not saviors, but we only pursued freedom. However, thousands of years later, the Myrna Empire no longer exists in this world. Do we still have the right to say that we are glorious people?" The shadow of the Flame King Gretel didn't say a word. However, to the loyal believers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, this question was in their hearts. Only those who had truly abandoned their faith could remain indifferent. Far away in the Holy Palace of Fanzan, a tall and imposing figure let out a long sigh. Her green eyes seemed to be able to see through the endless time, and under the intertwining lightning in the sky, everything that happened in the past, present and future at the same time. The rise of the Myrna people and their fall, the destruction of the covenant between humans and elves, and the war between each other. It was like a cycle of 1,000 years, but this time the liberators had become the oppressors. In the elven court, Saint Tossol the Wind Empress also felt something. She stood up on a rock in the forest, and the two hunter sisters and many night spirits looked up at her. She frowned slightly and looked towards the direction of the wind in the west. "Gretel, no matter if it was 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, you are still so upright. Everyone has changed, but you have always been the same." In the Forza Basilica, everyone was kneeling. Sydney looked down at these people from the altar. These people were atoning for their sins. They didn't do anything wrong. They just forgot their vows. She turned back and said to the Roman, "Lady Roman, you did a good job. You didn't let them spread the news, or else it would be a little troublesome." "Nah,"
Please help me open the main gate. I need you to immediately announce this news to everyone. And if we don, we undead army? Yalford, who was kneeling not far away, heard this word. He was stunned and raised his head. There were 2 obvious streaks of tears on his face, but this priest didn't have time to feel embarrassed. He hurriedly asked Sydney, "Lady Sydney, what did you say about the undead army? Why is there an undead army near Fat Ten Port?" "You should know the history of the East Mets," Sydney looked at him and said coldly. "This undead army has been gathering since before the solar eclipse. They should have reached the east of the Golden Needle Valley, not too far away from Fat Ten Port. If you don't want to see Fat Ten Port become a living hell, you should act quickly and gather all the believers in the parish." Yalford's face changed drastically. He said, "How can this be?" "I understand, Ms. Sydney. Please leave this task to me. This young lady is very unfamiliar in the parish. I can do it better if you leave this task to me. Count me in too." Alamov stood out from the crowd. He first looked at the Roman, and when he saw that the latter had no intention of scolding him, he said loudly, "I'm the priest of the 3rd Street. My name is Alamov. Alamov Shedal. Lady Sydney." Sydney looked at them and nodded. The 2 immediately turned and left to arrange the relevant matters. The statue of the Sacred Lady of the Leo Palace retracted her gaze and looked at the 2 masters kneeling on the ground. Yalford and the others could say that they didn't know the whole plan, but these 2 masters definitely knew the cause and effect of everything that happened today, including the Silver Queen's collusion with the undead. However, her gaze only lingered on the 2 trembling men for a moment before she coldly looked away. To be honest, if it wasn't for the situation, she had no interest in these internal struggles of the holy sanctum. "Lady Sydney?" At this time, the Roman finally had time to interject. She had been curious for a long time. "Is this the flaming blade Oderfice?" She stared at the flaming blade Oderfice and asked. "This is the flaming blade Oderfice. But I heard that it was damaged. Have you fixed it?" "Fixed?" Sydney shook her head. How could she fix the flaming blade Oderfice? The sword spirit of the Holy Sword recognized Brando and merged with the latter. Only when the latter truly recognized the sword and the philosophy of the Flaming King Gretel could it be possible to repair the sword. As for now, the sword was only in a temporary state of activation. She couldn't help but think of what happened a few hours ago. "Lady Sydney, since we are already allies, and I'm about to go to war with Her Majesty, as an ally, I won't be polite. There are some things that I may need you to do immediately." In the Imperial Army's camp, Brendel turned the hilt of his sword and knocked out the Kurlutz officer, then turned back and said to her. Sydney nodded and said, "Please speak." "You should also know that the Silver Queen is in cahoots with Madara. Currently, there is an army of the undead moving towards Fathom Harbor. I need you to help me destroy this army of the undead. You want me to go to Fathom Harbor and gather the mid-level and low-level priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to form a group of priests to fight against the undead?" Brando nodded and said, "The holy spells of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Fanzan are the nemesis of the undead. Although there are many undead this time, most of them are low-level undead. I think that as long as the mid-level and low-level priests of the Fathom Harbor Parish work together and are not defeated individually, it will be easy to deal with them." Sydney thought for a moment and said, "Even so, if the scale of the undead army is too large, we will only have a chance to win when the power of the Golden Flame is at its most abundant. But the undead will not fight us in broad daylight." "That is not necessarily true." Brando took out a gemstone shaped like an agate and waved it in front of her. "They will definitely attack Fathom Harbor during the day. I promise you that." Sydney frowned and nodded silently. "There is a second thing, Miss Sydney," Brando said again. "What is it?" "This matter is about you. Does Her Majesty know that you took away the fragment of the Holy Sword Oderfice?" Brando asked. "That's why she wants me to stay," Sydney replied calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "I know what you want to say. You want to ask if she will send someone to stop me at Fat Ten Port?" "Yes, because the Holy Cathedral of Fire still has the secret of the Door of Flame, right?" Brando nodded. "I think she will send someone. Who do you think it will be?" In the Holy Cathedral of Fire, there are no more than 10 people who can suppress you, right? Among them, the great Holy See of Vala must be excluded. Caesar is on your side, so he should also be excluded.
Among the remaining people, if the Flame Family Knight Regiment does not take action, then there should only be 2 or 3 people who can be chosen.
Brando immediately analyzed. Sydney looked at him with some surprise. I didn't expect you to know so much about us. It seems that Her Majesty has underestimated you. Miss Sydney, you and I are not people who like to talk nonsense, Brando interrupted her and said. Who do you think will come? Roderick Barbarossa, Sydney replied with certainty. Brando was slightly stunned. The candidate in his heart was actually Roderick, and the other candidate was the Holy One Maddie, but he was not as sure as Sydney. He could not help but look at the statue of the Sacred Lady of the Leo Palace with some curiosity. The latter seemed to have seen through his thoughts and explained, the most loyal person to Her Majesty is Roderick. This is a matter of great importance, so she will definitely let Roderick take action. Besides, Roderick is good at hymns, and this type of holy spell is very effective against me. Brando nodded.
Sydney inherited the blood of angels and was good at close combat, and hymns with more control abilities were indeed very effective against her.
How do you plan to deal with him?
He asked again. Actually, as long as His Majesty notifies his men now and orders them to closely monitor the Fuxia Holy Cathedral, and not give them a chance to open the door of flame, it will be fine.
Sydney replied, if I'm not wrong, Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles should also be in Fathom Port.
Brando shook his head. No, Miss Sydney, my teacher is no longer in Fathom Port, and this choice is not good enough.
If you believe me, I suggest you let Roderick come to Fathom Port and kill him. I can provide you with evidence to prove that he is colluding with All for One. Brando remembered that in history, Roderick was found to be colluding with All for One after the calamity of wolves. Although he was not a member of All for One, he used his cooperation with All for One to eliminate dissidents in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He believed that this cooperation definitely did not start after the calamity of wolves, and some clues should be found in this era.
But Sydney interrupted him. There's no need for that.
You want to kill Roderick?
Brando was slightly stunned and looked at her with some surprise. So you already knew?
To this question Sydney did not choose to answer, but only said lightly, it's not difficult for me to deal with Roderick, but it's impossible to kill him. Besides, he definitely won't come alone. The lowest level of the Door of Flame in the Holy Cathedral of Fire can teleport 2 people who are about the same strength as Roderick. He might have brought 2 high-ranking priests with him.
It's not that easy to kill him. But it's not impossible, right?
Brando heard the hidden meaning in her words.
Sydney nodded. I need your help.
Me?
I need you to give me a part of the soul of the Holy Sword.
The soul of the Holy Sword?
Brando reacted. You want to restore Oderfeis?
Not really, Sydney shook her head. But as long as I have a part of the soul of the Holy Sword, I can temporarily activate it. The Holy Sword Oderfeis and the Flame King Gretel are the source of the faith of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. They are supreme beings. With their blessing, no holy spell of the Holy Cathedral of Fire can defeat me.
Brando was silent for a moment, then whispered. I have never felt the existence of the soul of Oderfeis.
Can I do it? You can do it.
Then I understand. With a creak, the main door of the Holy Cathedral of Fossa was pushed open from the outside, and only then did Sydney recover from her thoughts. Then she heard the crisp voice of the Roman. Marjorie, you're here too?
Miss Roman, why are you here? What's going on? The one who strode in from the main door was Sergeant Marjorie. It was Sydney's first time seeing this young man, but she immediately saw Yalfo and Alamov outside the main door. Many believers were gathered behind them, and it seemed that the 2 of them were quite efficient. They had already informed her of what she had asked them to do. Marjorie, this is Lady Sydney, the Roman thought for a moment, probably thinking about how to introduce the statue of the Sacred Lady of the Leo Palace. She's very powerful. But Marjorie had already learned from the Shire and Brando that this priestess of the Holy Cathedral was from the upper echelons of the Holy Cathedral. In fact, he knew more about this priestess than Romaine. He nodded to her and looked around. When he saw that the situation in the Holy Cathedral was not out of control, he sighed in relief. Lady Sydney, did you gather these believers? Although the situation was a little different from what he had imagined, Sydney did not deny it. She only nodded and said, Yes,
I believe you already understand the situation at hand.
I want to take these believers away immediately. Is that okay?
Marjorie shook his head. No problem, the Lord has already given us the order.
But do you need any help, lady? No, Sydney replied. You just need to do your own thing. Guard the gate well, and don't let any undead in. I understand.
The Roman looked at the two of them with some boredom. She turned her eyes to the side and was pleasantly surprised to see the animated gate of the Holy Cathedral of Wuxia giving Erwin a hard time.
Hey, young man. Have you figured out the answer to this question? You don't look that stupid. Is your brain filled with moldy flour?
No, Haruz frowned and pouted. Mr. Daimon, it's because your question is too difficult.
How can I guess what you're thinking? Well, let's change the question.
Then please ask, Mr. Gate. Can you guess my name?
Chapter 1040.
A gust of cold wind blew into the room, and Count Brill saw that the light of the candle had suddenly dimmed. What's wrong? He turned around and looked at his old friend, Ambunal, who was holding a bone staff and was in a gloomy state that made him uneasy. The Duke slowly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of dark red in his blue-gray eyes. He lowered his head and silently looked at the bone staff in his hand. Then, he gently let go of his hand, and the bone staff floated in the air as if it was held up by an invisible force.
Count Brill frowned as he looked at this scene. He did not like this thing. No owner of this dark treasure in history had a good ending. He also did not like the undead of Madara. This battle would bring considerable trouble to his territory. Although the Silver Queen would compensate him accordingly, he was more worried about his old friend. He felt that his old friend had become much gloomier these days. But the Count understood that his old friend was a soldier, and he was just the Lord of Ovchin. There were some things that he could not interfere with. Duke Ambunal suddenly stood up from his chair and turned to the stone window. He left the staff, which was shrouded in black smoke, floating up and down. Outside the stone window was half of a Vezin port, which was now completely frozen. He looked beyond the city wall and saw the winding Silver Valley coast in the dark. What's wrong, old friend? The Count felt that the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped by a few degrees, and he could not help but ask. He saw that even the fire in the fireplace had dimmed, and the burning flames had turned into small flames. There's a small problem, Duke Ambunal replied gloomily. I suddenly feel that I can't sense one of the bone staff. Outside Ovchin City, the undead army was standing still. Under Brando's command, Krot broke the bone staff in her hand. A black light shot out from the broken bone staff and went straight into Brando's chest. Brando knew that there were a lot of things in his body, and this black light seemed to be related to the black pearl described by Haku, so he did not show any signs of fuss. He just checked his condition and found that there was nothing wrong with him. In addition to the power of the blood of the Dark God or the Black Pearl, there should be the soul of the Holy Sword Odorfice in his body. According to Sydney, it was the power of the Flame Pearl. However, these two powers existed in his body at the same time without any sign of conflict. In fact, between these two powers, Brando could not feel the existence of the blood of the Dark God at all except for its influence on the elemental pool. It was the same for the soul of Odorfice. He only felt its existence when he transferred the latter into the fragment of the flaming blade. Normally, he could not detect it at all, and it did not even affect his fire elemental pool. As for why one could affect the elemental pool and the other could not, Brando vaguely felt that the difference between the two was that one had self-awareness, while the other did not. Odorfice was the sword soul of the flaming blade. In the Amber Sword, the so-called sword soul was actually the alignment of the holy sword due to the influence of its master and experience. Although it could not be compared to true wisdom, at least it had the ability to judge. The Black Pearl, on the other hand, had been in a state of being divided into two for a long time, and the part controlled by the Black Pearl was obviously smaller. As for the blood of the Dark God, another way of saying the power of the Black Pearl, that was injected into his body at the beginning, it was even thinner, and there was no possibility of it having self-awareness and self-judgment. The power of the Black Pearl and the Flame Pearl was obviously very unique, and they were different from any power Brando knew of. In Wound, most of the power and energy was shown on the outside, and it would actually increase your energy level, which was the energy level, OZ. It would change your external or internal strength, such as the 3 pillars of the body, strength, dexterity, physique,
or the three pillars of the soul: perception, will, and bloodline. Although the elemental orbs had shown powerful miraculous powers in history, such as the terrifying lethality of the flaming blade and the frost chant, you could not feel their energy level. They were like magical items without any energy, which sounded like a paradox in itself, because in the world of Wond, the definition of a magical item was an item that contained some kind of power or energy. Not only the elemental orbs themselves, but even the power they contained seemed to have the same nature. After the bone staff was destroyed, Yuta and the others who were standing at the back immediately noticed the changes that happened to the skeleton soldiers around them. The thousands of undead that were still on the snow-covered shore of the Silver Valley suddenly rippled out, and in an instant, the undead army melted like snow. At the same time, Brando, who was silently looking at Ovachin's direction, felt something and narrowed his eyes. He gestured to Teru, and the young wizard immediately cast a spell. A water-like ripple spread out in the surrounding space, shielding the aura of the living. A little further away, some undead that smelled the aura of the living in the wind staggered and stopped. The undead army was collapsing and scattering in twos and threes, like lonely ghosts wandering in the wilderness. "My lord, I don't understand. Why did you destroy the bone staff? Isn't it better to order the undead to attack the harbor? Although they are weak, they can at least be used as cannon fodder, right?" Teru looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Brando smiled and shook his head. The thousands of skeletons that had not been strengthened by the undead secret magic were useless. He did not need such a weak attack. He only sneaked in to confirm one thing, and now he got the answer. Ovchin Port was not a military fortress like Fatin Port. As an important commercial port in the northern Sublime Inland Sea, after hundreds of years of development, the size of the port was no longer what it used to be. As the city area expanded, the merchants in the port had long torn down the outer walls. In the hinterland of the empire, the area with the most stable order and the White Legion's garrison, Ovchin did not need these defensive facilities. For the sake of tax revenue, the city's ruler, the Brill family, chose to acquiesce to this behavior. As the city expanded, Ovchin gradually crossed its original border, the Turquoise River, and formed two districts on the east and west of the river. The eastern district was the old district, and Ovachin's earliest city gate and wharf were on the east bank of the Turquoise River. The western district was the new district, and there were neatly organized workshops and handicraft workshops, as well as two markets. It was worth mentioning that Ovachin's newly built Fort Kongwei was also located in the northern district. This fort stood on the north bank of the Turquoise River, and it was like a silent, dark ghost in the midst of the lights on the north bank. At this moment, Brendel felt a strong calling coming from the fortress. There was no doubt that the treasure of darkness that White spoke of was located in this fortress. It indeed had some sort of control over all the fakes that were created using its power. If that was the case, then Duke Ambuner, who was in possession of it, should not be too far away. He easily suppressed the impulse in his heart. For him who had more than 2/3 of the power of the Orb of Darkness, the so-called Treasure of Darkness in Duke Ambuner's hands was not even worth mentioning. Ambuner should have already discovered his existence. But it was too late. Brando took out a gem-like object from his bosom. This gemstone was dull and crescent-shaped, like some kind of feldspar or obsidian. He only took a glance at it and threw it forward. The gemstone drew a flat arc and landed on the beach. However, there was no sand on the beach at the moment, only thick layers of snow. The gemstone sank deep into the snow. Above his head, the sky was dark, and the 12 moons were dim. In just a few hours, the outer sea of the Sublime Inland Sea seemed to have completely changed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on the surface of the sea, and the intertwining lightning reflected a ferocious scene. The entire sea seemed to be boiling, and in an instant, huge waves of hundreds of feet in the shape of mountains rolled up and surged down. One after another, it was like moving mountains, or giant beasts were slaughtering each other. Far in the horizon, glaciers froze the coast, and the ice field extended all the way to the depths of the sea. Huge icebergs floated on the raging sea, cracking, freezing, and then disappearing into the depths of the darkness. The entire sky and earth were shrouded in a curtain of rain. The line of rain that fell from the sky blurred the line between the sea and the sky, blurring the entire world together, forming an impenetrable world of water. However, a silver fleet was sailing through the curtain of rain. On the breaker, the wizard on duty, Telman, was somewhat uneasy about what was happening on the surface of the sea.
Mortals often thought that wizards were omnipotent, and that nothing could surprise or frighten them. However, this was often not the case. Talman was 21 years old this year. Before becoming a wizard, he was actually the son of a farmer in Tonajul. He was fortunate enough to learn a few words from a wandering wizard, and because of that, he was chosen by the first batch of students in the Shire Wizard Tower and became the third batch of students in the Shire Wizard Tower. He was very smart and learned very quickly. A month ago, he became an apprentice wizard. Later, he was chosen by the Buga to become one of the official wizards on the newly built escort cruiser, the Breaker. Although he had the title of an official wizard, in reality, Talman was still a half-baked apprentice wizard. He had not learned much, and was far from the real apprentices. The wizards in the Wizard Tower usually trained an apprentice for 5 years. Although the apprenticeship of the Buga wizards was short, it usually took them 10 years or more before they were officially exposed to magic. In other words, they were exposed to the basics of magic from birth. Therefore, although Talman had a preliminary understanding of the world of magic, he was still far from being exposed to the real world. What was the world?
It was a difficult question for many wizards who had seen a lot of things, let alone for Talman, who was still a novice wizard who was still a farmer's son. He looked at the scene in front of him with some fear, as if he saw the end of the world. In fact, he was not the only one who thought this at the moment. On the entire ship and even the entire fleet, there were many people who had the same thought. What was happening in front of them was beyond their understanding of the civil war of the Empire, or even the scope of the Holy War.
At this moment, many people had a vague idea in their hearts. Perhaps this time, the 4 holy cathedrals were really in trouble. They did not know that this speculation was accurate, and the consequences were far beyond their imagination. Before the fleet was formed, the temporary military management and training that the Bugas had requested finally worked. That was why Talman did not have the mentality of running away at the last minute.
At least he remembered what he was currently shouldering, and what the responsibility of being the vanguard of the fleet was.
Suddenly, the crystal ball in front of Talman lit up and flickered slightly. When he saw the words on the crystal ball, he was so shocked that he jumped out of his chair and even stepped on one of his boots. But he did not have the heart to pick it up. Instead, he immediately rushed out of the room barefooted. Behind the young wizard, a small line of numbers on the crystal ball was shining. X, 3321. Y, 4211. Z, 0311. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of low and uniform footsteps echoed on the snow in the dark. The rustling sound lasted for a long time before it finally stopped. Outside Fat Tan Port was a cliff mountain road that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. At the end of the mountain road, there was an inward valley. In clear weather, looking into the valley from the walls of the fortress outside the port, one could often see for miles. But at this moment, only darkness could be seen. But if one looked carefully, one could see faint flashes of light in the darkness.
In Erewhon, the veterans of Buchi and Karsuk only needed one glance to be shocked and recognize that it was the unique light of the soul fire of the undead army when they were marching.
But at this moment, the troops stationed in the fortress were only port guards who took orders from Baron Ludwig. These soldiers had not even seen bandits before, let alone the undead.
Death seemed to be closing in on him silently. Sok stared coldly at the progress of the undead army in the snow.
With the help of the dim light, he could see a large group of undead approaching the fortress wall on the cliff. The liches had already arranged 2 rows of skeleton archers in front, but there was still no response from Fathom Harbor.
Those fellows must have thought that it was impossible for them to be attacked in such a bad weather.
Moreover, this solar eclipse was originally accidental to them. At the thought of the solar eclipse, a hint of gloom suddenly rose in Sok's heart. If even a solar eclipse could be artificially created, his future days might not be as stable as he imagined. Furthermore, the current weather did not seem as simple as a solar eclipse. When he thought about the various signs that had happened in the Empire recently, it seemed that none of them were good omens. Troubled times were coming. Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 1041. At the first moment, the fortress on the sea cliff path outside Fathom Port was declared lost. The guards on the city wall were caught off guard and were nailed to death by the nether steel arrows shot out from the darkness. Their blood froze before it could flow out. Under the command of the necromancer, the skeletons used siege weapons to break open the door. The soldiers in the barracks realized that they were in trouble, but they were already surrounded. The resistance in the fortress only lasted for a moment before it died down. More than 30 coast guards in the barracks were all killed. Fat Tan Port was built as a fortress for the fleet. It was located between the cliffs of the sea, and there were only 2 narrow mountain paths connecting the port to the outside world. The Imperial Navy had built the fortress on these 2 mountain paths. The front of the fortress faced the valley that led to the sea cliff. One side of the fortress was close to the precipice, and the other side was close to the sea. It could be said that one man could hold back 10,000 men. 500 meters behind the fortress was the main wall of Fat Tan Port. Between these 500 meters was still the mountain path and the beach, but the terrain was much smoother and flatter than the previous section. At this moment, Baron Ludwig and Delphian were on the main wall 500 meters behind the fortress. The wall was already filled with the White Lion Guards and Coast Guards, but under the orders of the Prime Minister's daughter, they extinguished all the torches and held their breath, not making a sound. It was dark on the wall. A few wizards cast a magic barrier to hide the breath of the living. Magic covered the entire section of the wall. The Baron looked at the sounds of resistance in the fortress a few hundred meters away. Then, the fortress returned to darkness. He was very annoyed. He turned to Delphian and said, "Since you knew about the attack of the undead, why didn't you let them prepare in advance and give up the fortress? I know you have old grudges with the Erewhon, but you can't drag us down with you." His words were very unpleasant, but even 10 times worse could not make Delphian frown. She could not stand this stupid noise. She replied coldly, "As the military commander of this fortress, please show some basic military literacy. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of others. I didn't want to remind you, but I was afraid that you would embarrass the Empire in front of the guests." "What did you say?" Just as Baron Ludwig was about to lose his temper, Count Alcons hurriedly pulled him aside. He knew that although Ludwig was the owner of Fathom Harbor, in fact, it was the fleet commander stationed in the harbor who was responsible for maintaining the operation of the harbor and managing the fleet. Baron Ludwig actually did not have high military literacy. He was just a local feudal lord. However, he had already seen through the intentions of the Prime Minister's daughter. She wanted to let the undead in so that the priests could have a chance to launch a fatal blow. Once they entered the narrow and rugged sea cliff mountain path that was more than 500 meters away from the main city wall of Fat Tan Port, they would not be able to leave easily. This was the only way to ensure that their trump card would be able to bring out the greatest effect. However, the main city wall of Fat Tan Port was not tall. It was only a little more than 8 meters tall. In the fantasy world, it was not enough. This was because the sea cliff fortress outside the harbor was too sturdy. The original architect had considered the load-bearing of the sandbar in the harbor, so he did not continue to increase the height of the wall. Now, Count Alcons was very regretful. He secretly blamed the original architect for cutting corners. No matter what, for an imperial fortress, they should have poured magic into the ground to reinforce the sandbar so that they could build a fortress wall that was more than 13 meters tall. At the very least, they should have built a fortress wall that was 10 meters tall. Then they would not have to be so worried now. Moreover, although most of the distance from the main city wall of Fat Tan to the Sea Cliff Fortress was narrow Sea Cliff mountain path, near the main city wall, especially under the city gate, there was an open sandbar terrain, which was very conducive for the undead to deploy their forces. There were not many troops left in Fat Tan Port. Among them, there were more than 1,000 coast guards left, and the personal guards of Erewhon's envoy group were about a few hundred people. If their trump card did not work, these few people could rely on the low main city wall and the unfavorable terrain to defend the port. Perhaps before the trump card could be moved to its position, the defense line would be in danger. However, he did not dare to express his worries. He only explained it to Baron Ludwig. After listening to the explanation, the latter calmed down and stopped talking. However, Eneide, who was next to Eugenie, seemed to be a little reluctant. She questioned, "Even if that's the case, you should tell the people in front to retreat. That's more than 40 lives. How can you let them die in vain?" Delphine glanced at her coldly. Soft-hearted. You, Delphian thought for a moment and understood that she was still on the side of Erewhon's people. She sighed and explained, "Even if I send someone to inform them, I'll give them the order to defend until the end. However, I know that they will definitely not do that. If they escape back, they will die under the sword of the military judge. It's better to let them be heroes without knowing it. At least, this result will be better for their families. Enaid's eyes widened. She looked back in disbelief and asked, "Is that so, Kiara?" The little girl nodded helplessly. Something like that. However, she immediately stared at Delphian and asked, "But more importantly, you want them to die more realistically, right?" "Something like that," Delphian also answered non-committally. "They are soldiers. I have the right to choose how they will die. As long as we can achieve victory, there are only stupid and wise orders in war. There is no difference between cruel and kind orders." It was snowing, and the snow fell on the faces of the girls present. Enaid and Eugenie frowned. The elf and her pseudo-dragon leaned on the wall to look at the situation outside. However, because she was too short, she could only stick her head out of the battlements even if she tried her best to tiptoe. Kiara looked indifferent. Delphian's face was calm and indifferent. Raindrops slid down her smooth and beautiful face and slid down her ugly and uneven scars. Count Alcorn, on the other hand, agreed with this sentence even more. He thought that she was indeed the woman who was known as the flower of the empire. After all, she lived up to her reputation. At this time, there was a slight noise in the darkness far away. Everyone present knew that the undead had opened the gate on the other side of the fortress and were ready to attack Fathom Harbor. Delphian stopped arguing and turned around to give an order to the officer of the Coast Guard. "Knight Captain Sharut." "Yes, sir. I order you to lead your men out of the city immediately and attack the undead. Launch an attack on Fort Seacliff. You must take back the southern wall of the fortress." "What?" Baron Ludwig jumped up in shock and growled from his throat. "Vicious woman, you can't give orders like this. How dare you let my men go out of the city and attack the undead that outnumber them by hundreds and thousands? You are crazy. We only have so few men. Do you really want to give up Fathom Harbor?" Alcorn frowned and tried to persuade her. "Miss Delphian, our forces are seriously insufficient. If we were at Fort Seacliff, it would be fine. But here, if we go out of the city, we will have to attack from above. It is extremely disadvantageous for us both in terms of military strength and terrain." Delphian was not affected at all. She replied coldly, "Am I the commander or are you the commander? Let me remind you that my authority as the commander was given by both the eldest prince and Count Trentheim. I have the highest authority here, and you must obey my orders unconditionally. What, do you want to defy military orders, or do you want to defect at the last minute?" "You." Baron Ludwig's face turned green. "Do you mean that if you want us to die, we must obey unconditionally? First of all, I want to correct your mistake. I can't let my soldiers die for nothing. Secondly, you are right. Even if I want you to die, you must obey unconditionally." Delphian sat in her wheelchair in the rain and answered word by word, "Of course you can object. I welcome you to ask the eldest son of the Emperor for his opinion, and remove me from the position of commander. It will only take a quarter of an hour to get to the eldest son of the Emperor. I estimate that the battle will start around this time. You don't have much time left." Baron Ludwig's lips trembled in anger. Marjorie frowned and stepped forward. "Miss Delphian, let us go first. The White Lion Guards are ready." Unexpectedly, the Prime Minister's daughter glanced at him coldly. "Shut up. Did I ask you to express your opinion? Get out of here." "Knight Marjorie, I don't think you need me to tell you what a soldier should do. My orders are not to be disobeyed." A bolt of lightning pierced down from the dark clouds, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were interested. Only Delphine's expression did not change from beginning to end. She looked at Sharut and asked, "Knight Commander, is it your honor as a knight that is causing you to hesitate?" Sharut's expression changed. He glanced at the direction of the pitch-black fortress Seacliff and finally nodded. "I understand, Madam Commander." The process of taking down Fort Seacliff was smooth beyond imagination. The plan seemed to have achieved the desired effect. The residents of Fathom Harbor and the Erewhon people stationed there were not prepared at all. They must have been flustered by the sudden solar eclipse and did not realize that the Empire would launch an attack at this moment. Sok was walking along a flight of stairs to the southern section of Fort Seacliff's wall. He then raised his head and looked at Fathom Harbor. The harbor was filled with lights. It seemed that many people had gathered on the streets because of the sudden solar eclipse. He was a subordinate of the White Legion's Raven Cavalry, a subordinate of the great knight Hayden. Hayden the Bull had always been the vanguard of the Legion, and this time was no exception. Sok and a few other knight commanders were mainly responsible for coordinating and observing the attack of the undead at the front line. According to expectations, the undead would form the first wave of the sneak attack because their abilities would be greatly enhanced during the solar eclipse, while the human legion would be severely weakened. With such an advantage, the undead would break through the outer walls of Fort Seacliff and Fathom Harbor and enter the street battle. It did not matter even if the battle turned into a meat grinder since they could afford it anyway. The main enemy of the White Legion was the fleet of the Bugas that was anchored in Fathom Harbor. From the beginning to the end, Duke Ambunal believed that the fleet anchored in Fathom Harbor was controlled by the Bugas. As for the Erewhon people, it was just a pretense. How could the Erewhon people have such a powerful fleet? Judging from the current situation, Sok observed that the situation at the front line was very good. He saw the skeletons opening the south gate of Fort Seacliff under the command of the Lich and releasing a small group of skeletons to test the waters. These skeletons were glowing white under the reflection of the lights in the distance. They were arranged in a tight formation, and the Stygian steel swords in their hands did not glow at all. They were the perfect weapons for a night attack. The skeletons went down the mountain path, and further away, the main city wall of Fathom Harbor was pitch black. There was not even the slightest light, and there was no movement. The Lich in front of him sent back a message that there were only a few living beings on the city wall. This was also in line with his expectations. It seemed that this was indeed an undefended harbor, at least for now. But for some reason, Sok felt a little uneasy. He had told a few of his colleagues about this uneasiness, but he was ridiculed for being too cautious. In the words of the cavalry under Bull Hayden, being cautious actually meant being timid. Naturally, he could not accept this evaluation. Now, he came to the southern section of the wall of Fort Seacliff to verify his thoughts. But at least for now, it seemed that he was indeed too suspicious. Sok mocked himself in his heart. Perhaps it was because this battle was too easy, so easy that it was unbelievable. However, the 20 to 30 coast guards who were killed by the undead did not seem to know about this. It seemed that there was no trap in this. He stood on the city wall and took one last look at the direction of Fathom Harbor. He planned to walk down the city wall. It was too cold outside, and his colleagues did not want to stay in this terrible weather. They had already found a warm place to hide in the barracks. At this time, Captain Knight Sharut from Fathom Harbor led a small team of his men to a place not far away from the southern section of the wall of Fort Seacliff. According to Delphian's order, they brought along a wizard. This wizard was from Tonagel and was not very familiar with the others. He just silently maintained a breath of the dead spell in the team. Sharut, who was walking at the front, made a gesture and the whole team stopped. Not far ahead was a small team of undead that was leaving the fort. Under the cold light, they looked like a forest of skeletons. There were more than 100 skeletons. It could not be helped. To the undead, this was a small team of skeletons. Sharut frowned. The coast guards were not the frontline army of the Kurluts. He and his men could barely reach the silver level, but it was still a headache to face more than 100 skeletons, not to mention how many more were behind the fortress. He looked up and saw a sudden shadow on the southern section of the fortress wall not far away. He hurriedly turned back to his subordinates and whispered, "Take care of them. That's a lich. These low-level skeletons are actually under the command of a lich. As long as we kill the lich commanding them, they won't be a threat anymore. David, take out the holy water you received and pour it on the arrows. We'll kill that guy with one arrow. As long as we kill it, I'll give you a reward." Chapter 1042. The first wave of battle broke out very quickly, but Sharut's attack was severely hindered. After shooting an arrow at the southern section of the seaside cliff fortress, they were soon exposed. They were besieged and had no choice but to retreat. At one point, the battle line retreated to the middle point between the main wall of Fathom Harbor and the seaside cliff fortress. Delphian had to send in 2 more coast guards to join the battle before they could stabilize the situation.
On the southern section of the wall of the seaside cliff fortress, the knight Captain Sok, who had just had a false alarm, also noticed that the attack of the undead was hindered.
It seems that the previous attack was discovered. He immediately realized this. The intention of these coast guards was obviously to take back the seaside cliff fortress, but they obviously did not realize that there were so many enemies in the seaside cliff fortress. Now, the enemy was still stubbornly resisting. It seemed that they were trying to buy time for their allies to set up their defenses. Since when did the coast guards of Fathom Harbor have such a high fighting spirit and tactical literacy? He could not help but feel a little surprised. This did not mean that he knew much about these local garrison troops, which were not even considered as a second-rate army. It was just a general understanding. As the elite of the Empire and the vanguard of the White Legion, Sok certainly had the right to look down on these local brothers. Today, the performance of the Coast Guards was clearly a little beyond his expectations. After investing 2 squads of fresh troops into the battle, the situation on the battlefield suddenly tilted. Sharat and his comrades managed to push their way back to the bottom of the southern wall of the fortress. They even climbed up the rocks and launched 2 assaults on the wall. Unfortunately, they were repelled by the liches and skeletons on the wall. This was not unusual. As the terrain outside the seaside cliff fortress was very narrow, only near the second half of the sandbar would it become open and flat again. However, Sharat and his colleagues firmly guarded the path of the seaside cliff fortress. The undead's superior military strength could not be used at all. Although the coast guards were not worth mentioning in front of the White Legion, when faced with the same number of weak skeletons, they had an absolute advantage. However, the liches quickly mobilized the skeleton archers from the rear and changed the situation of the battle once again. Rows of skeleton archers lined up in neat rows and shot down from the southern wall of Fort Seacliff. The dense nether steel arrow rain caused Sharat's team to suffer heavy losses. The other 2 teams suffered similar losses as well. The morale of the coast guards that had just been boosted immediately dropped to the freezing point. They retreated all the way to Fathom Port's main wall. Seeing this scene, Baron Ludwig on the wall could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Although he was not the military chief of Fathom Harbor, the coast guards were directly under the command of the mayor of Fathom Harbor. When he saw the coast guards fleeing from the battlefield, he could not help but want to overstep his authority and scold these guys.
However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he remembered that he was the commander here.
He could only swallow his curses with a gloomy face. Delphian was much calmer than him. It was as if she had already expected this.
She quietly looked at the scene below the wall and ordered, "Fire the arrows."
Her voice was not loud, but the herald faithfully passed down her order. The soldiers on the wall stepped back, and 2 rows of archers with longbows appeared at the back. Archers were rare in Wound. Most of them were professional soldiers or mercenaries. Crossbowmen were common in the general army, and there were more crossbowmen than archers. Archers would not be able to go to the battlefield without years of training. However, the Empire's harbor guards actually had a team of trained archers. Their strength was evident, and it made people sigh in admiration. In fact, when Marjorie and Eugenie learned about the existence of such a team of longbowmen, their faces were a little strange. In Wound, almost all archers used magic bows.
This was because the investment in training an archer was much more than the investment in making a magic bow.
Archers who used magic bows were much more powerful than crossbowmen in terms of shooting range, accuracy, and density. They could also use enchanted arrows. When using enchanted arrows, the power of a longbow was much greater than that of a crossbow. The archers drew their longbows under the command. The arrows on the bows shone with a faint golden light. They were wet, and it was obvious that they had just been watered with holy water. Rows of longbows were raised in the rain, and the arrows were accurately aimed at a certain shooting angle. This was one of the reasons why magic bows were much more powerful than heavy crossbows. They were waterproof. Normal bows and crossbows would lose a lot of power due to moisture, but magic items did not have this concern. The herald looked at Delphian, who nodded coldly. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The command sounded. At that moment, the entire city wall lit up. It was as if a dark golden line was flashing at the same time. That was the cold light of an arrow leaving the bowstring. In the curtain of rain, there seemed to be a white line moving forward. With a sharp whoosh, it was as if a gust of wind was blowing in his face. A rain of arrows had already begun to fall on the sandbar. Normally, Arrows were not very effective against skeletons. This was because the arrows could easily pass through the holes in their bones. Even if they were lucky enough to hit the bones, they would only break 1 or 2 ribs. Only if they were lucky enough to break the tibia or neck would they be able to cause effective damage. However, in the darkness of the night, the probability of that happening was too low. But this rain of arrows was different. When each arrow got close to a skeleton, it would emit a strong holy light. The skeletons that were hit were like melted butter. The arrows passed through their bodies, leaving a huge cavity. There were even golden flames burning where the broken bones were. Even in the rain and snow, the flames did not seem to be extinguished. Instead, they burned more and more fiercely, turning the skeletons into ashes. In the darkness of the battlefield, it was as if a golden sea of fire had risen. The sea of skeletons under the main city wall of Port was burned without any warning. "Get ready for the second round of shooting," Delphian ordered. At the same time she shouted, "Marjorie!" "Yes. Get ready to attack. I want you to lead 3 teams of White Lion guards to drive the undead army back to the southern part of the fortress of Seacliff and attack the fortress." "Yes," Marjorie replied without hesitation. At this time, the archers had completed the second round of shooting. On the battlefield, a trained crossbowman needed 12 seconds to reload, but a well-trained archer only needed 1/3 of that time. Another rain of golden arrows fell on the skeletons' heads. The few teams of skeletons under the city wall immediately became sparse. However, they did not collapse. The most troublesome thing about the undead army was that they had no morale, especially the low-level undead. Although they lacked intelligence, they did not feel fear. Naturally, they would not retreat easily. At this time, the city gates slowly rose. Marjorie led the White Lion guards and charged out. "Archers, change to enchanted arrows. Get ready for the third round of shooting. I want you to cover the rear of the undead army and cover Marjorie's attack," Delphian calmly ordered. "Miss Delphian, why do you want to change to arrows?" Earl Alcorn was anxious. The attack effect of holy arrows is very good. There are still a few bullets left. Arrows have no effect on the skeletons. Delphian glanced at him and replied in an unfriendly tone, "Am I the commander or are you the commander? Follow my orders. Light the torches." The moment the main city wall of Port lit up, Sok knew that today's sneak attack had come to an end. He saw torches and braziers being lit one after another on the city wall 500 meters away. Under the light of the torches, the walkway on the city wall was full of soldiers. The archers of the Coast Guard stood neatly in 2 rows. When the archers shot the first 2 rounds of arrows, he frowned slightly and subconsciously looked around suspiciously. However, when the third round of arrows flashed in the rain, Sok finally felt relieved. It seemed that the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the city did not gather immediately. The plan was well executed. The holy arrows from before should be ammunition. According to the intelligence, the Coast Guard should not have too many bullets left in their enchanted arrows. As for the holy arrows, there were even fewer. After all, there had never been any record of an undead attack in this area before. However, the attack was inevitably repelled. Following the rain of arrows, he saw an unfamiliar army charging out of Port. The combat power of this new force was not weaker than the Coast Guard's. In fact, it was much stronger. The equipment of the other party seemed to be between light and heavy infantry. However, their movements were very agile and their attacks were very explosive. A few skeleton squads could not withstand such an attack at all. They were quickly forced back to the Sea Cliff path. This was obviously not an ordinary army. The term White Lion Legion immediately came to mind. Duke Ambunal had made thorough arrangements before attacking Port. Of course, intelligence work was indispensable. Therefore, Sok was very clear about the details of Erwin's people stationed in Port. Of course, even Duke Ambunal would not be clear about the difference between the White Lion Legion and the White Lion Guards in that small kingdom. He just hastily mixed the two together. The sneak attack was discovered, and the attack was blocked. The battle that originally had the upper hand had unsurprisingly turned into a head-on confrontation. However, this was not beyond Sok's expectations. In fact, being able to take down Fort Seacliff so easily was already beyond his expectations. It might even be beyond the expectations of the commander-in-chief of this battle, Duke Ambunal. The Coast Guards and Erewhon's people could not rely on the low main walls of Fat-Tan Port to defend. What they had to do was to break through the city gate in one go and then throw the undead into the street battle. Of course, it would be best if there was no street battle. He hoped that once the city wall fell, the enemy who had lost all hope would disarm and surrender. However, judging from the intensity of the resistance at the moment, it seemed that this wish would come to nothing. Sok naturally attributed this to the fact that the eldest prince was in the city. However, he was not very worried because the undead were cannon fodder. Even if they were all killed here, no one would feel the slightest bit of heartache. Using the undead to deplete the blood of Erewhon's people and the Coast Guards in street battle was obviously a good deal. As for the White Legion, Sok was very clear that they only had one enemy. He suddenly turned his head. The valley behind him was dark, but he knew that tens of thousands of undead were clustered there. Further away, there was the hilly area around the Golden Needle Valley. He did not know if Erewhon and the others were in position. He frowned silently. Ovchin Port, Fort Kongwei. With a creak, the door of the room was pushed open by an attendant. "My lord, Sir Erewhon and his Griffin Brigade have arrived at the designated area. Sir Bernd and his Silver-Winged Knight Regiment also sent a magic message 3 minutes ago, saying that they are ready." Duke Ambunal retracted his gaze from the stone window. "What about the Buga fleet?" "There is no movement yet." "How is the battle at Fatten Port?" The observation at the front line shows that the sneak attack was very successful. The undead vanguard took down Fort Seacliff in one fell swoop. However, the enemy's resistance is very fierce. The battle line is in a deadlock under Fatten City. Duke Ambunal frowned slightly. Without Fort Seacliff, the Erewhon's people won't be able to hold on for long. "I will let the Madara people work harder. You may leave. Inform Erewhon and Bairn to be ready to attack at any time." Count Brill looked at the door that was closed again. He turned around and asked, "Old friend?" "Don't worry, old friend. It's not a big problem." Duke Ambunal glanced at the bone staff that was floating in the air. "I have already sent people to investigate. A few hours ago, we lost contact with Maroli and his men in the Golden Needle Forest. A fake bone staff also went missing together with them. I think the rats must have sneaked in." "It's fine." The former frowned slightly and asked uneasily. "The situation at the front line is fine. The situation at the front line is great. The Bugas would never dream of our plan. We can't blame them. I'm afraid no one in this world would think that Her Majesty has formed an alliance with Madara." Duke Ambunal was in a good mood. Madara's attack is more successful than expected. Without Fort Seacliff, the Erewhon's people in the port will not be able to save their lives. That poor Count, he is being used by the Bugas without knowing it. But the Empire will not pity him. He walked to the side of the Count's desk and picked up the flint and iron on the desk to light his pipe. He then took a puff from the pipe, squinted his eyes and sighed deeply. The rats that sneaked into Ovchin must be the scouts of the northern barbarians. Don't worry, someone will take care of them. This is not like you, old friend. You boast before the war is over. Count Brill seemed to be affected by the mood and laughed. Where is our cautious White Duke? This war has already ended, Brill. Duke Ambunal shook his head. The Bugas can't declare war on two empires at the same time. That being said, Count Brill reminded, don't forget that the Bugas have a fleet here. Yes, Duke Ambunal replied without hesitation. So we are waiting for their fleet. Chapter 1043. When the undead sneak attack turned into a frontal attack, the situation on the battlefield of Fadan Port quickly changed. The Liches used their air force for the first time. There were countless sounds of wings flapping in the darkness. The Kurlat soldiers on the city wall were still puzzled. What was that sound? But the young men of the White Lion Guards beside them had a drastic change in expression. Get down! They pulled their colleagues from the Empire to the ground and then shrunk behind the battlements. The Coast Guards were dizzy from the fall. Before they could curse, a terrible rain of bones fell from the sky. Countless skeletal vultures fell from the sky and crashed onto the city wall. The soldiers who were hit by them had broken bones or died on the spot. A cruise soldier who reacted slowly was hit head-on. His eyes bulged out, and his lifeless body flew a few meters away before landing on the ground. The skeletal vultures exploded immediately after landing on the ground, turning into a terrifying rain of fragments. The coast guards on the city wall who could not dodge in time suffered heavy casualties. The veterans of the White Lion Guards who had participated in the War of the Black Rose and the Battle of Tosankad were fine. The new soldiers and the cruise soldiers who had never seen the undead were unlucky, especially the coast guards who were not beside the White Lion Guards. For example, the independent team of coast guards who were responsible for defending the tower. Out of 30 people, 7 of them were killed on the spot, and 12 of them were seriously injured. Other than the 3 people in the tower who were unharmed, the rest of them were more or less injured. Among them, Knight Wright and his 2 attendants who were commanding on the top of the tower were also on the list of the dead. This battle order could be said to have been wiped out on the spot. In addition, 1/3 of the Coast Guard's archers were killed in this wave of attack. After receiving the casualty report, the others saw Baron Ludwig's eyes twitching. However, the skeletal vulture's suicide attack only worked once. When they were about to dive into the air for the second time, they collided with the gargoyles stationed at Fat Tan Port. The liches below were still waiting for the second wave of attack to work, but suddenly, they saw countless shredded skeletal vultures falling from the sky like rain. Their corpses instantly accumulated on the ground of the battlefield. Gargoyles! When Sok saw this scene, he immediately understood what the skeletal vultures had encountered. The gargoyles of the Erewhon people had appeared more than once in the intelligence reports. The earliest report about them was when the arrogant Count Tonajul attacked the Black Sword Fortress. However, this army later suffered heavy casualties when they encountered the dragon army of the Georgandy Ridge people. There should not be many of them left. However, Sok did not know that when Tonajul's fleet arrived, the Bugas had already replenished the number of gargoyles for Brando. He only saw a huge creature falling from the sky not long after. It was a gargoyle whose wings had been blown off. It fell heavily into the middle of a group of skeletons, crushing them into pieces. However, Sok was not heartbroken. Instead, he was a little happy because after the first gargoyle fell, it quickly caused a chain reaction. This confirmed his guess that Erewhon people did not have many gargoyles left. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to withstand the siege of the skeletal vultures so quickly. One must know that the skeletal vultures were only an unorthodox unit in Wonde. Even the undead in Madara did not count them as an official combat force. The gargoyles, on the other hand, were a genuine reconnaissance flying unit of the Bugas. The difference in combat strength between the two was not reasonable. If it were not for the huge disparity in numbers, the gargoyles would not have started to cause so many casualties so quickly. The battle in the sky seemed to have quickly gained the upper hand, but the 2 squadrons of White Lion Guards and Coast Guards on the ground firmly blocked the skeletons on the path to the sea cliff. They even threatened the southern wall of the fortress from time to time. If it was a real battle between the undead of Madara, they would have arranged for a Black Knight to open up the situation, or at the very least, launch a charge of skeletal cavalry, or gather as many liches as possible to blast a path through the humans. But now, they did not even have a single skeletal cavalry, let alone a Black Knight. The few liches had become frontline commanders, each of them commanding hundreds of skeletons. As for gathering them to act as a long-range attack echelon, it was impossible to even think about it. As for the undead, they did have a group of liches as magicians, but the frontline liches still counted on them to be of great use, so it was impossible for them to be exposed so quickly. After all, the Coast Guards also had a group of magicians. In a close combat situation, whoever was exposed first would be dealt a fatal blow. Therefore, the only thing that could support the skeletons on the ground was the limited number of skeleton archers. But they were only happy for a while, and soon, they were retaliated by the scattered magicians on the enemy's wall. Fireballs flew across the battlefield a few hundred meters and exploded on the wall. The skeleton archers who lacked protection immediately suffered heavy casualties, and the liches had no choice but to withdraw them. As the battle continued, the skeletons were forced to retreat until they were out of the range of the enemy's archers. This was because there were too many of them, and they did not have to worry about consumption at all. It was also because of this reason that the liches were not worried about losing the battle head-on. They had tens of thousands of soldiers, but they could not use their full strength on the battlefield. Most of the undead were still trapped in the valley behind. In fact, less than 1/3 of them had joined the battle. Of course, the undead did not want to spend half a day just to take down the main wall of Fathom Port. Because the battle in the sky seemed to have come to an end. The last gargoyle finally fell from the sky under the siege and suicidal attacks of the vultures. It crashed heavily on the southern wall of Fort Seacliff, creating a hole in the wall. At the same time, it was torn into pieces. After losing their last opponent, the skeletal vultures could finally invade the airspace of Fathom Port once again, launching attacks on the Coast Guards and the White Lion Guards. Under such circumstances, Cruz's people had no choice but to withdraw their archers. Without the cover of long-range attacks, no matter how brave the White Lion Guards and the Coast Guards were, human strength was limited. They would eventually lose their position on the sandbar. If there was only the outer wall of Fathom Port, it would be much easier to take it down. Moreover, the skeletal vultures could also attack the humans who were fighting with the skeletons. After all, the undead did not have to worry about consumption. With the loss of air control, the situation on the battlefield seemed to have become extremely disadvantageous for the human side in an instant. However, at this moment, a mile or two away from the main wall of Fathom Port, there was another army that was quietly stationed. There was a small shabby monastery. In front of the monastery, there was a square. The low buildings in front of the square had been demolished, so the people in the dark could clearly see the situation of the battle in the direction of the city wall. The shadows of the people on the city wall were crisscrossing, and the deafening battle cries could be heard from afar. In the crowd, the Shire silently raised his head and looked at the situation in the sky. At this time, a messenger trotted to his side and whispered to him, "Sir the Shire, it's almost time." The Shire turned his head and looked at him. He nodded and said, "Leave it to me. Tell Miss Delphian not to worry." After saying that, he opened his 5 fingers, and an exquisite card appeared in his palm, spinning slowly. At every moment, the energy is changing its form. With the astral world as its home, the ultimate form of the energy life. Display. Ether Dragon. The Shire loudly chanted, and a huge door of light opened behind the Shire. Plankton of all shapes and sizes swam out of these portals. The number of plankton was even more spectacular than the number of plankton at the Black Sword Fortress. Everyone in the square looked at this scene with great respect. This was the power of magic. Although they did not know that the Shire had borrowed the power of a planeswalker, at this moment, their hearts were filled with a deep longing for power. Many years later, those masters who had walked out of Valhalla would still vividly recall the scene today. However, many of them would die without understanding how Charles had managed to summon those ether creatures to the material world. Nor could they figure out what level of strength and realm their teacher had reached back then. Regardless of whether they understood it or not, countless ether dragons still rose into the sky at the first moment. The skeletal vultures that had just arrived in the sky above Fathom Harbor were immediately met with misfortune. Even the Griffin Knight at the Black Sword Fortress was no match for the ether dragons, let alone the skeletal vultures. The battle in the sky immediately took a 180-degree turn. The corpses of the skeletal vultures quickly fell like rain. The density of their corpses was at least 2 to 3 times greater than when they were fighting against the gargoyles. Sock, who was still standing on the southern wall of the Seacliff Fortress, saw the appearance of the ether dragons and knew that the undead's air force was done for. However, this was also a signal that showed that Fathom Harbor was almost out of tricks, except for Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles, who had not yet appeared. However, he was not worried about this. Her Majesty the Queen would help them solve this problem, as long as the other party dared to appear. What came next was the real feast. Sock felt relieved. At least until now, all the situations were within his expectations. This proved that the plan was quite successful. At this time, the Undead's necromancer group finally appeared. This was because the undead commander had no choice but to use them to suppress the ether dragons in the sky. Otherwise, if they completely lost control of the air, it would definitely be a nightmare for the skeletons on the battlefield between the Seacliff Fortress and Fathom Harbor. It might even be difficult to defend the Seacliff Fortress. In just half an hour, the humans had broken through the southern wall of the Seacliff Fortress several times, threatening the safety of the fortress. However, the Undead's necromancer commander played a little trick. It divided the necromancer group that was formed by the necromancers into 2. It wanted to lure the humans' necromancer group to open fire and expose its existence. It had to be said that its cunning little trick really worked. When the necromancers launched an attack on the ether dragons in the sky, the humans' necromancer group, who was lying in ambush behind the city wall, immediately poured magic on the necromancers, who were almost a mile away. For these necromancers, a catastrophe instantly befell them. Fireballs, meteorites, and hailstones fell on their heads as if they were free. However, the way they found a way out hit the weak spot of Fathom Harbor. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.